Good morning, everyone. Hello, and welcome to the first ever DigiCast Deluxe. We're your hosts. I'm Mark, and this is Gabby. Hi, Gabby. Uh-oh. I don't
I
think
can
Gabby
hear
can
you
hear
now.
us.
No, I can hear you
Oh, you
now.
can hear us now. Well, welcome, everybody. This is... Think of... If you're familiar with what we did for DigiCon, think of today as... A
Nothing
mini
like that.
one day. Nothing. Today will be a jam-packed day of interviews, games. Some people you'll remember from DigiCon if you were watching. Some people will be new. And we have a ton planned. We're going to be here from 10:30, I think, all the way until around 6. We have stuff planned for the day. Do we have a schedule that we can show? We do. So right now we're in our kickoff segment at 11 o'clock. Coming in soon, we're going to have a sit-down with WWE superstars Zelina Vega. We're then going to do a little bit of a recap before we go into an interview with Ashley Eckstein. She was on for DigiCon. She's returning. We have some great stuff to talk about. We're going to try and do a little bit of Star Wars trivia with her. We then have Kevin John, Disney Master Artist, returning. So who knows what that'll involve. We might have some good news with him. We're then going to go to trivia with Tops Bob. So we'll be having a fun WWE trivia segment with him. Then we have another sit down with a WWE superstar, Peyton Royce. We have Marvel trivia planned today, where we'll also be talking about the upcoming Infinity War watch party. We're going to recap a little bit of GPK Series 2 and have a discussion of what's coming up. And then we'll be closing out the show and discussing some weekend watch parties. So we have a pretty full day for everybody. And we finally have our amazing producer back helping us. So less technical issues, hopefully?
Actually, what that means is if we have technical issues, we can blame him instead of ourselves. Just kidding.
Speaking of technical issues, good timing. Your mic is giving us issues again. It wouldn't be a DigiCast if we didn't have some technical issues.
Should I just restart my computer? I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave and not come back.
I was the robot on the last stream for everybody who is here. Gabby's our robot today.
Sounds good. Yeah, no problem. We're just testing out a new game coming soon. It's like our own version of Among Us, but it's who's the robot today? Yes. All right, I'll be back.
Well, it looks like it's just me right now, so I'm gonna pull up chat. I'm gonna start. Let's get this Twitch chat up, because I'm not broadcasting the way that that we used to, or that we do on a day-to-day, so let's bring this up. Let's get chat involved. Here we go. While Gabby fixes her mic, can we see the croissant? Yeah, okay, I could do that. I think we could do that. We're gonna go live and adjust my my color key here, which hopefully doesn't horribly break something in the process. Well, we're gonna show this now. Remember, everyone, Kevin John is making an appearance today. Last time Kevin John made an appearance, that's how we ended up with this. Now my green screen is on. I'm trying. I can't go to that. Oh, here we go. No, this is where I got this. I know what I'm doing. I'm something of a professional. Now that that's off, what everybody wants. Do I have any extra of these t-shirts? I do not. So funny story with this t-shirt. I kind of snagged it the last time. I don't know if Gina's watching. I kind of snagged it the last time I was in the office. We were allowed to go into the office to pick up some equipment. I saw the shirts. DigiCon was coming up. It's like, I deserve one of these. So that's how I ended up with it. So I don't actually have extra. We might have some extra in the office. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do a giveaway. Would love to. Did Gabby, you're supposed to be in here, not in the chat. All right. So we're still here on the solo segment. What else can we show off? What do I have? I know what I have. I showed this off before, but maybe we have some new people here with us today. We have 152 people with us right now, and we just started. That's pretty amazing. Oh, I'm supposed to tell... maybe I'm not supposed to tell you that I'm supposed to tell you this, but while you're here, we have 152 people in. If you're new, please follow. Please follow us. You don't have to subscribe. We do have a subscribe button now. We didn't have that while we were in DigiCon, but we are now affiliates, so you can subscribe. You get emotes. We're making more emotes. So there's some available now. We're always working to make the channel better. So please follow us. Follow, and look, it says it right here. Follow. You should follow. You can subscribe. Don't have to, but do that. And no, I'm not dabbing during this event. Actually, I got to take the screen off before I see. Uh-oh, where'd it go? There it is. And we're back. Okay, so what I'm going to show off, we're going to do show and tell. I'm pretty sure I showed this off last time. So if you saw this already, too bad. This is from Galaxy's Edge. This is one of their holocrons. Right? This is the Sith holocron. My favorite. Thank you for the subscribe, Snippy. There we go. Okay, so story time. Some of you may have heard this story. Just one more disclaimer. Last year, went to Galaxy's Edge during like the D23 and the Comic-Con run, like during around that time. One of our product managers who works with me on Star Wars, his name is Brendan. We went to Galaxy's Edge. We went with my cousin as well. I have family in California. We went and met up with them. Well, we were joking around, and I don't know if anybody knows, but when you go to Galaxy's Edge and you buy a Kyber crystal, if you buy a red one, there is like a 1 in, I don't know, I think it's a 1 in 200. Don't quote me on that. I think it's a 1 in 200 chance that you can get the obsidian Kyber crystal. So I'm a little bit. I like to go after like the rare when there's something that like is rare, can't have it. I really I'm kind of I get antsy. I'm like, no, I'll buy like 100 Kyber crystals. I need it. I'm a collector. Everybody here should know what that feels like. So I went and picked out 2 red crystals. I held them out. I said, Brendan, pick one. And he picked one, and I joked around and said, well, I'm going to open the obsidian one now, so, you know, good luck, whatever. He opens his. It's red, as you would expect. And then I opened mine, which was this. And it was, in fact, an obsidian crystal. Now, you could call this a little bit of a humble brag segment, but it's actually more of a feel-bad segment because I think Brendan was a little upset because I made him pick which one he wanted. Now, what's special about this is there's voice files in each of these. And when you put them in a holocron, if it's their associated holocron, then a special voice will play. I wish one was the Infinity Stone. I really hope at some point whenever they have Marvel something, that there's something similar but with Infinity Stones. So when you put this in, this one has the voice of Snoke. Right? Hold on. You have to hold like this.
Well done, my good and faithful apprentice.
Pretty cool. That's part of my show and tell for my unprompted solo segment. So let's see. What else do we have? Actually, you know what? This is a perfect time. Yeah, go to Star Wars. We can even talk a little bit about what's coming out in Star Wars, and we do have stuff to show off later. I'm probably hitting our producer with a surprise. We don't have to show off these cards now if they're not ready, but we will have cards to show off. We have a new set coming out at 2 o'clock. I'm going to announce it now because I don't know what else to do. Oh, the cards are ready, so let's talk about this. And while we're talking about this, is our mod... so this is the set. This is Quotable, and this is the Han Solo edition of Quotable. So we have, it'll be 15, I believe it's 15 quotes for Wave 1 of all things, all quotable moments by Han Solo. Now, while we have that up, while we're looking at some of these cards, and producer, please don't show the last card yet, the rainbowy one. Don't show that one yet. Leave this one up for a few. Oh, we're going to wrap up. So leave this up for a few. 1 second. And I was going to say let's maybe do a giveaway in chat and just start the day with a small giveaway. Do we have our... Can we do that? Can we just do that? Do we have that ability? Do we have that power? I'm waiting to see if we have the power. Does our mod have that power? I don't know if he does. If we do, we'll do one. Yes, Tops mod. Yes. Giveaway. Let's do a Star Wars giveaway, and this one will be small. We're gonna pick. This is just to kick us off. Maybe we'll do another one later. Who knows? We'll probably will. We're just gonna do one winner, and we're gonna give him 10,000 crystals. One winner. So, all right. Fine. Since you asked nicely. Okay. Now, on the set Quotable, we have one more card. A special card. Han Solo says something. He says, "Great." I believe the exact quote is, "Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million." So we have our second ever 1 in a million card. I think our second ever. 1 in a million, or second in recent history, 1 in a million card that will be available in the Quotable set. And that will be the Rainbow Hollow Effect motion card. Great shot. That was 1 in a million. Can we bring that up and show what that looks like? All right. Now let's come back to Gabby. I think she's ready. Welcome back, Gabby.
Yeah, I can hear you. Just goofing.
So how was the break? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, I only freaked out a little bit, but I stayed calm.
Okay, that's good.
I did not let my feelings control me. I remained in control of the situation, and now I'm back. So I'm assuming I don't sound like
pizza rolls in the chat. Pizza rolls in the chat for Gabby.
Oh man.
So, all right, let's re-kick off. Imagine we just appeared. Welcome everybody to the first ever DigiCast Deluxe. I'm your host, Mark. This is Gabby, or we're your hosts, and this is the first ever DigiCast Deluxe, and you can think of this as a jam-packed day, like one big day. So not quite DigiCon, but like one day of it. And this is something that we're planning to do somewhat more frequently. So this is our first time trying it out. Oh, thank you for the subscription with Prime, Urkla Rung Snot. I hope I said that right.
Ooh,
They
they should let people. They should let people post the pronunciation of their names, just like how on Facebook you can have like a little subtext for your name. You should let people
give me the phonetic of. I can't. I know I'm bothering somebody by not having my headset on properly all the way, but I sound like I have
what's up with that?
Over my. Do you don't feel like that? I feel like I hear me in here. I feel like I have a bucket. There's a bucket over my head. That's what it sounds like.
I think our producer might be able to help you with that. You shouldn't. I feel like you should.
No, it's totally. No. It's not. It's not a. The audio's not coming through my headset. It's a mental thing where I just feel like I have a bucket over my head because.
Well, I have similar headphones.
It's just because I'm weird.
Yours. We were talking about this yesterday, and I don't have a problem with the sound. I think the sound is actually like delightful. But they're very warm. Like my ears feel kind of hot, and I don't know that I like it. But anyway, so Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here. Anyway, moving on.
I see your mic is on. I could do that too. I got that ability. Look, little red light.
This is so wacky. What is this? Feels very futuristic.
We could. Anyway. It's like we're in a I don't know, like a sports newscast, right?
We should totally do that. We should be sportscasters, you and I, two sports experts.
The clueless sports cat. We should do that though. That would actually be amazing. And there he goes with the ball going for the wide receival touchdown. It's like we're watching soccer. What are you talking? Get out.
All right, so let's talk about the schedule again.
Let's bring that up. So we're well into the kickoff right now. We have about 15 minutes to kill before we go to our very first celebrity interview sit down with WWE superstar Zelina Vega. And we're going to get to talk to her about all things WWE. Bob will be joining us for that interview as well. Tops Bob, which our viewers have not had the pleasure of meeting yet. So you will have the pleasure of meeting. Then we're going to go, we'll have a quick recap. We'll do a deluxe preview. Whatever that means. The deluxe preview. I know, but and then yeah, but remember the wise words of wisdom. Plan nothing. Wing it. Then we have a returning guest, Ashley Eckstein. We're gonna talk with her. She has some stuff going on in her universe that we're gonna talk about. She has a special event that she's doing that we're gonna go over. I think we're gonna try and do a trivia game, which for those familiar, last week we also tested a trivia game out, so we'll be using that to, which to me we could tie in giveaways to that. So it looks like we might have another Star Wars giveaway coming up. We then immediately, we'll have a short break, very short, not DigiCon level break. We'll have maybe a 30-minute break or so, and then we're going to be right back with Disney Master Artist Kevin John. Everybody knows what happened last time, or if you don't know what happened, just ask chat. They'll inform you. The green croissant is what came out of it the last time. Who knows what'll come out of it this time. We'll then have a trivia segment. We're going to be spending a lot of time with Tops Bob today because we're going to do a trivia segment with him for WWE, which means we can do WWE giveaways. We then will have our second sit down with another WWE superstar. Many of you know Peyton Royce, so we'll be sitting down with her as well. We're then going to have Marvel trivia and an Infinity War watch party preview. And last but not least on the major schedule, we'll go to the GPK Series 2 recap, which we recently had. We'll be talking about the future of GPK, and then we'll have our closing show. So we got a really packed day. And for those of you watching and maybe wondering, there is somebody missing from the schedule that we talked about. That is not canceled. It was simply postponed, which means we may have to have another DigiCast Deluxe when we have our next special guest on after today. So hopefully everybody enjoys today. Goes really well.
That was, the goal in planning this. It was what kind of concept can we come up with that can easily be repeated when we have other days where we maybe have a little bit more than what we might normally do on a weekday stream or on one of our usual streams. So absolutely, DigiCast Deluxe is not something on a fixed schedule. They will come up, from time to time as we have, as we find opportunities.
So I'm getting asked for the soundboard. Don't remind him. So, thank you for subscribing, Growing Crowd, thank you for subscribing, Saber Godzilla.
Saber Godzilla.
So
is that like a Godzilla that's like saber-toothed? I guess it would be saber-toothed Godzilla then.
That's terrifying.
But I got a fun mental image of that.
Have you seen? Now I know this is a deluxe, and so we don't officially technically does the Tops mullet count in DigiDeluxe?
Anything is possible. Do you think
cool.
that the mullet
and I'm gonna go off
should be part of DigiDeluxe? Tweet at us and tell us. #DigiDeluxe.
Does that mean in the future we have to start intentionally scheduling like a degrading schedule?
No, that's a good point because business is going to be scattered through. It's going to be like peppered in throughout the day, but it's mostly fun. So what would that be? That's not a mullet. That's like a the on the spot here. Doesn't matter. Gonna go into a tangent about Godzilla instead. So, have you seen there was a movie called oh no, Godzilla. It was a weird Godzilla movie. Hold on. I have Google. I have the power of Google. Hold on a second. Why did I do this as peppering? I have never applied pepper to a food by doing this. This looks more like I'm feeding fish.
No. Don't you use like a grinder, like a pepper grinder?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
Yes, it's for fish. It's for the fishies.
Shin. It's that it's called. Have you ever seen Shin Godzilla? No.
No.
It's terrifying. It's a depiction of Godzilla, and it's terrifying.
All right.
That's it. That's the end of the tangent, really, to be honest. Okay, so I think we're gonna get ready. Right, I think we're gonna get ready for our special guest. Googling now. I have misplaced my chat. Found my chat. Found it. Okay. Up. All right. So, we will be back in just a few moments with our first guest of the day, Zelina. welcome back, everybody. We're only doing short breaks today on DigiCast Deluxe. And we're about to be joined by two amazing people. One, WWE superstar Zelina Vega, and then our very own Tops Bob. So please welcome them. Oh. We'll be joined by them in a moment. So, are you ready, Gabby?
Me?
Feeling good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Feeling good. Like I said, I'm trying to clear all my stuff out of the way so I am not distracted because I want to give Zelina my full attention. I'm pretty excited about this. As someone who half-jokingly said I wanted to, go train at the WWE Training Center, and then the more I talked about it, the more the more serious I felt about it. Now I'm excited. I'm excited to talk to some superstars.
All right. Well, good thing because they're about to join us. So everybody, please welcome WWE superstars Zelina Vega and Tops Bob.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing good. We're starting the day off strong. We're happy to have you here. Tops Bob, thank you for joining us as well. And technical difficulties. Well,
All right.
while
I'm getting her back, but this is our life in the digital world where we are all on calls all the time now, and this stuff happens. There you are.
There you go. Welcome back. And Tops Bob, how are you doing today? Can't hear Bob. Well, while we Zelina, what we typically always face on the DigiCast are intermittent technical difficulties while everybody's working from home. We don't have a studio to work from. Behind this green screen is just a mess of a table, and so we just kind of intermittently go in and out of technical difficulties. That's part of the love of the show here. So this is your first dive into that. So thank you. All right, and we're good. Tops Bob, your audio is good.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
I absolutely can.
There we go.
Awesome.
We're all here.
Perfect.
Yay. It always takes a little bit, and then we figure it out.
Yeah. One team, one dream.
All right. So Zelina, we reached out to our fans. We wanted to get some questions from them for you, and we had 9 questions submitted to us. So we wanted to run through and ask you some of that, then just have a conversation with you and see what makes you a fan of collectibles we always talk about, and then when we'll get into these questions here. And love the headphones, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So our first question that we have is from Demonic Phoenix, and they ask, would you consider teaming up with anyone to go after the women's tag team championships? And if so, or if yes, who?
Well, I mean, right now I'm concentrating on the Raw Women's Championship. But if I did want to go for the tag team titles, I'd probably choose Nia Jax as a tag team partner because she's someone who is extremely dominant, and I think that just the contrast between her and I would be pretty fun. So I think we would kind of be each other's yin to each other's yang.
I like it. And then bouncing off of your title matches with Asuka recently, any other game plan going into next time you guys face off, or?
there's definitely some reassessment that needs to happen there because you go in and you have a plan, and then when you see that something doesn't work, and then you try it again the next night and you see that it doesn't work, now you have to just go in and figure out what game plan is going to work. So there's a lot of reassessment that I have to do on my part, but definitely gonna go back into the lab and come with something different.
Awesome.
Thank you. And if anybody sees us pausing for a second, sometimes we have a delay, so I like to give a brief pause sometimes. So it's not just us being awkward, even though Gabby and I are plenty awkward, as everybody watching will know. But it's intentional so that we have time, so we don't end up just talking over each other for 30 minutes. So Gabby, do you have the questions up? Would you like to take our next question? We have one that came in from Slippery One.
Let me see. I probably don't have the right document in front of me with those questions, so you go for it. And
Okay,
I will get the document.
I can dive into
so our next question. No, all good. So our next question is from user Slippery One, and they asked, from within the whole WWE universe, past and present, who would you most like to have the opportunity to work with?
Now, is it to manage or is it to wrestle against? Did they specify?
They, going off of another question that we have later, I'm going to say wrestle with.
I think probably Trish Stratus. Trish Stratus for sure. I think that's something that it's funny because when I was younger, I absolutely hated her. Like she was the bad guy, and I loved Lita, and I hated just the little feud that they had because I was obviously like Team Lita. But when I met her, I remember the first thing, and only in wrestling does this sound normal to say, but I was like, oh my God, I hated you when I was growing up. And she said, oh, thank you so much. Like it's such a interesting dynamic that we all have. And I think that, and her and I have stayed close. And I think Trish would be someone for sure that I would absolutely love to get in the ring with.
That's and what do you feel the dynamic there would be if that happened between the two of you?
Well, I mean, I know my character is very very fiery and kind of doesn't take anything from anybody. So I know that obviously going up against someone who's a legend like her, I feel like there'd have to be a level of trying to prove myself. And I feel like I'm constantly trying to prove myself. So, I mean, whether it's because of my size, whether it's because of, being a manager for so long and then, going into wrestling. But I think it's going to be something that, same with Asuka, earning their respect and showing them that I'm more than just what they think.
Lena, have you had a chance to get in the ring with Mickie James yet?
I have. I actually just beat Mickie James a couple weeks ago.
I must. I should know that. I should know that. Being Tops Bob here, I should know that.
Yeah, but another legend. You know what I mean? Someone who also I looked up to, and I still do. And it's cool to say that you have that experience because you're always learning on depending on who you're in the ring with. And I felt like I learned a lot from her being in the ring with her.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, I may have found a question here, and this question comes from No Flips Just Fist, and the question is, who would be your dream tag team partner, male or female?
Ooh, that's hard. There's two people. Actually, no, there's quite a bit, but I think The Rock would be my dream tag team partner. Yeah, just for a lot of reasons, obviously just being the inspiration that he is for so many people, but also what he's been for me. He's my mentor, and to have someone like him on my side, I think that'd be really cool just to see that dynamic. And yeah, I think that'd be pretty amazing. I think 8-year-old Thea would be freaking out, but for sure, for sure.
Now, bouncing off The Rock there. Bouncing off The Rock there, I know that you worked with him in Fighting With My Family. Can you describe that experience for us, or what was that like, just being in a movie and being around The Rock and doing that whole story?
Well, I had known him at that point. I had known him for a few years. We became friends like I want to say in 2015, because I was doing some extra work backstage in WWE, and that's when I met him. And he always said, you know, like, I see so much for you, whether it's in wrestling or whether it's in movies, I see so much for you. And we just kind of kept in contact, and we had a few plans
Yeah.
for other projects that we were going to do. But I remember it was like one of my last tryouts that I had with WWE, and I got gotten the no. And I was like, man, just remember texting him saying, like, I got the no again from this. Like, this audition didn't go right. Like, I feel like quitting, you know. And I was at a really low point, and he was like, "Give me a few days. I'm working on something." And I remember like the day that he called me. He's like, "Well, I'm doing this movie. It's about Paige and her family." And he went into it, and my brain couldn't really grasp what he was saying. And then he was like, "Yeah, and I want you to be my Divas champion." And I was like, what? So it was
Okay.
he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, and yeah, he's like, the part's yours. You don't even have to audition for it. I know you can do it. And I was like, oh God, okay. And then it was just waterworks after that, because it was such a crazy, emotional, like,
That's incredible, though.
relief, I guess. Yeah, it was crazy because
Yeah,
like
that's
you had just
awesome.
at that point been grinding for so long, and you know, for someone who's like, he's always believed in me, and whether that was um me going through my tryouts or auditions that I was doing for other movies and projects, like he always had my back. And it was like an emotional release at that point. And he was like, yeah, like, I know you can do it. And you know, working with him on the movie was insane, because there was some times where, because I don't think we ever had like a scene together in the movie, but I got to watch as he was filming his scenes, and he was there for every step of the way from mine. And I learned so much from him, like so much, especially when it came to becoming AJ and getting into her brain. And I remember randomly, like, we'd be training in the ring, and he was like, "Okay, cut the promo for me right now." And I was like, and it helps you just get out of your shell and just
You're on your
become
toes.
that
Yeah.
person. Yeah, for sure. And I think that was the cool thing, was just talking to other people who knew her um, after the fact, and they did see the movie, like, wow, it was like really scary how you sounded just like her, or you know. And it was a lot to train my voice to get that low and get to those peaks. So I definitely
Yeah.
learned a lot from him, and it was an honor. So I think getting to tag with him would be like,
And
You
and
from
Mark, Gabby, I
filming
don't
in
if you guys
general,
haven't seen
do
the
you
movie.
have? I actually have seen the movie. I
Okay.
love the movie.
thank you.
So
But I was going to say, just they
from
filmed it
filming.
live in Staples Center, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I remember that was my
Oh,
first time
that
in
is
front
crazy.
of that amount of people, and it was very nerve-wracking. And I remember like the day that I woke up to a text from him saying, like, you know, "You're my star. You're gonna kill it. It's gonna be so great. Like, let's show him." You know, because
Yeah.
at that point it had been 8 years since, you know, getting an opportunity to work with WWE. So um, it was like walking out. I remember feeling like this, oh my God, like my heart was beating like a million miles an hour. And but then I just felt like the WWE universe really embraced me. Like, they knew what we were trying to do, and you know, he obviously got to speak to the crowd beforehand, and they just
Yeah.
embraced me. And I'll always be thankful to the WWE universe for that, because they didn't even know me, and they just completely embraced me and supported me. So that was a really cool thing.
Awesome.
That's really excellent. Now, kind of following through just on filming, do you have a moment that really stood out to you? And this isn't one of our questions. This is just for me. Do you have a moment that while filming really stood out to you as one of your favorite moments? And it doesn't have to necessarily be a moment in the movie, just something, a specific moment, maybe even during the filming process, that you're like, wow, this is just one of your favorite moments, and while doing that.
Yeah, I remember as soon as they yelled cut, I dropped to my knees and I just started bawling my eyes out. And it was like, just, it was more gratitude than anything else. It was just thankful to, and I remember like as soon as like they yelled cut, I dropped to my knees, and then the crowd just started cheering, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. Like, and I remember thinking at that point, like, if I never get, you know, my dream of being with WWE, and this is the closest I get, I'm honored to have had this experience. And I remember like being really emotional about it, and I got to hug like the actress Florence Pugh after that, and Tessa Blanchard, her stunt double, and we just sat there, we just like embraced it, just took in that moment. And that was like the most important thing for me, because then afterwards, um, I went to Dwayne's like locker room area, and I just remember saying like, thank you so much, like this. I don't even know if he understood what I was saying, because I was crying so much, but it was like just a big hug, and just like blabbering of just grateful, just thankful to him for that opportunity. And it was really cool. And I got to meet like his family and his daughter, who I'm still friends with now. So it was an incredible experience that I can't even put into words about how happy it makes me every time I think about it.
That's a really good story. I mean, as far as
I love it.
no, really though, like as far as like a moment to remember, like that's an incredible takeaway from an experience like that.
Thank you.
And so leading on from there, we do have a question coming in from we had posted 2 questions to Twitter, so this is going to be one of those questions. So I think we're going to have that come up first. Let our viewers guess
Ooh.
the answer that you picked. So this question that we posted was, which WWE superstar or legend would you face off against in your dream match? And those are the options. And then before you give the answer, we're going to give everybody in chat an opportunity to also guess.
Well, I don't know if we can because they're on emoticon, so I don't know if we can. But I know that people answered on Twitter.
We just shut that off.
I believe the answer was yeah. I believe the answer was Lita on Twitter. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we can go ahead and Bob, Zelina, if you guys want to reveal the answer. Oh, there's the answer. So, here's what people picked.
Lita by a landslide.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
So then I guess, Zelina, what would be your response?
They were right. Yes, it would be Lita. Someone who I looked up to since I was a kid. It's crazy that she was one of her and Rey Mysterio were really the 2 people that made me go, I think I can do this. Like I think I can do it, because Rey, obviously, being a Latino and being like, smaller in stature, same as me, and then Lita being a woman who used to do like all those moves that the guys would. I remember seeing her moonsault, which is one of the things that I did unsuccessfully, unfortunately, in my match with Asuka. And I always did that as paying homage to her, because I love her so much. And Lita would definitely be it. But they were also very close when they said Paige as well, because Paige is someone that has become like a sister to me. And I would have loved to get in the ring with her and had those moments with her, because I think we could have definitely created something amazing. And so I think it was Paige in second place. That was they were spot on. They know me very well.
Yeah. WWE Universe is smart. They got it.
Okay, and then let's
Next question.
Oh, yes. Yes, next question, but making making sure that I have my questions in order here.
Got it.
So we have a question coming in from J Bomb the Joker 92, and they said that they noticed you visited Acme Comics and Collectibles in Orlando, Florida recently. What was your favorite part of the experience?
So I didn't realize how big that place was. I had no idea. And it felt like a Comic-Con. It was so big. Like, I remember walking in and going, oh my God, I'm going to go broke. That's it. I'm going broke now. This is it. Like, they had everything that I could have possibly wanted. Like, I remember for the longest time, because I want to have like a really cool, like, Gotham City type of display. So they had the Arkham Asylum, like, gates. So I was like, is that okay? Can we get that? And they're like, yeah, no, you can have it. I was like, all right, cool. So I just went in and I grabbed everything. It was like new Jokers, new Harley Quinns. I got the Arkham Asylum gate. I got like, they had like a bunch of stuff. And then it was just, for me, it was so cool because it was themed. So like the first part was just, Batman stuff, and then it went into Superman stuff, and then it went into like the Avengers, and like they had a theme, so you didn't get lost in the shuffle of anything. It was just they were very properly sectioned off, and I feel like my OCD was like, this is heaven right now. So it was like Perfect. They had everything I could have wanted. And I think the only thing that because I love Vega from Street Fighter. Obviously, my last name is where it came from. And they didn't have a Vega. I mean, I've been looking for a good one. Like, I have a few of them that are like amazing and I love them, but I want like a big Vega figure. I've been looking for something like that. So, but Acme Comics was really, really cool. It was like a comic on in and of itself. It's like, wow.
I actually, I'm not too far from there, and I love it. I'm sure they'd love to know about the shout out you just gave them. So that's really cool.
Yeah, they're super sweet. I love them there.
Yeah.
And we have another. So we had our second Twitter question as well. Our second question, which we'll bring up now, is if you could manage any past WWE legend, who would it be? And these were the options that our fans had. So go ahead, chat, please put your guesses in, and then in a moment we'll reveal.
So while we're doing that, Zelina, you're a New York native. I'm a South Philly boy. Are you a Giants or a Jets fan? I have to ask.
Giants.
Giants or Jets? Giants.
Giants.
Well,
I know.
Sure.
I know my friends in New England are very big on the Patriots, so it's like, not gonna go there.
Yeah. So well, the one thing both of us have over them is we both beat them in the Super Bowl, so can suck on it.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
All right, so let's show what chat picked, or what Twitter.
I figured.
Closer than I thought, though. I thought it was going to be a runaway.
They know me though. They know me very well. I think I'd be scared out of my mind to manage Shawn Michaels and John Cena. Like, I'd be legit scared. Especially, I think more so like Shawn Michaels, because he's like everything. I had a crush on him when I was a kid too. It was like, and I'd said this on one of those like ride along episodes, and I didn't think that they'd put it in there and like make a big thing out of it, and they did. And I was like, I have to go to work the next day and see him, so can we not blow my spot up,
Pat
please?
down.
Yeah. But no, they're right. The Rock is the person that I would manage. If I had the opportunity, I would absolutely love to manage him. And it's weird because there are some people that, I always say that I would love to manage, and he's obviously one of them, but Randy Orton is another one. But then I always say, like, those two people don't need anyone by any means. It would more so just be an honor to be like in the presence of and just being a part of that. And I think luckily, like, I've known Dwayne for so long that I think I'd be able to fit well with him. But it's crazy to even think that, within WWE, you get these opportunities that you dreamed about as a kid, and being alongside someone like The Rock or Trish Stratus or John Cena. I mean, I kicked John Cena in the face, like, was it last year or the year before? And I was like, what is happening right now? Like, how is this a thing, And they have like pictures and videos of it. I was like, no, this really happened. Like, no, for sure. Like, this is real. Yeah, it's real.
We have video footage, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have a few more minutes and we have a couple more questions. So I want to get through these so that we don't leave out our selected question askers. We have one from Oswin Oswald. What was that?
I have a question at the end as well. So
Oh, okay. All right. So our next question from Oswin Oswald is: if you could bring back any classic pay-per-view name and set, what would you pick?
That is so hard. Oh, I don't know. That's probably the only question that's going to stump me, because I have my two favorite pay-per-views, and they're obviously like still here, WrestleMania and SummerSlam. They're like my two favorite ones. And well, actually no, Royal Rumble too, because at every Royal Rumble I bring out a different cosplay. So I think people have kind of like expect that from me now. So, oh man, that's hard. I don't even know. Yeah, I think someone finally stumped me. Like that's like the one person that's been able to shut me up. I don't know.
That's a good
Today will
question.
be the day that you'll always remember is the day that somebody stumped me.
Well, if you ever think of the answer, don't hesitate to like reach out to us, and we will like, we'll make sure to like blast that answer out.
It'd be like 4 a.m. Like I got it. I got it.
Yes, we'll get live. We'll be like, we just heard from Zelina. Here's the answer. You heard it here first.
I don't know if you remember the
Alright,
backlash that from 10 years ago that had the sickles swinging back and forth. That was pretty cool.
Yes.
that
That
was
was
nuts.
really cool.
I'd bring that one back.
Okay, so but that's actually good. I didn't even think about that one. That's actually really good. I used to think that was super dope, like with those.
Yeah.
What is it called? Sickles?
And then
That's
King of the
really
Ring.
cool.
Yeah, they were like sickles, and then the King of the Ring had the big electric chair that Kurt threw Shane through the glass and everything.
Yeah.
Those were good.
Oh, the history. I love it.
I know.
Well, I've got another question here from Call Me Nemo 491, and their question is: if you weren't a WWE superstar, what career would you like to do?
I think it would definitely be an actress because I was an actress before. Like I took acting before I trained to become a wrestler, and I fell in love with it. And I remember thinking I need to take acting lessons to become a wrestler. Like that was just in my little brain. I thought that that's how you had to do it. And throughout high school and college, like that's just, what I did and I loved it. So I would definitely say, and obviously like with Fighting with My Family, and there was other films that I was lucky to be a part of, but with that, I was like, yeah, this is something that I definitely would love to do. And then something within the video game realm, because I love video games so much and cosplay and stuff like that, and that's why I love streaming on Twitch so much, is because you guys get to see this other side of me that people don't really get to see. And, my nerdiness kind of comes out when I can sing the pokey rap completely. That's how you know, like, this is a different side of me.
Kind of speaking of cosplay, who is someone you would like to cosplay?
Ooh, so I'm actually working with a friend of mine named Michael Mosley. We're working on a Vega one because I did Vega for the Royal Rumble, and that was really cool. But I feel like I want to do one that's really, really close to him, like with the exact pants, with the exact claw. Because I couldn't go into the ring with the mask and claw, so I had to take it off on my entrance. But yeah, we're working on a Vega one and a few others. But I think Vega needs to be done the right way and just like with a proper shoot and with everything. So I think Vega is the next one I'm doing.
Awesome. And then I guess I had one more question before we wrap up.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope,
So
go for it.
we got the draft coming up
That's what I was introducing.
next Friday and Monday. You're on Raw right now. You've been on SmackDown. You've been obviously on NXT. Do you have any prediction on where you're going to end up? I know you have unfinished business on Raw, but do you have any prediction or where you want to go, or what do you think?
So I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. Like I have unfinished business on Raw, and I feel that with me and Asuka, that's something that needs to be seen all the way through. And I think that the nice thing is with the draft, yes, you never know where you're going to end up. But, if I stay on Raw, I know exactly where my path is. I know exactly where I'm headed and who I'm headed for. And SmackDown,
Absolutely.
It would just change from Asuka to Bayley. The focus
There you
just
go. Yeah.
shifts a little bit, So,
Yeah.
like I said before, it's something that you have to continuously try to prove yourself in. And that's where my goals are set there.
Awesome. Love it.
All right. Well,
Cool. So we-
unfortunately, I think that's all the time we have with you today, Zelina. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for letting your cat do a brief cameo. Back there.
Anytime I'm doing something on camera, she has to be here, so I'm not shocked. Every time I'm on here, she's just like... And actually, she knocked over the green screen the other day, so everyone saw, like, everything the other day. So she's the troublemaker of the bunch.
Well, it wouldn't be
That's
the first
right.
time that one of our
chat,
guests
the fans.
brought their animals on screen, and our community loves it. So
Everyone loves it.
thanks.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you guys for having me.
All
I
right.
appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
Linda,
you so
thank you so
much.
much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We'll hopefully speak to you soon.
Absolutely. Take care, guys. Have a great day.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we're your hosts. I'm Mark, and this is Gabby. You're watching the DigiCast Deluxe. If you
And if
watched
you're-
previous,
It's okay. Finish your thought.
and if they're what?
I was just going to say, and if you're new here altogether, if you've stumbled onto our channel and you're wondering what the heck this is, we're from Tops Digital. We have a whole slew of digital collecting apps, dedicated to the classic art of collecting trading cards, but so much more, digital collectibles, and we have apps for a lot of different properties. And Mark and I come on here to the DigiCast to talk about those properties, talk about the world and the fandom in each of them, and sometimes we do special episodes like today, the DigiCast Deluxe, where we talk to some special guests. If you just tuned in, you missed it. We just talked to the amazing Zelina Vega, WWE superstar, but you can probably catch the recast. We answered some questions, and now what are we gonna do, Mark?
Well, we have a short break, so we're gonna recap things. We'll talk about the schedule again in case anybody's just joining us, and then we're gonna get ready to talk to Ashley Eckstein, who many of you will probably already know, but is the voice of Ahsoka Tano in the animated Clone Wars series. All right, so we just sat down with Zelina Vega. As we said before, we're currently in the Digicon 2020 recap and preview segment. Next up, as said, is going to be an interview with Ashley Eckstein. She'll be on, and we'll have some fun stuff to talk about. We'll be taking a short break after that, and then be returning with Disney master artist Kevin John. Then we're going to have Tops Bob back on for our WWE trivia segment. We have some fun questions that you'll be able to answer, get points, and it'll show up live. If you were here on one of our last streams, you'll have seen it. The quiz will show up live. Everybody gets to participate in chat, and then we'll do giveaways, I think, relative to that. And after we're done with trivia, we're going to be joined by another WWE superstar, Peyton Royce. We'll be sitting down with her for about a half hour, and then jumping into some Marvel trivia and Infinity War Watch Party preview stuff. Then we're going to wrap up the day with some GPK Series 2 recap and discussion on the future of GPK and Topps involvement with blockchain. Exciting stuff. All right, so
What are you looking at me for?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought maybe you had some. So I will address. I see this was asked. I addressed this earlier. So we were supposed to be joined as well at the end of the day by Giancarlo Esposito, who many will know as Moff Gideon from The Mandalorian, or one of his. I mean, he's in so many big roles actually recently in recent history,
Including an
Giancarlo
episode of
isn't
DuckTales
coming-
this season.
So Giancarlo isn't coming on today. Unfortunately, we had a scheduling conflict where last minute he wasn't able to join, but he is coming on. So we'll be talking to him outside of the DigiCast next week about when we can schedule him on. So for those who are joining us now and were maybe here for that, stick around. We still have some amazing interviews and stuff planned today. And don't worry, because Giancarlo is still going to be scheduled. We just had to reschedule him. So really all that means is now we have to do another special episode for everybody.
Yep. Pretty much.
I'm taking a moment here to trying to look through chat. Doing my best. All right, so before we... Yes?
I was going to say, I had some people in the chat, some friends from Disney Collect, asking if there was going to be any specific Disney Collect content today. We don't have anything featured specifically for the DigiCast episode. It was a pretty packed day, and we decided to kind of focus it on our WWE and our Star Wars guests. Obviously, some cool stuff is happening in Disney Collect today. Later in the day, I think we'll have some time to maybe talk about that, talk about some of today's, what's come out, and maybe I'll be able to do a Disney giveaway towards the end of the day. But don't worry, I mean, hang out with us. We love having you in chat. You can join us for some of our other segments and our trivia, and as always, talk to each other. Find friends to trade with in the chat. And if you, like I said earlier, if you're new here and you're not really sure what's going on, check out our apps in the App Store. You can head into either Google Play or your Apple App Store and look for Tops, and you will find our Tops Disney Collect, Marvel Collect, Star Wars Card Trader, WWE Slam, Bunt, Skate, The Walking Dead Card Trader. Did I miss one? Kick. Oh my gosh, Kick. We just reskinned it beautifully. It got a really great update recently. So we have a lot of apps, and you can go ahead and start downloading those and join us opening packs and trading with each other.
I'm opening packs of Star Wars right now, actually. So I should not do that. But as many of you know, I am in Star Wars Card Trader as well. I don't even have a separate account. You could just find Curside if you want trades. Feel free to send me trades, and we will be doing some other giveaways here shortly. I see that being asked. So before we get ready to speak with Ashley, we'll just recap. I think we're going to do a little bit of Star Wars recap. Our set coming out at 2 o'clock today is called Quotable, and it's the Han Solo edition of Quotable. It's the first of the series. And there will be 2 waves of this, each, I believe, with 15 quotes. So these are the standard cards here. It's all quotable moments from Han Solo, and then we have the gold animated versions as well, which we can bring up. So these will be there as well as our rare variant. I see somebody saying that I sometimes leave trades sitting. I do. I am guilty of that. It's not an intentional thing. It's sometimes I just forget to check my trades. But I just prompted you all, so I will be checking them today in between segments. Now, something special about this release for the Han Solo quotable moments is we also have a quote from him that says, "Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million." So this card is literally 1 in a million. The packs are designed hopefully in a way that lets you open more content than our average sets, and this will give you the opportunity to get this card. I mean, 1 in a million is still crazy. My username for those asking is Curside. There you go. Posted that in there. So the 1 in a million card will be there. The current plan for this, we have 2 waves of Han Solo quotables. So it's going to be out total for a month. Now, we don't want this card to turn into Meditation Chamber where one gets pulled and nobody ever sees it again. Nobody ever hears of the card. So after quotables is over, this card will likely become available through some other means. So we're not going to just let the card go. There is a card count cap on Meditation Chamber, by the way. There's a 100 card count. There is no card count limit on Great Shot. So we will likely have this card somewhere else show up. But let's see what happens and who gets lucky during the Han Solo quotable moments set, which will be releasing today at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. I said 2 o'clock, Abby. It's not out yet. You can't get them. Sorry.
That's fine. I'm just clearing my trades. Getting ready for the
I will.
For the trade frenzy
I will
later.
also check my trades. Let's look at some trades quick. Let's see who sent me some.
Quick reminder to everyone watching, don't forget to just on a regular basis, but especially today, to tag us on Twitter or on Instagram. Typically, we ask you to tag us in hashtag Tops DigiCast, but today, if you want to send us a special message for today's episode, I believe the hashtag is hashtag DigiDeluxe. Is that right? Yes. Hashtag DigiDeluxe.
Right
and
down this way.
Thank you to everyone. I know we've already gotten some new followers today and some new subscriptions. So thank you everyone who is maybe checking us out for the first time or who's been around a few times and has decided to follow us or subscribe today. We appreciate you. Our channel is pretty new, so we are still kind of building out our subscriber package and perks and benefits. We've started with a couple of emotes that some of you have discovered. I don't want to pat myself in the back too much, but I did draw a few of those. They're very silly.
You drew.
They were meant to be
all
silly.
Of the current ones. I believe you drew all of the current ones. You don't get part of the credit. You get all the credit.
So that's just the beginning of our subscriber package, but we're working on some more. We're trying to figure out what other fun things we could give you. But thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far. Thank you to everyone who gifts subscriptions. I'm looking at you, Lottie. Thank you for being part of the community and for making it fun for everybody.
So
our Twitter handles
that you drew, by the way, pending.
Oh, did it get? It's pending. Okay. Someone asked what our Twitter handle is. We don't have a specific Twitter handle for the show. You can kind of reach us generally just at our Tops Digital account, and which kind of covers just general news from across the Tops Digital department universe. But then you can also look for us individually on Twitter or Instagram. Mark at Curside, me Gamma Ray Gabby.
And it says Twitter, but it's the same for both. So wherever you feel like annoying us. Not really. You're not annoying us. We love you all. All right. So let's. I don't know. I was reading chat. I got distracted mid-sentence.
So what do we have coming up next? For anybody who has just kind of tuned in a little late and missed the schedule earlier, Mark, what's coming up next? This is from your universe.
We're going to be joined for this is
and our universe.
It's from my universe. It's from our universe, but it's really her universe.
It's true.
Ashley Eckstein. It's literally her universe. the founder of her universe, the creator. She will be joining us in just a few moments. We're going to be sitting down with her. Yeah. 9 minutes, approximately.
I lost track of time.
To be exact.
Wow. Time flies. Time flies when you're having fun.
So we will be sitting down with her in just a moment. We're going to be talking lots of fun stuff. We don't have a super strict plan, but she has some stuff going on in her universe. They came out with some new stuff recently. That we'll kind of highlight here for everybody. She is also doing an event that we'll talk about, and we have some trivia planned, which I am actually finishing up right now.
Oh, Mark. Oh, Mark Anthony.
Gotta. Oh, wow, that was actually scarily close to my middle name. So, you don't know my middle name. You don't, right?
Hey, chat, what do you think Mark's middle name is?
Oh.
Let's take a guess.
New poll. McGuffin, that's it. That's the name. That is it.
Totino.
That's accurate.
Mark Totino Seal. The third. Tony. Just Tony. It's not a nickname. Is it? Oh my god, is your middle name Tony?
No.
Okay, you paused for a while.
I paused
Green
because
croissant.
somebody got it.
Lil Pony?
That's it. That was it.
Pepperoni? Mark Pepperoni Salami? Wow. Even if someone got it right, I'm enjoying the wrong answers. So
Somebody did get it right. In the very short amount of comments that somebody definitely did guess the right answer. So why,
So now can
Lottie?
you
I
dab,
see it,
please?
but why? Oh no, why? Isn't that an option, like a thing?
Lil Pony Pepperoni, that is adorable. That sounds like it would be a great screen name.
It's out.
C3PO.
People got it. They know.
It is Lil Pony, isn't it?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, don't we have a channel point redemption for the dab? We
I
can't
thought
just
we
can't just
did.
give it away for free.
Especially on a DigiCast Deluxe.
Did you remove it, Mark? I might have put a
I
limit
did
on
not.
it. I out of consideration for Mark, I might have put a limit on it because I knew he might be sad if people were constantly making him dab. All right, we'll double check on that. I'll see if maybe during one of our breaks I can fix those channel points. Just saying, if you want to see Mark dab, it's going to cost you. We need to get something out of it. There needs to be an exchange of...
I mean, it is Lottie that's asking for it, and
It's true.
Our number one sub gifter. All right,
And bits.
You get
she
one.
gave you the bits.
you get one. You get one.
For how many
You get one.
seconds? Let's
I
set
don't-
some expectations here. Let's set an expectation. 5
three,
seconds?
3
3
seconds.
second dab?
Three-
Okay.
3 seconds.
I'll do the countdown. All right. I'll count you down. I'll say 3, 2, 1. That's when you start. And then 1, 2, 3, it's over. This is a good system. All right. Mark, the countdown begins.
Okay.
Ready to dab in 3, 2, 1. Okay, you did it wrong, but okay, that's fine. All right, now he's just going on forever.
Same countdown.
Alrighty, so I think we are about ready to prep for Ashley.
Yep.
So let's take a really quick break, everyone. Hang out if you just tuned in. Don't let the break screen fool you. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes talking to Ashley Eckstein.
We will. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, then we had done an interview with Zelina Vega earlier. We did a recap, and now we're about to join a very special guest, and this is actually her second time on the DigiCast. She was here for DigiCon 2020 and has been kind enough to come sit down with us again for the first ever DigiCast Deluxe. So again, if you're just joining us, we're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby. And now please welcome our very special guest, Ashley Eckstein.
Hey guys!
Hi.
Happy Saturday!
Hi, Ashley. How are you?
Happy
Yes,
I'm
Saturday.
doing
happy
good
Saturday.
today. Thanks for having me back on.
Thanks for joining
Thanks
us
for
again.
joining us again.
We love having you.
Oh my gosh, I had a blast last time, and it flew by, and it was a little crazy. You know, my parents' dog decided to make an appearance, so I thought, let's come back on because I feel like we ran out of time to talk about everything we wanted to talk about.
Yep,
Well,
time
now
does
we
fly,
have
so.
we have another. It does, and we have another full segment. We have some fun stuff planned. I know we talked about there's some stuff we're gonna go over. I know you have some exciting things going on with Her Universe and an event that you're doing. And then we have some trivia planned. There's a couple of Ahsoka questions in there, but we have it's broad Star Wars. It was like a Star Wars trivia book that was given to me that I took. I selected some questions from, and some of these are even out of my depth. I feel like some of these questions get really intense. So we're gonna see how much our fans really know, and we can
Awesome.
see what we know. So we'll be doing that in a little bit as well, and I think we'll just be having some fun here with everybody that we have in chat today.
Awesome. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ashley, why don't we just start off? Tell us a little bit about what have you had going on just in, now we've had a little bit more time in the with the situation of everything where everything's been remote. And I know I believe when you joined us for DigiCon, it was the first appearance that you had done, and I think a lot of the people that we had, nobody had really started doing anything yet. I don't know if that's totally true. I thought that was the first appearance that you had made, but since then, have you done some stuff for Comic-Con, or do you have some stuff coming up for Comic-Con? I know you've been involved in a couple things, right?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot virtually. So, I guess it's, for 2020, the new convention, the new appearance. So I have done quite a few virtual chats and virtual events. But, last time we chatted for DigiCon, I haven't really had a chance to talk much about Clone Wars since the season ended. So, I did a lot of chats and Q&As and interviews prior to the Siege of Mandalore, but there hasn't been too many interviews since then. So, I mean, feel free, ask away. I'm such a fan as well that I like to geek out about it, and those, the series finale was so incredible. And I had to keep it a secret for so long that now that it's out there, I feel like I can finally talk about it. So it's been good. It's been good. The first half of the year was despite being in quarantine, it was busy with Clone Wars, and then later on in the summer, I had a chance to kind of just, which I feel like probably most people have done at some point this year, where you just kind of like take a break and, organize your life a little bit. Maybe, organize your house or your apartment or your room or your closet. And it was nice because, little projects that I've put off for like 10 years, I'm like, oh, I don't have time for that. Well, finally we're home and you have time for it. So I took some personal time to kind of get my life in order, and then now things are kind of picking back up again, and it's been an exciting time.
That actually kind of reminded me the last time we talked to you. I don't actually think it came up on the stream because, like you said, we kind of ran out of time. But we had talked about how you were doing a special event at Galaxy's Edge. It was like the day after we talked, and you were there and you did a takeover for them, and so I followed along with that, and that was really cool. And so I think something kind of special happened there. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yeah,
Yes,
because you
yes.
actually weren't able to tell us last time.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for the reminder. So, in this photo here, I am actually holding the legacy lightsabers at the Disney parks. You can get them at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, or they just announced at Disney Springs at the trading post, the Star Wars trading post. You can now get these lightsabers at Disney Springs. So these are Ahsoka's Rebels lightsabers. They're the white blade, the kind of curved hilt. Well, what I was able to announce during my takeover is that they are making Ahsoka's Clone Wars lightsabers, and they are so cool. I'm bummed I don't have them with me right now. They're they're in another room, but they're so cool because they actually change color. So you can change them from green to blue or back to green. You can have one green, one blue. They're really, really cool, and it's literally just with a press of a button. They change, and they're not out yet. They will be out very, very soon, coming to Batu, to Doc Ondar's Den of Antiquities. But at some point too, I think they will be at Disney Springs. So very, very soon, stay tuned to the Disney Parks blog, but you can finally get Ahsoka's Clone Wars lightsabers.
That is so exciting.
Oh
That's
yeah.
amazing.
No,
And I remember
I really geeked out.
just the experience of even being there and seeing, because when I went to Galaxy's Edge, like seeing the legacy sabers on display and getting to kind of hold them and play with them, and then seeing Ahsoka sabers and the other sabers that they have, and the detail on them and the work that went into them is so amazing. And to see those translations, especially from what was an animated version of it to a real life depiction of it, is just they're so well done.
Oh, they are so well done, and definitely worth the price, because of the quality. And the Clone Wars lightsabers, what I think they actually improved upon from the Rebels lightsabers is the Rebels ones were a little big. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe a little larger than scale, but the Clone Wars ones are true to scale. I mean, they are just the perfect size, and they're really, really light. So, I mean, they're the perfect sabers. Like, I literally don't have a single nitpick or negative thing to say about them. They're literally the perfect sabers. And I mean, oh my gosh, fans are going to geek out. The second you can get your hands on them, everyone's going to love them. Yeah, so that was a previous photo shoot I did at Galaxy's Edge. Those, again, are the Ahsoka Rebel sabers, but Clone Wars sabers coming very soon, like this year, very soon, this fall.
Yay. That's good. It's good to have, we have some stuff at least to look forward to in this year that has been such a weird year. It's good to have stuff like that to look forward to.
I know. No, it definitely is. It definitely is. And I think, I was just talking with my nieces about this the other day. Things that I think we took for granted before. And, not that we ever took, cool Star Wars things for granted, but, oftentimes just little things that you just kind of figured like you could count on, like, oh yeah, that's going to happen, or I can get that later. One lesson I feel like 2020 has taught us all is, to not take things for granted. Even the littlest of things. I feel like once we had everything taken away, the littlest of things, like, I'm so grateful now just to be able to go to a Disney park and go to Galaxy's Edge. I was always grateful before, but it was, the parks were open every day, You could just come and go as you please. And, even just, this sounds silly, but I had to go get a manicure the other day for the first time in 6 months. And I was like, I can't believe I'm getting a manicure right now. Like, it's just little things like that you take for granted. And I feel like we have a whole different perspective now because of this year.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally.
Yeah, and for those watching, if you have Clone Wars questions that you want us to ask, post those in chat, and if we can, we'll absolutely. Ashley's here with us. We'll ask because I think
ask
we
away.
did somebody. We already had somebody ask one question, and let me see who I want to call out their name too. From our user XR305. They asked, "Do you think Anakin would have turned to Vader if Ahsoka wouldn't have left?"
Ooh. Well, I've actually, that's a great question, and I've actually asked the same question, just slightly different. I can't really speak to if Anakin would have turned to Vader or not. I mean, as a fan, I think he still would have. I mean, that was his destiny. But the way that I asked the question is from Ahsoka's point of view. I asked Dave Filoni once if, how Ahsoka would feel once she found out that, Anakin turned to Darth Vader. Would she blame herself? And, of course, as Dave Filoni does, he didn't give me a straight answer. He talks in circles. But from my opinion, piecing together bits and pieces of what he said, from my opinion, I think, she questions it for sure. I mean, Ahsoka looks at Anakin like family. Like, she flat out says it in, Clone Wars. I think, when Trace and Rafa asked her, how did you learn to fight like that? She said, my brother. She looks at Anakin like an older brother. And I think when anything happens to our family, anything negative, and we kind of go into protective mode and feel like we could have helped the situation, or we could have fixed it, or we could have stopped it. And for sure, I think Ahsoka, thinks about, well, if I would have just been there, I could have stopped him. I could have talked him out of it. So I think Ahsoka harbors, some of those thoughts. So I can't speak to what Anakin would have done. In my opinion, as a fan, I think he still would have, fallen to the dark side. But I do think Ahsoka questions herself for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, my fan opinion too would be the same. That's what he was always destined to do, and I feel like nothing would have stopped that from happening. It just might have happened a different way, right?
Yeah.
If something else had occurred. So I do feel pretty strongly as well that we would have ended up with Darth Vader no matter what the circumstances. But definitely, yeah. We would have. We always would have had Darth Vader.
Yeah, and I mean, we wouldn't have had Star Wars if he didn't fall. So I'm glad he did.
Right.
I see another really good question in here, Mark. If I can call one out.
Go ahead.
Dark Tiger 13 asks, "What is your favorite Ahsoka episode?" Mine is Lightsaber Lost. Patience is my life lesson, and it is a wonderful episode.
I love that, and great question. I actually feel that is one of the underrated episodes, because I couldn't agree more. I love that episode, and that Ahsoka learned such a huge lesson about patience in that episode. I actually went back to that episode and watched it when I was writing the Little Golden Book that we talked about last time on the stream. I had a chance to write a little golden book called I Am a Padawan, where it teaches young readers what it means to be a Padawan, and all of the lessons you learn as a Padawan. And there it is. But patience is one of obviously the most important lessons, and one that Ahsoka really had to learn. It was one she struggled with, and obviously I think that's why Ahsoka was such a good Padawan for Anakin, because Ahsoka's similar to Anakin, that she's pretty spontaneous, but with that comes, I would say, a lack of patience. So great choice, great episode. You know, I've I always I have a two-part answer to this, and maybe now a three-part. But my favorite non season finale / series finale episode is or episodes would be the Mortis trilogy. I love the Mortis arc. I think it's, from a story perspective, it's a fascinating story. I mean, exploring the Force, it's just, I mean, it's such a cool story. Visually, the animation is just stunning. I mean, I'm always very careful to say that it takes teamwork to make the dream work, and I am just one part of Team Ahsoka, and it takes a lot of people, from Dave Filoni to the to the animators, the entire crew, from Keith Kellogg to Joel Aaron, and our producers, Athena Portillo, and just an incredible crew. I mean, the show doesn't happen without everyone. So the episode was just visually stunning. The writing was incredible. And then from my perspective, from Ahsoka's storyline, I mean, it's just so cool. She goes, you see older Ahsoka to dark side Ahsoka, and then what a lot of people don't realize is Ahsoka dies. I mean, Ahsoka literally dies in the episode, and the daughter brings her back to life, which, is why, my personal theory, I mean, Ahsoka definitely has a tie to the light side of the Force. And, there's some sort of connection, in my opinion, to Morai, the bird that always follows her around. So I'm saying that as a fan. I don't know anything. That's my own fan speculation. But those three episodes, in those episodes. So, of course, I love the season 5 finale, and I love the series finale that we just saw from season 7 on Disney Plus. I think the Siege of Mandalore, nothing beats it. I think it's some of the best Star Wars that's ever been made. I think the season 5 finale, where Ahsoka walks away, is some of the best storytelling, and also visually it's beautiful. So I love those, but I also recommend going back and watching the Mortis arc.
Awesome.
Now I gotta go back. Actually, sorry everybody, we gotta cut it early because I have to go back and watch it now.
Yeah, let's just stop this stream and I'll turn on Clone Wars.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So wow, we've had a lot of people are asking some questions. So we'll ask a couple more, and then we also have our Star Wars quiz, and we could always sneak in maybe a couple questions in the middle of that. So this is a good question, and this is one I wanted to ask as well, and I have a two-part here. Aside from Ahsoka, who is your favorite Star Wars character and why?
Well, aside from Ahsoka, my favorite Star Wars character is definitely R2-D2. He's always been my favorite character ever since I was a little kid. I think I shared this last time, but I wanted to be R2-D2. I didn't want to be Princess Leia. I wanted to be R2-D2. I wanted to be a droid. But I think what I love about him is, I call him my hero of Star Wars. Because if you think about it, R2 is always there to save the day. I mean, he's pretty much saved almost every single character at this point. And I
have strong opinions about R2.
Oh, I want to hear him.
No, I mean, I'm agreeing with
Careful,
what you're. No, they're good opinions.
Okay.
I'm one of the believers that kind of thinks that really Star Wars is almost a story about R2 because he's in everything. If you watch all Star Wars, everything from the animated to the live action
the thread,
to the prequels
the thread that ties,
to the sequels,
ties it all together.
it's really R2 that is always there to bring everybody together to make sure everybody has succeeded in their path. So I have strong opinions that Star Wars is really secretly the story of R2D2.
Okay. R2 is the Samwise Gamgee of Star Wars.
It so much so, right, to the point where and I didn't mean to cut you off, Ashley, and interject, but
No,
so much so, right, that
you're exactly right.
where we're planning a set in Star Wars Card Trader that is like the journey of R2, and it's planned to be almost like a year. It's like going to be like a year long release where we're planning to do like daily moments of R2 because he's literally been in so much that you can have you can actually have 365 plus moments of just here is something that R2 has done in the Star Wars universe and have that cross over through every single movie or show episode. I mean, it's just so totally agree. I actually love that that was your answer because R2 is probably my like secret favorite character that's not maybe one of your more obvious choices.
Yeah. I love that. I love that.
Now, going off of that, and this isn't a fan question. It's actually my question. Do you have a favorite villain, or that
Ooh.
you would consider a villain?
Well, so I've thought a lot about this actually, and I go back to Darth Vader. You know, Darth Vader. As a kid, I always liked Darth Vader, but because it's Anakin Skywalker, and with the connection with Ahsoka, and I obviously am so invested in Anakin that I mean, I feel like it just cemented that for me of Darth Vader being my favorite villain. You could say I'm emotionally attached to him now because of all. I will say this is, I think, an unpopular opinion, but up until episode 9, I did not like Kylo Ren. um, I just, I don't know. I thought I just wasn't a super fan. But I will say I feel like he redeemed himself for me in episode 9, and I really enjoyed his turn into Ben Solo, or back into Ben Solo. And however, I'm going to give the caveat that I have to applaud Adam Driver because I think he did such a good job as Kylo Ren. Like, I just really like hated him. Like, I like his acting was so good that it was hard for me to separate, the actor from the character. And as a fellow actor, I mean, I have to applaud him because that's really hard to do, to be that good where, people see on the street and they're just like, oh, no, that's Kylo, because he does such a good job. So, and if I saw him, today, which I've never had the chance to meet him, but if I did, I would literally geek out and tell him what a fantastic job he did. But yeah, I wasn't a Kylo fan at first. I would definitely, say that I'm a fan after episode 9.
I would agree. I was I don't want to say I was indifferent to Kylo when I first saw the character, but I didn't I didn't have strong feelings for the character when I first saw them, and then episode 9, I agree, really kind of brought a lot more to Kylo Ren. Although and I don't know if you've played any of the old like Star Wars games, but Kylo Ren, when I first saw the design, before we knew anything really about the character, before even the first film had released, Kylo Ren's design as a character, apart from the lightsaber, had really reminded me of a character from one of the games called Revan. And I don't know if you are familiar with the old, I think it was the Knights of the Old Republic games where they introduced that character. And But like his whole mask setup and everything had really reminded me about that. And I never forgot that for some reason. When I first saw the character, I was just strongly reminded of the character Revan from those games.
Gotcha. Yes, I mean I'm familiar. I didn't play the game, but I had heard about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and who knows? You never know where inspirations come from.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're already a half hour in. Time is already flying
Yeah,
by.
I
So
know.
I'm gonna get. We do have a little bit of overflow time, but we may just have to set up another. We'll just have to have Ashley Day at some point. Have you on? Just be like no limits. Just we wrap up whenever we just pass out from exhaustion and have a whole dedicated day. So, but right now, I'll get. I'm gonna start getting the quiz ready that we can play. That way, fans can interact with that. But you also have some stuff to talk about too. So I know you have some stuff going on in her universe. Why don't we talk a little bit about that? You had some new products released recently, right?
Sure. Yes. We actually just celebrated um, our 10-year anniversary for her universe. The official day was back in June, but we just released about 2 weeks ago our 10th anniversary collection. I'm wearing one of the shirts, which let's see if I can kind of stand up a little bit. But this is an Our Universe shirt, so it's unisex, so it's for women and men. It's unisex sizing, so I would say for female fans, oftentimes with unisex sizing, I would size down. Because this is kind of like it's meant to be a cozy long sleeve tee. It's not a sweatshirt, it's a long sleeve shirt. I like to order one size up because I want it cozy, like I don't want it tight. So, but this features our Ahsoka symbol. So I'll give you a better look of it right there. So this symbol was actually created for her universe when we launched in 2010 by Lucasfilm. And originally it was meant to be a symbol for female fans. What a lot of people don't know is a name for female fans for Star Wars. So like this symbol would be like the logo for what we ended up or what we called Sisters of the Force. And I ended up doing a panel at Star Wars Celebration last year called Sisters of the Force. But that was originally supposed to be the name of kind of the movement for female fans in Star Wars at the time, because again, back in 2010, Star Wars was deemed that it was just for men and boys. And so we tried to make a safe and positive community for female fans. And we were going to call it Sisters of the Force. And this logo was going to kind of be the logo for that. Well, a lot of people don't know that the reason that never moved forward is because the Night Sisters in Clone Wars were about to be introduced. And they didn't want to confuse the Night Sisters with Sisters of the Force. So we ended up not moving forward with the name, but we had this really cool logo that we used. And when we launched, we put it on every single one of our Star Wars products. It was always on the outside. It was always on like the back of the shirt or the sleeve. And that was a sign of like, all are welcome. This is for you. And our message from the beginning was never to say that Star Wars was just for girls. It was to say that Star Wars is for everyone. And so while the logo initially started out as a symbol for female fans, my goal was to always say that, her universe is our universe. It's for everyone. And, that's the message I feel like of Ahsoka as well. Everyone loves Ahsoka. Regardless, it's not just another female character that's there for girls. No, everyone I think identifies with Ahsoka. And so this symbol to me is a uniting symbol. For everyone. It's a symbol of hope. And so we have this symbol that's, like I said, was specially created by Lucasfilm for her universe. So this is our tie-dye tee. It's just a really cool tie-dye. Again, I'll stand up. You can see it has a bunch of blues and white, inspired by, her lightsabers, the white lightsabers and the blue lightsabers. But we also have a whole new collection. We brought back some of our favorite designs over the past 10 years and we reimagined them. So it's kind of, it's some of your favorites just with a slight twist. And then we also released some new Ahsoka accessories, and they are flying fast. They are almost gone. I think there's still some left, but there's an Ahsoka backpack, an Ahsoka wallet, and an Ahsoka card holder. And it's really special to me personally because, oh, there they are. Because for the longest time, you couldn't get anything with Ahsoka. We've never had an Ahsoka backpack before, or a wallet or a card holder. So to see, obviously this character that I'm a bit biased, but I love so much, be represented in product like this, it's really surreal and special to me. And then that dress I'm wearing is actually featuring the artwork from a t-shirt we did, but there it is. It's artwork by Danny Haas. So if you're not familiar with Danny, go follow him immediately because his Ahsoka art, I'm a little biased, but his Ahsoka art is literally my favorite. He's so good. I have all of his prints that he's done. He's a huge Ahsoka fan. So I was thrilled to be able to collaborate with Danny. So it was initially released as a t-shirt. This is a t-shirt dress. And yes, Gabby, it has pockets.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah. So this collection just launched. There's new pieces for women, also for men. So if it says Her Universe, it's for female fans. If it says Our Universe, it's unisex sizing, and guys can buy it too. So it's for everyone. So yeah, thank you for letting me talk about it. It's something we're really proud of, that Her Universe has been around for 10 years, and it's really because of all of the fans. We did this together, and I appreciate everyone's support.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Lots of
everything. I was just gonna say everything that comes out of Her Universe and Our Universe. I mean, the designs, the products are always just so amazing, and they're very fashion friendly, I guess is the best way I can describe it, right? Like they're Star Wars inspired pieces that are just good fashion, good clothing, and not just over, like, to me, like the shirt that you're wearing, like the Star Wars connection, but with like the subtlety of it. Like I love that kind of stuff when you can represent your fandom, but not overly branded, but speaks to the brand, I guess, with the characteristics of that brand, as opposed to just the straight branding of it.
So we have a term for that. I call it subtle geekery. So if we have achieved subtle geekery, then it's a win.
Well, I think so. I think everything that I've seen, everything that you always show off, I that's what I love most about the products that come out of Her Universe and Our Universe.
Thank you so much.
I know there was one question here. I know you spoke to the colors on the shirt you're wearing are kind of a callback to Ahsoka's lightsaber, and somebody did ask what your favorite lightsaber color was.
Ooh. I have to say, I like the hilts of her Clone Wars sabers the best, probably, but I like the white blades. And I think it's because, that means neutral. And, Ahsoka, obviously, she says, I'm no Jedi. So she's clearly no Jedi. But I just love what Ahsoka evolves into. And, the white means neutral. She's not a Jedi, but she's, not on the dark side. To me, she represents all that is good, all that is light. And Ahsoka just wants to help people no matter what. And I think, she's so good and she's so pure, that the white represent that. They represent just the light and hope, and I love that. It's like, no matter who you are, she wants to help you no matter what. So I like what the white color of the saber represents.
I could. Yep, I agree. Couldn't have said that better. The that's one of the things I like about the Clone Wars in general is I feel like some of the symbolism is represent because there's more time in the Clone Wars where they get to kind of dive into this stuff, and Rebels specifically the animated series in general, and diving into that symbolism a little bit more, like the meaning that gets put behind the lightsabers there and some of the characters. I always appreciated a lot about the animated series, and I think that's just there's a lot more time to explore that symbolism
Yes.
as opposed to the films, which are very just you really only have 2.5 hours maybe to get through
Yeah.
everything. So putting a bunch of symbolism behind the color choice of a lightsaber, there's not as much in depth that you can go into for that. And so aside from her universe, you also have an event that you're doing coming up as well, correct?
Yes. So on October 10th, it is World Mental Health Day. And I know we talked about last time at DigiCon. I am a proud champion of the Nationwide Children's Hospital and their On Our Sleeves movement. So it's a movement to bring awareness to mental health, especially for kids and teens. I shared last time, or I think, if not, I definitely want to share now that what is it? 50% of lifelong mental illnesses present themselves by the age of 14. And, our mental health is just as important as our physical health. And so here I'm in the shirt, I Break Stigmas, which you can also get on heruniverse.com. And all proceeds of the shirt go to the Nationwide Children's Hospital and their research and advocacy efforts. But I really want to break the stigma surrounding mental health. Our mental health, as I just mentioned, is just as important as our physical health. And, mental illness specifically usually presents itself young. And if we can catch it in kids at a young age, think of even how many adults we're eventually saving. Illness, and an astounding statistic that a lot of people aren't even aware of is that the second leading cause of death between the ages of 12 and 19 is death by suicide. And it's shocking to hear those numbers. And yes, and rightfully so. This year has been focused on coronavirus, but our mental illness and mental health struggles are a pandemic as well. And, it's something we should be talking about, we should be addressing. And so on October 10th, I'm super excited to do the virtual butterfly run for Nationwide Children's Hospital. Proceeds go to, as I mentioned, their research and advocacy efforts, which, are helping kids and teens around the world, not just at the Nationwide Children's Hospital. So I'm going to do it live. I'm going to live stream it on my Instagram. I'm just going to walk it. So you can follow just at Ashley Eckstein on Instagram. And I'm going to do the 5K live. So I'm asking people to join me. You can do it for free. You don't have to donate. That's not the point here. The point here is really just to use your voice and talk about it and share with your friends and family what you're doing, or just to join in as a part of our community. I hope everyone will join me. And if you want to get some cool swag, you can go to honoursleeves.org and you can register yourself. It's $35 and they'll send you some fun swag. I think you get a t-shirt and maybe a medal, but they will definitely send you some swag for participating in the butterfly run, and proceeds will go to the hospital. So mark your calendars. It's October 10th. I will announce on my Instagram page the exact time. But I'm, very, very proud of being an advocate of the truly life-saving work that they're doing at that hospital.
That is so
awesome.
That's next Saturday, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. A week from now, next Saturday.
A week from
Actually,
now.
probably
So
at this exact time. I'm still confirming the time, but next Saturday.
That's awesome. So easy
well,
to join. So it kind of just like these events that we do, anybody from wherever you are in the world, you can join in. And I love that. So, we'll put out reminders. I'll definitely join in.
Oh, thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
I'll definitely join in as well. And
Oh,
I don't
thank
know if
you.
I'd have to look into how we could do it, but Gabby, maybe we could even do a DigiCast walk along episode where we both stream in or something and do the walk and talk for a bit. I'll have to see
Hey,
if we can
anything
set
is
that up.
possible.
That might be fun.
We'll figure it out.
Very, very cool. And it's important for me to share. You don't have to make the donation. I want everyone to be able to do this. So there is no fee for entry. The biggest donation you can give is just your voice. Is just to start talking about mental health. To say, wow, what is mental health? How are you feeling today? Check in with someone. How are you doing? And really listen. Especially this year. I mean, there's not a single person that has not been dealing with their own mental health this year and struggling with their own mental health. And if somebody tells you that they haven't had a moment in 2020, then they're lying. I think everyone's had a moment, and that's normal. Just like, people get sick, you get the coronavirus or you just get a cold. Our brains can have a bad day too. And can get sick as well. So yeah, really the only payment is just your voice, is just to join in and start the conversation.
Oh, that's awesome. So keep an eye out for that, everyone in chat. Don't forget to look for that and follow Ashley on Instagram. I'll make sure that me and Mark post about it too. So everyone follow up on that.
Thank you so much.
So my Saturday next week is blocked out. Everybody, if you can jump in, please do, and then we'll post in the app and stuff also, and do everything that we can on the DigiCast and top side of things to support, because that's,
thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, you can get more information.
You lagged out for a minute there. Say that one more time.
Shoot.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. You can get all the information and more information at onoursleeves.org.
I want to type that in now too. Okay, I also have that saved. All right, Ashley, thank you. And I think with some of the time that we have left, why don't we do this fun Star Wars trivia quiz. So this is the first time we're trying this with a guest. Ashley, you probably won't be able to see these questions because of the way that it works with Twitch. It's not done like on our production side. It's done through another weird interface I have. So I'll read the questions and and what the multiple choices. Okay, so producer, do we have our special? We have like a special screen set up that we can go to. Perfect. And then I think I can just start the quiz. It says working on it. Okay, and then for everybody who's with us, there should be an option to turn your quiz on.
Yep, Twitch viewers. If you're in Twitch, this should work on mobile or on the web. There should be a button, a little box on your screen somewhere that says Quiz Kit. And if you click on that, you can authorize it to show up on your screen.
And I'm going to... Oh, I started the game. It hopefully should show up. And
the questions are going to go by pretty quickly. You just got to click or tap on the answer. Yep. Viewers at home.
And this first question is, who is Ahsoka's master? And the options were Plo Koon, Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker, or Obi-Wan Kenobi. So you guys have a few more seconds.
I hope everyone gets this one right.
We're sort of... So we had I put in some Ahsoka questions into here from, because the book that I have is from like the film, so it's going to be a lot of that, and then I have some Ahsoka questions I went out and got as well. Okay, so that's, if everybody's ready for the answer is of course Anakin Skywalker.
Yes.
All right. How many people
I got that right in
Let's
my
see.
head.
Very
I'm trying
good.
to see how if you. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can also see it on my. I have like a test tablet here, so I can see along with everybody at home. Let's go to our next question. How old was Anakin Skywalker when Qui-Gon Jinn and Padme Amidala happened into Watto's junk shop? 8, 7, 9, or 10?
Oh.
I will be perfectly honest. I did not know this one.
I'm gonna guess
So everybody
8.
in chat.
I don't know.
That's my
I don't know
guess,
this one
too.
either.
Because he was too old. So.
Oh.
Before
people
I
in
show
chat
the
are
answers,
saying
Gabby,
something
would you
different.
like to guess?
I was gonna guess 8, but people in chat are saying something different. People in chat are saying 9. I guess we'll find out.
Chat has it. It's 9.
Oh.
Close.
That's it. I would not have had that one. I would have guessed younger. I actually might have gone, even though they said he was too old. I think I would have gone with 7. So these are gonna get hard. The book that these came out of, some of these, and I tried to pick some of the easier questions. Some of these are no joke. And one of the, I'm gonna give, before we go to the next question, I just want to give credit to. So I'm a big fan of Star Wars, but like our real resident like guru on Star Wars knowledge has to be our product manager Brendan, and his knowledge base was so good that when we went to Galaxy's Edge last year together, and one of the characters in that appears in Galaxy's Edge, he knew the species of, even though the character had never made an appearance in I think any visual form. And he was like,
That sounds about
he
right.
I watched him sit there and go, well, it can't be this species because it has this, this, and this. And he's like, oh, that's a description of this species, and then called out exactly what it was. And I looked it up. I Googled it while we were there, and I'm like, you're right.
So I don't know. I don't know if Brendan's watching, but if he is, I would expect him to get all of these questions right.
Yeah.
We'll have to quiz him later.
He should know. We'll have to bring him on for an episode at one point and really test him. We'll pick the hardest questions we can find. The next question number 3, is what freighter did Han Solo spend most of his childhood on? The Trader's Luck, the Miner's Penchant, the Open Door, or the Spicer's Hideaway? These are hard, right?
They are hard.
These are deep cuts. I'm keeping an eye on chat again. Let's see.
This is a hard one.
The miners. I don't know.
These are hardcore. This one was the Trader's Luck. Which
That's what I was going to guess.
Yeah.
That
I should have said it.
Most of our fans did get that right. That was the majority pick. So, our 4th question, and we have 11 by the way, is who lived beyond the Dune Sea? Was it Toby, Biggs Darklighter, Tank, or Obi-Wan Kenobi?
This is a trick question.
This one I know.
Yep.
And each question will give 30 seconds.
See, all like the the trivia like this is not my strength.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not. It's not mine either. um, some of these are just the real like gritty questions. So this one was Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, okay.
Which wow, a lot of people got that one right.
Oh, wow.
Good. All right.
Somebody commented,
I mean-
Toby, my best pal. Our fifth question is, who said until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable? This is another really hard one. We have Admiral Amati,
What?
General Tag, Admiral yeah, Admiral Sikarich, and General Vanel. This one's really tough. So again, these were when I picked from the book, I scrolled down and picked like random ones out of there, and then tried to also look for easy ones. If anybody, I should give, if you're really into Star Wars trivia, for anybody watching, I should give everyone the book title, which I'll try and grab later. But definitely a book for the hardcore fans. Let's see who got this one right. General Tag. That was almost split 50-50. We had 22 people vote for Admiral Mahdi, and then 21 General Tag, and then a couple on the other ones. But I think
I'm
we
curious,
definitely
chat.
have another Ahsoka question coming up here.
How many people in the chat? Be honest. Do you know these, or are we just getting lucky guesses?
I will say I don't know these.
Yeah, these are tough.
These are really tough. Let's see what the next. This one, people might know. It's what did hibernation sickness do to Han Solo? And it's he couldn't see, he was dehydrated, he couldn't walk, or he was emaciated.
He couldn't see, right?
Yeah, that's got to be it. I feel like everything is a trick question now, but
I know.
I think you're right.
We're just waiting on some submissions, but you were correct. It is he couldn't see.
That's good. Yes.
Now, one question
most people did get that one.
One question that didn't make it in here, which we won't be a real question, but I was gonna put in and then it didn't make it in at the end, was it was an Ahsoka question, and what species is Ahsoka's character? And it's funny because if you look it up, there's actually more than one answer. So what is the answer?
I mean, she's a Togruta. What are the other answers saying?
The other that's the answer, but the other answer that pops up, and I think people get confused, is Twi'lek.
Oh,
and if you look it up, yeah.
I can see why people get confused.
Yep, but it's weird because if you look it up, like there's like wiki posts and stuff that will mention that, and that's not the answer. Which I wanted to put that in. That would have almost been a trick question for people who weren't sure, but it looks like chat without a doubt knows. And if chat's getting these questions right, they would have gotten that question right too.
Yeah.
All right, so our next question on this, and this is an Ahsoka question, is what nickname was Ahsoka given? Skippy, Happy, Snips, or Snaps?
I know this one, so I won't say. For bonus points, fans can guess what accent was Ahsoka originally supposed to have. An English accent, a French accent, an Icelandic accent, or a Russian accent?
Chat is kind of guessing,
I don't know that one.
guessing all over the place.
Oh, really? Yeah, originally Ahsoka was supposed to have an Icelandic accent, and I butchered it and could not do an Icelandic accent. So they let me use my own voice.
Wow, in a parallel universe somewhere, there is an Icelandic Ahsoka on some other timeline. It probably
Yeah.
happened, but I like this one better.
Yeah, she would have sounded something like Bjork.
Oh wow, I'm like picturing that now.
I know. I don't know.
It's
I'm
kinda
glad she
weird.
ended up with just, well, I guess I'm glad she ended up with my voice because I couldn't have done it with an Icelandic accent, which means I wouldn't have been Ahsoka.
Oh man.
Well, it looks like chat is happy that it's just you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
And so, why don't you reveal this answer? What nickname was Ahsoka given?
Ahsoka's nickname is Snips because she's definitely snippy. You're stuck with me, Sky Guy.
And that was we almost got that one in too. What was Anakin's nickname from
Oh,
Ahsoka?
that
a couple
nickname
of
stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, Sky Guy and Snip stuck, but some of the other phrases Ahsoka said, like R2E, and those purposefully fell by the wayside.
Question 8. Everyone's favorite. How did Jar Jar Binks get his sentence at the Quarry penal colony commuted? And he rescued a rare albino Nuna. He saved Boss Nass's niece, Major Fassa. He taught the other prisoners how to wrangle shacks, or he saved Boss Nass, Major Fassa, from drowning.
What's everyone saying?
So somebody was like, not even gonna try and guess. Somebody else though, I don't want to. Somebody else got it right, and it was he saved Boss Nass, Major Fassa, from drowning.
Cool.
And we have a few more questions, and then I can't believe it, but we're like already in overtime on our chat today.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We had some break time scheduled, so we have another couple minutes. The next one is early in Darth Maul's training. His master taught him to control his fear by trapping him in a room full of what creature? And it was Gradlax, Cohoons, Florks, or Dinkos.
This is going to be a guess for me. I don't know. I'm torn between Florks or Dinkos just because those sound the funniest to me. I'm not sure.
I should know this. Oh. My trivia brain is not working this Saturday.
These are really hard, though. I feel like when I was limited to what I was allowed to pull from for this, and it was this, right? And there's not even like an intermediate thing. It's just like it's straight to the absolute hardest Star Wars questions you could possibly imagine. And
They're good questions,
the answer is Dinkos.
Ooh,
Dinkos.
that sounds like a
That was
cereal.
one of my guesses. Oh, that would make a cute like Star Wars themed cereal.
Yeah, it would.
All right,
I'd eat that.
We have two more. Actually, we might have given away the answer to this earlier, but it is what name had Ahsoka called R2D2? And it was R2D, Scrappy, R2, or R2E. So if everybody was paying attention, You can get this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how much of chat was paying attention.
Or they just blocked that moment out when she said it.
Everyone's scrambling to do the replay now, trying to see if they can catch the answer.
I know. A lot of fans did not like this nickname when Ahsoka first said it.
Chat knew it though. It is Artui.
Aww.
It's a cute name, but
I
even I'm
kind of like it.
It's cute, but I'm glad she stopped using it.
And then our final question is, what did Darth Vader tell Luke Skywalker about the name Anakin Skywalker? He didn't know who his father was. It no longer had any meaning for him. He hadn't used it for a long time, or he had never liked that name.
I think I know this one.
And then for everybody playing, it'll show scores when we're done, and we'll give some prizes out to people with the top scores, and then we'll also do some more giveaways later, probably.
Okay. It said he hadn't used it in a long time, right? Is that it?
It is that it no longer had any meaning for him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep. It was that the name no longer had any meaning for him.
I was like trying to play it back in my head.
All right, so let's see how everybody did. Whoa, we had now one of our users. I recognize this name. Greg Kiefer is one of our very active community members and always ends up here in the top. So our first place was Padme1138, and then we had some very, very close people here. So we're gonna take, I think this shows up for everybody. We had 95 players. We're gonna take the top 5. Everybody's gonna get some stuff in Star Wars Card Trader, and then stick around. If you didn't place in top 5, we'll have other opportunities for giveaways, and then something a quick. Ashley, you'll soon be providing live signatures for the app. We have to get that out to you, but we are going to be planning a special Ahsoka set to commemorate that you're signing, and we'll have the first ever animated signatures from you, and you're having you help us with content for the app. So we're working on a special Ahsoka set. We're gonna do. We came up with a design for cards that's called like Kinetic, where we have these very awesome animated effects on our cards. So we'll be working on that, and as we are, I'll be sending stuff your way. Hopefully we can have you back on when we have that set and we can do some fun stuff. But we are currently working on a very big Ahsoka set, and
well, I'm so excited.
Thank you so much for being a part of it, and sung for us, and everybody watching. We hope to do tons more with Ashley. We love having her on. We love having her involved with Star Wars Card Trader. So keep an eye out. There will be more Ahsoka to come, and hopefully we can have you back on soon. Unfortunately, we're already, the time went quick yet again, but
yes.
We'd love to have you back at some point, and yeah, I think definitely when we do the Ahsoka set, we'd love to have you on again. So
awesome. Well, sounds good. Well, I can't wait. And Mark and Gabby, thank you as always. And to everyone watching, hello. Thank you for spending part of your Saturday with me. And I had so much fun as always. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. We're going to head to a break. Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be back soon. Bye.
Bye. May the Force be with you.
the butterfly walk that everybody. I'm muted. I'm not. This is not me.
What's not you? What's
Am I
happening?
back? It's not. That was not me. I have been so good to not mute myself. I just want to say. Okay, everybody can hear me now. All right. So welcome back, everybody. Like I was saying, we just had a great interview with Ashley Eckstein. She has the butterfly walk coming up on the 10th that everybody should, if you can, partake in some way. Whether it's just making your voice heard, walking along, running, whatever you're into. So hopefully we'll have her back on at a later date. We are planning some amazing Ahsoka content. It's early stages, so not a next week thing or anything like that for those watching. And now we have another amazing guest coming on who had been here for DigiCon. Please welcome Disney Master Artist Kevin John.
Hey guys.
KJ.
Hey, how y'all doing?
How's it going?
It's
Hanging in
awesome.
there.
It's awesome. It's great to see
There's
you guys.
I see you're all
There's that
festive
mountain
and
view
ready
again.
for the fall. I like your
I'm telling
pumpkins
you,
and your gourds.
my favorite time of the year. It's Halloween. It's season of the witch started yesterday. We're fired up.
Love it.
How are you guys doing? Ash, how awesome is Ashley? Huh? Great interview.
She's amazing.
We always love having
talking
her
to
on. Always great having her on, and it's always great having you on. Thank you for coming back and spending some time with us. I think, when it depends on the guest always, but Ashley is one. You're another. An hour wasn't enough. We could probably spend a whole day just talking and talking about Star Wars fandom, and we have some exciting stuff to talk about with you specifically because now. A little bit early, but we have some news, and Kevin John is actively working with us on not just Star Wars content, but property wide. He's working on us with for a special set that will.
Don't look at
Gabby,
me. Don't look at me. We have to maintain the illusion.
He's working with us on a set that's going to cover most, if not all, of the properties that we have here at Topps Digital. So we can't talk real specifics just yet, but that is coming. So we're going to be talking a little more broad fandom today because it's soon to be pretty relevant. And we didn't have a huge opportunity to talk about that really last time. It's something we did get to talk to Ashley about. We got to talk to a couple others about. So we have somebody in chat saying that the Kevin John set in Star Wars is their favorite set this year. Well, there's more to come.
Thank you, guys.
So, KJ, talk with us a little bit about your fandom in general. We really didn't get to touch. We touched on it a little bit with Star Wars, and we can. Why don't we start there? Let's start with Star Wars and just some of your favorite moments from Star Wars in general. Just as a fan, what do you love about the franchise?
Sure. Well, I was just to colorize it a little bit for you guys. I was in third grade in 1977, and when A New Hope premiered, and I've said this before. It was just like nothing else we'd seen before. We'd seen lots of sci-fi, and of course, there had been horror films that did some special effects and things like that, and of course the Harryhausen amazing stop action stuff. But the way that George and his team put that thing together to eyes of an 8 or a 10-year-old Kevin John, I think I was 8 at the time, It just it absolutely just blew me away. I had no idea how they were doing what they were doing. It was a lot like Jurassic Park. If you remember Jurassic Park, when that T-Rex, makes his first appearance, and he's stepping out, and your your eyes know that that they shouldn't believe what they're seeing. That there's not a real Tyrannosaurus Rex there, but the artists and the directors just did such an amazing job of dropping that veil of believability, and welcoming us into this lived in property. And that's, I think, what made Star Wars so authentic to me, was that it really looked lived in. There's grease and oil, dripping in the Millennium Falcon, and everything is dirty and grimy, and used and lived in, rather than, say, 2001, A Space Odyssey, where everything was pristine, and white zip suits, and all that stuff. These were worlds where they welcomed us in as participants, and I think we really felt like, it, for my for my fantastical third grade child artist imagination brain, it it spoke to me that way. And then there was the story, over and above the characters and the sets, and all the beauty. The story of this, kind of an underdog kid that was special inside, but no one really took him as special at the time. He's just a farm kid, just on some, random, distant, garbage planet somewhere, working his day away, and helping out his family, and dreaming of the stars, dreaming of life beyond, what the world had given him at that time. And this kid found the uh, found found the courage and the ability to, tap into his biggest strength, and that, I think, was that unbreakable, spirit that Luke has. The ultimate optimist. He's going to take on the world when he finally decides that he's going to take on the galaxy, take on the Empire, and save the galaxy. He was very resolute about that, and that spoke to me too. There, the lovely cast of characters around. Um, it captured me right away. And as I've said before, that, I remember the first television commercials advertising the first Star Wars toys, the figurines, that first box set, and, my whole world, everything that I drew, everything that I played outside, everything that I played in terms of my toys and sets that I would build out of cardboard and everything, because you were given 5 figurines, I think, to begin with, to play with, and, no starships, no scenery, no backdrops, no nothing. So I was creating these out of cardboard boxes, and painting them, and just to give these figurines a place to live. It really, for me, was escapism in so many ways, because as a lot of us, had, childhoods that weren't always, beautiful, and it gave me a way to escape, and to use my creativity, and really enjoy it. So, I can't tell you how many times I've seen, especially the first 3 films. Probably hundreds of times. I absolutely just love the franchise more than anything, and there's so many reasons for that. It's like I said when we talked about that first Cantina set of paintings that we released, last month for my first card set with you guys. Um, that walk through the Cantina, when George took us in there and panned across and showed us these amazing characters that we're going to see throughout this universe, this galaxy, right? And the music and everything was so familiar, yet so odd, and it it captivated me immediately, and from then on, forget about it. I was a fan for life. All I ever wanted to do back then was, draw Star Wars figures and draw Star Wars characters and ships and scenes and things. And again, now I get to do this for a living. It's just, it really is a wonderful dream come true.
I mean, and
How's that for
on
an
our
answer?
side, it's been that perfect answer. And on our side, KJ, it's been an honor to have started working with you. And I mean, we fortunately we actually get to talk quite a bit, and some of the ideas that we get to throw back and forth for content has just been really incredible. And there was such a great reaction, and I mean, a lot of the fans here are just echoing what has already been said. So,
I'm
not
honored by that,
not to
Mark.
in it.
It's all about the fans. It's all about, a lot like Ashley's comments. It's about, we're all in this club together. We're all Star Wars geeks and genre geeks, and you know we can never get enough of it. Doesn't matter if they're 3.5-inch plastic figurines or film or clothing, comic books, whatever, trading cards. We just feel like we're part of the club when we're able to exchange those things, and um, the joy that George and his team have given to us for most of our lifetimes. It's for me to be able to extend upon that and give joy to our collectors here, the collectors of my fine art, through those scenes that I try to represent. If it's bringing people joy, if they love it, boy, my life is just it's so fulfilled by that. I I'm an artist, I'm a storyteller, and I want to bring people joy. I want to affect emotion somehow, and give them something of value. Something that they can call their own. That they're a part of this club, our club, the Star Wars club. We're all in this. We're all enjoying this together, and it's just my way of treating them along. And I love working with you guys, not only with the Star Wars product, but like you said, all the different properties that we're going to represent through my art, because you guys are just so open to new and interesting ideas. I know, as you said, you and I are texting a lot. I know at 10 o'clock at night, I'm texting you about crazy ideas I have for new images and new product and things, and I really love that. Not that they're all home runs, or not that some of them will ever see the light of day, but at least there's a conversation there, and it's all about improving the product and giving the fans something absolutely delicious, and upping that ante every time we put something out. And I love that about you guys. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, that's uh, when we first started talking, that was kind of the goal, right? It was to innovate on the content. And I guess before I get too far into the conversation and we continue on, though, so we have part of the Twitch experience, and now that we are officially affiliated with Twitch, um, there's people for watching get points. So that's how it works. When you watch, you
Okay.
collect points, and as part of our Twitch community, they can redeem points for various things that we have set up. Now,
Okay.
due to strangely popular demand, one of those redemptions is that I show off this painting that somebody by the name of Pedro Pastel had left here after DigiCon. And you would think that you make it difficult for somebody to save up the amount of points, but somehow every or multiple times per show, we get this request. So it is requested that you see this, even though you have seen this. I'm fairly certain, but I am obligated to show, due to points, this on our stream. So
I am.
there it is, chat.
I am
For
frightened
legal
by
reasons, for legal reasons, this is a
it.
green croissant and has nothing. There is no resemblance to any characters, legal or otherwise, owned by any of the companies that we represent. For legal reasons, I am a joke. This is a joke. I hope you're happy, chat.
It is lovely in so many ways.
I'm
It's
gonna up
awesome.
the I'm gonna up the value of that one. I'm gonna make it a little bit harder in the future. People mark.
we it so that one's for you, chat. Thank you for
Yes, thank you. Thanks for spending your points, Lottie.
yes. So moving on from
Yes.
from that, other than Star Wars, I mean, Topps represents a number of properties and several in the entertainment world, such as Disney, which Gabby is
Yeah,
our go-to.
that's
for.
my world. Yeah.
And we have
That's
we
it.
have Marvel. Some of you have met. Some of the people watching have had the opportunity to see Topps Andy a few times. We have The Walking Dead. We have a number of sports apps covering MLB, skate. We have WWE, which we just had an interview with a WWE superstar to start off our day, and
Mhm.
Zelina, and we'll have another interview. I don't actually have the schedule in front of me at the moment. Having this, but that's coming up. Oh yeah, almost right after this, we're gonna do trivia with Topps Bob after we wrap up with KJ today, and then we'll be going into trivia. Then we have Peyton Royce will be interviewing, and as many people watching, we had another guest planned, Giancarlo Esposito, but then we'll get to that later. Anyway, number of properties. Topps is all over with entertainment and sports, and Kevin John is going to be joining us on several of those properties soon. Now, let's start with entertainment. Marvel, Disney, The Walking Dead, whatever you want to talk about. What are your core fandoms there? What are some of the other sub properties there that you've grown up with or that you really love, whether recent or from the past?
Sure, sure. Well, let's start with Disney, obviously, because I do so much work for Disney parks. That's exactly where my core fandom with Disney lies. With the parks, I love Disneyland, Walt Disney World. I love the experiences. I've often said that I'm creating artwork based on the entertainment properties within the parks. So the attractions, that sort of thing. I don't do a lot of character art. I'm focusing on things like the Haunted Mansion, the Tower of Terror, or the Jungle Cruise, and replicating those in fine art. And those pieces are available at the Disney parks exclusively. So for me, it's kind of it's kind of a reverse where, for instance, Galaxy's Edge, they've taken a two-dimensional product in Star Wars the film, and then they've given it life where you can walk in and look around and be part of this 3D experience, living within that Star Wars world. Um, I kind of work in the opposite. For instance, with the Haunted Mansion, we walk into this three-dimensional world, and I represent it in two-dimensional art for Disney. So I love that experience. I love trying to tell that story of the attractions within the parks. But moving forward from that, you know, my real core Disney fandom lies with Walt himself, and what an amazing man he was, a visionary, a creative, um, just a brilliant genius, and how much he has affected my career and my life ever since I was, a real small child. Marvel. Let's talk about Marvel. Um, I wasn't a comic book guy growing up, and only because um, that kind of stuff is provided by your parents. My parents just didn't buy into comic books too much. They just wasn't their thing. Um, so I really became a fan of Marvel into my adulthood, and then certainly, I think it was it 2008, I think, when Tony Stark made his appearance in, Iron Man. That's just, it had me right there. I just, I am as much a Marvel fan now as I am a Star Wars fan. Um, Great storytelling, amazing characters. The way that, especially the way that the actors and actresses have portrayed those characters, and the artists have created the outfits and all of that stuff. Again, I have such an appreciation for that. Um, I love Marvel. Some of the other properties that you talked about, the sports properties. Again, a lot of people, know me very well through the sports art that I created for, gosh, I think 25 years now, 25, almost 28 years, creating um, action portraiture for pro athletes and teams. So that right there kind of, is a genre backslide for me. I ease right into that because I've been doing, sports art for so long, and I love sports. I'm a big football fan, and watched the WWF, WWE. Growing up, I was a Hulk Hogan guy way back when, and I remember watching WrestleMania one live. You had to pay a ticket and go to an arena and watch it on a big screen. Because I was in Erie, Pennsylvania, and I was a million years away from wherever the real WrestleMania one was being held. So, um, again, a lot of these properties are just part of my fabric growing up. Part of all my experiences growing up, and I'm really into again creating storytelling visuals for the fans of all of those properties.
Yeah,
I just see a comment in chat that I wanted to kind of call out because I have to agree.
Sure.
Indy Walker said, wondering if KJ's beautiful natural surroundings influence his art color palette. And I have to imagine that with that kind of surrounding, how much of that do you kind of absorb or take in, or does it impact your art?
I now, as of let's see, I think I'm 60 days now, Southern California resident again. I lived here with my parents when I was 8, 9, and 10. Originally from Erie, Pennsylvania, to California, and then back to Erie again. At the behest of my parents. They were the ones that were moving. I, I've never felt more at home than here. When I was young, and then it took me 40 years to get back here. I it's changed my art completely. I can't wait till you guys see some of the new product that I'm working on. As Mark said, not only um, specifically for you guys, but the art that I'm doing in general. It has changed my whole thing. It is. I just can't describe it. I grew up colorblind. Over the last 15 years, I've been really trying to um, help my eyes to understand color and see what you guys see. And with this type of surrounding, it makes it real easy for my eyes to kind of adjust. Now, when you see art that I produce, the layers of color that I'm producing with it, it's I'm able to see all that. and it's not just the moving here, but that's been a lot of work. But there is a vibe here that has affected me personally and affected my art. It's wonderful that you pick up on that. Uh, the listener that chatted in with that, because it's affected me so greatly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I could only imagine. The last time that you were on too, you had a great view. Somebody asked, "Is your pumpkin carved?" By the way, so I don't know if that pumpkin.
Uh, we're going to carve that on the 16th of October, which is the new moon. So it'll be pitch black, nothing but stars in the sky, and we'll carve him up. He's waiting. We'll carve him up
Oh,
that
wow.
night. So it'll illuminate this beautiful mountain valley that we live in here, and yeah. So, Mark, I know. You know what I'll do? I'll take some photos. I carve a bunch of pumpkins for Halloween, so I'll take some photos and shoot them over to you guys. You guys can take a peek, or we'll save it for that next video event we do, a Digicon event or whatever. But yeah, Halloween's my favorite holiday, always has been, and this is my best Halloween ever was 1974, believe it or not. Um, there was a full moon on October 1st, 1974, and a full moon on Halloween,
Oh my
1974.
gosh.
And that reoccurs this year. We just had a full moon on the 1st, and we're going to have this blue full moon on Halloween on the 31st this year. So this is the most glorious Halloween that I will have spent since 1974. So I'm really excited.
That's
I'm
that's
such a
awesome.
I'm such a geek. I'm sorry. What can I
No,
say?
I love that.
Oh, I also need to clarify that it wasn't just anyone who asked if the pumpkin was carved. It was our very dedicated viewer, Lots of New, also known as
Ooh,
Lottie, that asked.
what's
Yes.
up, Lottie?
Proper
So,
credit.
some. uh, all right. So, last time you were on KJ, we did, or you did, a live painting of a
Hmm.
popular character.
Yes,
Now, do you think you might be up for something like that again?
we can flex out a little bit. We can flex out a little bit. I think we can
All
do a
right. Now
little
I
something
now
for
I
you guys.
don't
Absolutely.
I last time I got interrupted. I don't know what's gonna happen this time. So hopefully I'll be back to see it.
Well, if my
Gavin's
nemesis Pedro, he's gonna, I'm sure, lock everything down so he can't tap into our coaxial here and invade our feed here, because I'm not loving Pedro. He's kind of my nemesis, you know. I'll
um,
put up the dark Jedi hood and bring it all now.
Now for for those watching, last time we featured Star Wars. I think it's good to mix things up. And what I don't think you even realized until we spoke the other day is, one of the other properties that is an original to Tops is Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah.
Now, the the iconic character from Garbage Pail Kids is, as most will know, and if you're not a huge fan of Garbage Pail Kids, for those watching, then the only character you may actually know is Adam Bomb, who is the quintessential Garbage Pail Kids character. Now, we have a new digital version of GPK, which is on the Wax blockchain, and that's a partnership we did, and it's something that you haven't really. That's something you haven't partnered with us on yet.
Yeah.
However, maybe it's time we break into that a little bit.
I like that
Um,
idea.
and how do you feel? How do you feel about doing a live sketch and painting of Adam Bomb?
Yeah, I dig that. I dig that. That's the guy his head blows off, right? Um,
Yep.
I like that.
That's
Yeah,
that's the one.
he's I think if I recall, he's got a little blue suit, um,
Yeah.
red button. Is little scary, little scary. A toddler with his
That's
finger on the red
Yeah.
button.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
blowing his
yeah.
own
I
that's the
think
mind.
one.
right.
It's a relatable feeling for most of us this
It really,
year.
it really is. It really is. I know.
So,
If that red button was
uh,
only a do-over, right?
I think what we'll do is we'll jump to a quick break, and then we'll be back to watch you do a live rendition of Atom Bomb.
That sounds good. That sounds really good. I'm
All
excited.
right, everybody, we'll be back in about give
All
us a few minutes, 5 minutes or so, and we'll be back. We'll see everybody soon.
right, guys. Thank you.
KJ thought he could hide. You can never hide from a challenge. So, Mark's out of here. I'm back. I can do GPK. Let's get this going.
Wow, Pedro, do you and Mark shop at the same place? Because you have the same shirt. That's such a weird coincidence.
Honestly, if I'm gonna take over, I take over big. I took. He's tied up in the back over there. He's. I needed his shirt. I needed his necklace.
Oh wow, that's terrifying.
He'll. Yeah. Well, when you try and hide from a challenge, that's what you get. And I only know where he lives. I don't know where you guys are, so I can't come there and take over on your end. But we're ready for this. Oh, I already see. He's already started. KJ.
Oh wow.
That's right.
So we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get going right away.
Get right into it.
We start now. For those of you watching, my master. I see somebody saying my mustache is crooked. It's not crooked. It's. We do it on the. We angle it.
Artistically unbalanced.
We like to get good airflow. That's how you get good art done. It's all about the airflow. So, as many of you know, my art style is you pick a food item and you start that way. Now, if you look at this character here, and I'll show off where I'm at in a minute. If you look at the head, it's like an onion. And now, if you look at the top, it's kind of blooming. So, if you think about it, it's really a blooming onion. You know? It just makes sense. So, you got to start. You start with the onion. And make sure, it's this is gonna follow through, because when you do paint is also like an onion. You layer it to pull out the creativity of the piece that you're doing. So we're gonna do a quick sketch here, and then we'll go to my live cam, my live paint cam. I got another camera set up. I had to do that really fast. Mark's lazy. He doesn't have 2 cameras set up. I don't know what. First time you're doing a Garbage Pail Kid?
Yeah, it's interesting. I got an interesting history with Garbage Pail. Um, these came out when I was in grade school originally, and they were banned in our school. One of the particular schools that I went to at the time, uh, this was high contraband, and the kids that were we'd take them out and trade the cards and whatnot at lunch and at recess, and hope that the teachers didn't catch up with us and confiscate them. I think that they just secretly wanted to collect them by pulling them off of our desks and out of our book bags and whatnot. So yeah, so this is the first time. It's always the eyes have always. I don't know anything about the artist that had originally created the Garbage Pail, but the eyes have this odd kind of a, almost like a dead stare, like a dead look. Like it's like they're there, but they're not really there in those behind those eyes. And so it's a very very almost kind of like a real creepy, eerie kind of a look to these characters. Always so interesting and fun, though.
I don't know if this is like officially acknowledged. I should know this, but pretty sure that they're like a direct commentary on like the Cabbage Patch Kids dolls that were also so popular at that time.
Yes,
and
that's
yeah. I, as a kid, my favorite doll,
I have also heard that.
When you have, I don't know, a lot of kids have like that one little stuffy or teddy bear or something that is like they can't live without it. Mine was a Cabbage Patch doll. And so it's like a little creepy to look at the Garbage Pail Kids and like see like my favorite childhood toy kind of,
All right.
turned into this. But at the
Well,
same time, I love creepy, weird stuff, so it's great.
we're done. We're done with the
Wow.
original. Here's the sketch.
Holy cow!
Pedro, I'm actually kind
Lightning.
of impressed. I can't believe I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's.
this.
I know. I gotta start bringing
So
it here.
now let's get on to the paint. Let's see here. We're switching cameras. Here we go. Live view. Remember, get your water. Folks at home, stay hydrated. That's what breathes life into the paint.
Water?
Yeah, of course.
Just checking. As long as you're on the same page.
It is watercolor. All
We
right.
heard Pedro give us his description of how he begins his drawing and how he approaches it. Do you have any advice or insight on how you start your drawings?
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I start with kind of a real rough sketch to kind of get to know the character. It's when you're creating IP work, intellectual property work, that there it's almost like drawing or painting with handcuffs on, because you can't completely let your creativity go because there are visual constraints that you have to follow. There's um, so many um, I guess stylizations that have to match perfectly with the way that the character was originally designed. So you have to stay within those. So I really like to spend some time with several different sketches to really bring the life out in the character and get it to look representative of the original designs. Um, before I go to paint, for a simple sketch like this, a lot of the work is I'm doing in pen and ink. I lay it down, lay some guidelines down in pencil first, some searching lines, and then I work in my inking, which is something that I specifically do just for sketches. You're not going to find any ink in my final fine art product. That is all really just sketched very loosely with pencil, and then I add all the detail in with paint. Um, so with sketching, there's always that fine line of representation, um, or do you go full out into a full visual description of the character? And for something like this, something that I'm not very familiar with, um, I just kind of like to give a representation and just starting to get a feel for the character. So what you guys are experiencing here with me is my first experience with getting to know these characters from an artistic standpoint. Um, After I create a half a dozen sketches or so, I'll be able to render something like this without looking at photo reference, which is kind of what I do here, just to make sure again that it's representative of what the company really wants, those the pieces to look like. Um, I I I like always adding a little bit of my own thing to this. Um, Again, a little storytelling.
The real story I'm trying to tell here is that you can't hide from a challenge.
I dig it. I dig it. So he's got real blue eyes. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab some of this blue from a dirty palette.
I'm so
Put
ready
that
this
in,
time.
and
I brought a second brush. Oh.
oh, rock on.
You just like when the paint leaks, the whole goal is you just really gotta dirty it up.
That's right. That's so true. And with watercolor, I often find that you really just have to let the water and the pigment do its job. You know, at some point you got to release it a little bit and trust that that the way that it dries on the paper is going to be you know, visual. I kind of say visually delicious. You know, you just have to kind of trust that it's going to do that, and give up control. And that's I think the thing that most I think painters have problem with watercolor is because you really do give up so much control with it. Um, from a technique standpoint, I choose to paint light, the lighter colors first. Um, Let those dry up a little bit, and then I slowly add the darker pigments in as it goes. Now, who does not love those cute little dimples and rosy cheeks that these characters have? Gotta just love it. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab again. Now, I've talked about this before in, you know, tutorials that I do in videos for my own social media, that sort of thing. Um, I paint with what's called a dirty palette method. It's kind of this, you know, I don't know if other artists call it dirty palette. I do, and it's um, really just letting all of these colors kind of blend together here on the palette and use them um, as weaponry in that fashion. Um, when I first started painting with watercolor, it was all very um, controlled, divided palette with different, you know, the different pigments uh, in a tray that has, you know, individual pockets for different colors, and I wouldn't let any of the color kind of like a dinner plate, you know, where you know some people like to combine all their food, and some people like to keep their food divided, you know, and um, I was very much that way. Now I love to just kind of let the pigment do what it wants to do as I paint and not try to control it as much. The always the difficult thing with watercolor is that you know it dries extremely fast, and if you're not ready for that area to dry, you're kind of screwed. And then sometimes you need it to dry quicker, and it doesn't dry quick enough. So and it starts to run together. So it is as I've said before. Why watercolor? Because it's so dang difficult to paint with. Um, I've said it before. I said, you know, go ahead and drop some colored water on a paper and then try and get that to look like Luke Skywalker. You know, have fun with that because it can be very challenging, and I do love the challenge artistically. I really do. So with this, just it's really just adding pigment to the sketch. I'm not trying to create a fine art piece here. It's just a nice representation of this, beloved character.
I'm creating a fine art piece.
You certainly are. Pedro haunts my nightmares.
Same.
And for those who can see, I don't know how good the feed is here, but you can really see what the color is doing here. It just creates these lovely little areas that if I thought about it too much, I think I'd miss those opportunities. It's just really fun. All right, now we have to color in that little box. So I'm gonna grab another palette. This is another palette. This has the famous Kevin John purple. As people know that follow my art, all of my work, in one regard or another, contains Kevin John purple. Oftentimes, when you look at the portraits that I do, especially the fine art, they all begin with Kevin John purple. I think that you're going to be seeing some product come out that is completely painted with Kevin John purple. And it kind of that step before I take it to final paint, and it's very, very interesting. Again, it's just something that I've just developed on my own here as my own working technique. Art is so personal, it's so personal that what works for one artist doesn't necessarily work for another. And I love the inclusion of purple in my paintings, because it gives just this natural look that I really love.
The other thing that I love about that, though, is that means, now there's something really recognizable and consistent about your work.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love when I can look at an artist, and you can just it's theirs. And like you said, it's personal. There's like a piece of that artist in it. I personally I like to do art as a hobby. I've never quite found that one thing that is my style. So I love being able to see that and pick up on it in other artists, because you can really tell that they've found or discovered something about themselves, and then it translates into the work they do.
That's such a
I
good
agree.
point. That's such a good point.
I feel like it took me a long time to discover my style, but I've
it is
mastered it.
it is a it is a challenging thing to it's kind of like writing that perfect piece of music. You know what sounds good to you. You know what feels lyrically right to you. Um, but will other people understand it? Will other people understand why you've done what you've done? So creating a style is really different and difficult, because you're in some ways you're locked into that too. You better
Yeah.
sure style that you put out publicly, as a working artist, is something that you feel comfortable with living with for your career. Um, I, I work with so many different um, intellectual property um, subjects that it it becomes difficult to settle in on one style, because every project requires something a little bit different in terms of the stylization and what the IP holders will take to, what they'll approve, and moreover what the fans will like about the product. Because again, as I've said, when it all comes down to it, if the fans aren't happy, then it's all for naught. It's all about the fans. They know these characters and these personalities intimately. They love them. They're protective of them, and if you don't do them justice, you can really fall short of what your goal is in creating something that people love to collect or love to enjoy. There, he's an interesting little fellow, isn't he? Got that big red button. We're gonna go ahead and detail. And again, this is my first attempt at this style of character. So I beg upon your mercy in knowing that they will get better as they go, for sure. I don't know if this is I just like the feeling of having this rocket fly around in back of him. Something also that. Oh, go ahead. I apologize, Pedro. Go ahead.
Oh no, it's my masterpiece is actually complete. I just, in the excitement of competition, I broke my pencil, so I don't have any lead to sign it with. But
oh my goodness!
Maybe if I break it, there we go. There's some lead right in the pencil the whole time.
I just love it.
How are you all doing on progress on yours? I haven't actually looked up from my drawing board in a hot minute.
I think I am done with my little representation here of our friend.
All right, I can find the outline.
I'm going to ground him a little bit. I'm going to give him, as my art teacher used to say, I'm going to give him a place to live. You got to ground him. So I'm going to mix up some base natural color, and I'm going to just give him a little place to live here. Let's add some Kevin John purple to that.
I don't know if you're ready for this, KJ, but here is a close-up of my masterpiece. I think I nailed it once again.
Wow! Boy, I just once again, words just cannot describe. It's so awesome.
So for everybody watching, this will go on bid soon. Starting bid is 25,000. So a steal, really, if you think about it. So this is the true atom bomb.
It really is. You have expressed the emotion of the bombing perfectly.
Thank you.
Gabby, what do you got going on with yours? Oh, that looks awesome.
Almost done, but and picking up his
Oh,
blue
so
in a
cool.
suit, which is actually green. But I used all my markers and my highlighters that I had on hand. I'm trying to do the Inktober challenge, so I figured
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and just call this my
Fantastic.
Inktober for the day, since I only used markers and pens.
I dig it. I dig it. So this is interesting. You guys will see what I'm doing here. Let me move this up just a little bit so that you can see. This is kind of this started with a sketch that I did of a particular character that shoots webs out of his hands. Um, this is a kind of a weird little webbing technique that I just started doing with a couple of sketches for a guy that does that, if we can say it that way, and I'm really enjoying the effect. Once it finally dries, this effect is really cool, and I've actually gone to painting with two brushes. I'll use my thin and a full brush, and I'll kind of add some. Let's see if I can grab some purple here and add a little more over here, just so you can see what I'm talking about. So with my large brush, I add a little bit of pigment, and then I'll take this brush and kind of create this almost like a spider webbing effect. But it's working really well to create interesting technique, in interesting uh, texture is more the word that I think that I should use. You'll see once this dries up the interesting texture that it provides. As I said, I've been using this with a couple different sketches for some of the properties that I've been working on for you guys. So when those new pieces come out, you guys will really be able to see some of this intricate, interesting work that this technique provides. I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of a contrasting. This I'll wrap it up. But I'm really geeking out over this technique. So I dig it. So a little bit more here and here, and again, there we go. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. I am all done on my end, guys. We're gonna let that pigment dry up and everything, and there's our little atom bomb.
Hooray!
That's impressive.
I love it. I love the rocket.
Thanks, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, guys.
So, KJ, we didn't get to do. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do a giveaway or anything last time. But I think to commemorate another successful challenge, how would you feel about doing a fan giveaway?
I would absolutely love that. And let's do this. I'll autograph it to the fan that wins this piece. So whatever you guys want to do, however you want to do that, I would love to do that, and I'll send this out to the fan with some other goodies from Kevin John Studios as well.
All right. Well, you heard it here. So let's. I know you're not my mod, but whatever channel this is, if you could do a giveaway, why don't we do that and get a fan an exciting painting. Now I would do a giveaway on mine, but I've already been booked to put this in the loop, right? That's the famous art. One of
Yes.
It's got to go on display. It's gonna be in
The Louvre Gallery.
That's the one. It's going right on
they'll,
the main spot.
I love it. They'll wait hours. They'll wait hours in line to just be in the presence that gorgeous piece.
All right. Well, we have a bunch of people entering already.
Awesome.
Now, if you're entering, probably whoever's running this, they're gonna need obviously your shipping address. So if you're entering, please be prepared to provide your shipping address and information. Now, well, I don't know if we can totally. I don't know if we could totally leak this. I was going to mention something, but I think I'm going to get in trouble. So. Well, we don't have to specify. KJ, I've heard you're a fan of another property that Topps owns as well, um, called Mars Attacks.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I love the stylization. You know, who doesn't like Tim Burton and his stylization? But the whole mid-century sci-fi feel of that. I'm actually, and you and I talked about this a little bit. Um, we actually I'm working on a complete Kevin John intellectual property series that is all um, mid-century retro 50s 60s and then even in the 70s and 80s kind of sci-fi stylization for a bunch of my own type of art. So yeah, so I absolutely love Mars Attacks, absolutely.
Interesting. No comment beyond that, but interesting.
Just interesting, just very interesting.
Just interesting.
There we go. There we go. All right, I'm back on. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a makeshift work up here. I'm gonna have to get a better camera. If we're gonna do this, I'm gonna have to get a better camera to do this because I think I'm really
no
geeking
greens
out.
in this one, so this carries through.
Oh, wonderful. There we go. Just great. It's just great. All right.
Well, let's we're gonna hang out for another couple minutes, and then I
Okay.
think we took over the DigiCast Deluxe a little longer than intended. So for those watching, I know we had trivia planned next, but I think we're gonna hang out for a little bit longer with Kevin John. We'll extend the time here since we're having such a great time. Um,
Awesome.
and then I think we're gonna go. I guess I'll let Mark go, and he could come back on. I think you have an interview with somebody else coming up here shortly. Is that right, Gabby?
Yes, that sounds correct. Now I have to fix my things. We definitely need like a reset because I rearranged my whole situation here to do that drawing.
All right. Well, in a moment after the, I see. I see the chat. Will you can follow Mark on Instagram or Twitter, and they'll work that out. Make sure you follow Kevin John as well. I don't know if we have his social up, but KJ, why don't you go ahead and just tell everybody how to find you as well on social media?
Absolutely. The best way to find me and to see more of my art, including the originals from that first set of tops, like Star Wars, the Cantina set of original paintings. You can see those all on kevinjohn.com, kevin-john.com. or kevinjohnstudio.com. All takes you to the same place. And you can link to my social there, especially Facebook. I do a ton of stuff on Facebook for my viewers and my fans. At KJ at KJ Celeb Artist, and then, gosh, you just link to it right there. Link to it through kevinjohn.com, kevin-john.com, and again, you can get a really good view of that initial set of original paintings, as well as the art that I did for Star Wars Galaxy Edge for Disney as well on the website there. Send me some feedback. Message me if you want to buy some originals; those are available as well. It's all good. So rock and roll. I have loved being here. This is awesome. I love doing this with you guys, and I can't wait to do so much more. And I really want to hear um, from the fans what they think of the sketch style and the fine art style of all the products that we do with you guys. So I am honored as always to be a part of this, and thank you so much. And please let Mark go. That's my dude, man. Untie that kid.
Release Mark. Release
All right.
him.
Release.
All right.
I'll-
All right.
I'll speak
All
on
right, well,
I'll speak on
we'll
Mark's
wrap-
behalf. I'm sure Mark is very appreciative that you're here with us again. This is a ton of fun. I enjoy it. I love taking the little drawing break and then watching you do your thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
And
so much.
it looks like
It's been awesome.
it looks like there is a winner of the contest. Ari Air 101 has won the
Awesome.
original. So
Awesome.
before we
Congrats.
have KJ send that original to you, we'll ask him to take some shots because perhaps that makes an appearance somewhere in the future, and then
Yeah,
you are
for
the
sure.
holder of an original, both
Awesome,
in
awesome.
physical and digital form, maybe.
I love it.
We'll see.
I love it.
We'll see.
Very sneaky.
So,
Very sneaky.
Kevin John, thank you for another very successful interview, incredible competition. We love having you on for these. I'm sure Mark appreciates it as well. Until next time, who knows what the next challenge will be.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see who can paint the side of a skyscraper fastest. Probably. But thank you,
I dig
KJ.
it. I dig it.
We'll
Thank you,
Bye,
guys.
KJ.
Peace
See you
and
again
love,
soon.
and may the force be with you all. May the force be with you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you all. All right. Much love.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. It looks like there was a great end to that interview with Kevin John there. I just have a bunch of now paint supplies. I got to get better locks. I guess I don't know. So, thank you, Kevin John, for joining us. If you're just joining us now, you're new coming in. This is the DigiCast Deluxe. We're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby. We've already had a great kickoff to the day, and it's continuing. So we were fortunate enough. Give me a sec here. We were fortunate enough to have an interview earlier with Zelina Vega and Tops Bob, and now we are about to have another exciting interview with WWE superstar Peyton Royce, and Tops Bob will be joining us again for that. So, everybody, please welcome Peyton Royce and Tops Bob.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Peyton. How are you? How are you doing? How's everything holding up in this kind of crazy environment?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I don't really leave my house too much, and then I don't really have to travel to get to work because it's locally at the moment. So I'm doing really well. I'm staying at home as much as possible.
Awesome. Same here.
Work
is
we're
online
all at
for
home.
us, so.
Well, welcome. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to sit down with us and have a chat. We have a number of questions that were submitted to us by fans that we want to ask, and in general, just have a chat today with you. Now we have two questions in the middle of this that are also submissions from Twitter, where we'll bring up we'll bring up a view for everybody on screen, show what the question is, what the results are. We'll get chat to jump in and say what they think the answer is, and then you can kind of tell everybody what the correct answer was. So
good.
we can let's just kick it off with one of our questions. We had a fan named Spigen0023 ask, what is your favorite or most memorable match?
That one's easy. It was WrestleMania when Billy and I won the women's tag titles. That was, gosh, I still get goosebumps when I think about that moment. It was like such an accumulation of so much time and effort and hard work and sacrifice to get to that point, and to win something that we have dreamt about for so long on the grandest stage was just the most incredible feeling. I will never forget it.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in here. Close second, would that be when you fought in Australia at Super Showdown with Billy Kay?
Yes, that is up there too. Anything at home and on that level was absolutely on top of my list. If I get to be home and performing in front of my hometown, I would choose to do that every day.
Love it.
Excellent. And again, for anybody who's just joining us, if we take and for you, Peyton, if we take a brief pause in between asking questions, sometimes we deal with a little bit of a delay. So I always say it's not us being awkward, even though we are plenty awkward on our own. But it's just so that we can give Tops Bob an opportunity to jump in and commentate or something. So that's the reason there. Now we have another question here from KJames91, and they want to know, at what age did you start watching WWE?
I want to say I was 9, turning 10. I was still in primary school. I hadn't got to high school yet. And my mum was a fan when she was a little girl of Australian wrestling. So when we got Foxtel, which was like their pay TV here, it was the first thing that was on the TV, and she was like, "This is what I've been telling you about for so long, wrestling," and I fell in love with it immediately. Yeah, I think I was 9. And I'm finished.
And so is there, from that, I guess from that younger age, like, is there any moments that stood out to you then that really kind of and this actually goes into this kind of goes into the next question, which we had a question from Bommy Thomas, which was what made you decide to become a WWE superstar. But I guess going off the last question too, my question would be, is there something that when you started watching that really stood out to you or stuck with you that kind of continued to drive you into your path of then wanting to join and be a part of WWE?
Well, I grew up as a dancer, so I really feel at home when I'm on stage, or when there's lights on me, or just performing is when I feel most comfortable. So that's what really kind of drew me to the WWE. And then I just was such a big fan, and it's all I could think about. It's all I could talk about. It's all I ever wanted to watch on TV. I would cry if I missed a Raw or a SmackDown, and I just kind of grew into realizing this is what I want to do with my life, because I was so young. People, assumed that it was just a phase and I'd grow out of it. But I was so passionate about it, and nothing else in my life drew my attention or captivated me as much as WWE did. And I just knew from a young age this is what I was meant to be doing.
Now, knowing that you and Billy were childhood friends, was she into it first, or did you get her into it later on?
Well, so we went to high school together, but we did not like each other. We were not friends. So I'm not actually sure who started. Actually, I think she started watching first. Because she's a little bit older than me.
Okay.
So I think she's a couple years ahead. But yeah, we grew to love each other.
There we go. Time heals all wounds. Time heals all wounds.
I have a question that came to us from Steven 2020, and that is, what do you hope to accomplish now that you're a singles competitor?
Oh gosh, this is still such new ground for me, because my whole time in WWE, it's been 5.5 years, I've been in a tag team with Billy, and I have loved every moment of it. But now I'm stepping out on my own, and I'm treading the waters and trying to find my spot. But I have to aim high, and I have to say that becoming women's champion has always been a goal of mine. And now that I'm a singles competitor, that is what I've got my sights set on.
Good. It's good to aim high.
Exactly.
And then following up to that, Flex Truppler, I think is this user's name. What would you say is your toughest challenge adjusting as a singles competitor and not being partnered with Billy, who you started your journey with?
Yeah, so kind of the same as the previous question. I have been with her. We have been by each other's side for the last 5.5 years. So stepping out there on the stage, doing my entrance by myself, not having... She's like a shadow to me, or she always was. She was always there. Like, wherever I go, she is, and vice versa. So just being alone. And when we had our match against each other a few weeks ago, it was just the strangest feeling, just hearing my music and walking out there alone. So I think just not having her by my side at all times is gonna take a lot to adjust to.
Now, what happens if you guys get drafted to separate brands with the draft coming up? Is that going to be even harder? I know right now you're both on Raw, so you guys are still kind of together, backstage and stuff. But if you get separated, how's that gonna feel?
I mean, it's still going to be hard, because she is my best friend in everyday life. We talk to each other all the time. She's just always there. She's my person that I go to, So
Yeah.
If that happens, it's going to be quite the challenge. But it is time to grow, and I do think it's time to grow as a person and as a performer. So that could very well give us both that opportunity.
And then sticking with the draft, I asked this to Zelina as well. You've been on SmackDown, you've been on NXT, you've now been on Raw. Is there any prediction for yourself where you think you might wind up? Is there somebody on some brand that you have a bone to pick with still, or?
Well, see, I I don't know. I have been thinking about this, and I feel like if I could just wait and see where everyone gets drafted to, and then
Yeah.
I could decide. But there's so many women that I just want to work with. I have no idea where everyone's going to end up, but people like Bailey and Sasha, I know they're at each other's throats right now, but if I could get in there at some point with either one of them would be incredible. And
Yeah.
then I'd love to work with all the women coming up through NXT as well. NXT is home, so I would always love to go back there.
Mm-hmm. And just one more thing, what are your thoughts on working in the Thunderdome? I know that's a whole new experience for everybody. I mean, it's amazing on television. It's incredible to see every week. And then we get a lot of photos from WWE from recaps for the event and stuff, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, it really is. It's insane. When I first, my first time in the Thunderdome, I was a little bit taken back, and my depth perception was a little bit off because you're used to physical people, and then all of a sudden it's screen, and it was just a little bit confusing. It took me a second time for my body to know what was going on, but
messes with your mind a bit.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I really love being in there.
It's great. A Vince creation, Thunderdome. Couldn't be named anything else. I love it.
Well, we're up to our questions from Twitter. We have one up right now. So if we can bring that question up, what we're going to do is I'll read off the question. We'll have the answer shown. Then we're going to open up our chat so that they can guess. So the first question is, who do you think at Peyton Royce, WWE's favorite WWE women's superstar was growing up? So chat, go ahead, type in your guesses. Let's see what you all say, and then we'll ask Peyton what her answer is.
Are we letting chat respond?
I think we just opened it up.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the delay between chat and what we're live. There's always like a short 15-second delay there, so those will roll in now. So it looks like
it seems like the answers, they're a little bit. The answers are varied, but let's see.
I think I see an overwhelming. I see a consensus. I think so.
Okay.
I think the consensus guess, if I had to pick one, the consensus guess here is Lita. And Peyton, why don't you go ahead and we'll show what the responses were from the fans, but while we pull that up, why don't you go ahead and tell us what the answer is?
Ooh, we got a tie.
So that is funny. I love Lita, but I grew up a huge, and I have to say this is a tie, so this works, but it's actually Trish and Nikki.
Okay.
I love Lita, but if I was to pick Trish or Lita as a kid, I always pick Trish.
So have you had a chance to wrestle Mickey yet, or that hasn't?
No, and
hasn't happened?
I am waiting for that so badly because I don't know if you know this story, but when I was a teenager, I think I was 14 or 15, and WWE came out to Australia and they did an autograph signing, and it was Mickey and Jeff Hardy there. And I was so overwhelmed meeting Mickey James because I loved her so much. And she gave me a hug, and we took a photo for the newspaper, and she wrote in my program, "Meet me in the ring one day." And I was just like, so I'm just dying for that full circle moment where I do finally get to meet her in the ring one day. And it's just crazy because that was so long ago, and it's still possible. I'm just waiting for that moment.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Mickey and Trish because I feel like their feud from years ago was pretty much the gold standard for years until the evolution started and everything with the women again. But I feel like that was like the standard bearer for women's wrestling feuds for a long time. So it's pretty cool you picked those two names.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe the network just put out a special for that WWE timeline that kind of chronicles their whole rivalry. So it's pretty cool to go back and relive that a bit. Yeah, they were great. I think we had a second question, right?
We do. So we have another question from Twitter as well, which we can pull up now. And it's, if you had to choose one past or present superstar, who would you want to fight at WrestleMania? And these were the choices fans were given.
Waiting
So
for
chat will have
answers
their
to come
answers
in.
rolling in.
I know I'd have to pick my best friend because I feel like if we all the time when we go to WrestleMania together, we just argue the whole time anyway. So it's kind of we're on our way. We're on our way to the ring at some point.
Yeah, this seems like a tricky one, especially after hearing the last story.
Yeah, that is a tricky one.
Is there an all of the above? Yeah.
It would be somebody
Yeah.
else.
Well, all right. Why don't we go ahead and show what our fans answered with?
What?
So Peyton, tell us, did they get it right?
No, at that list I would have gone with Nikki. They were very wrong.
Wow.
Well, I love this. I feel like we in the community got to learn something new about you today, so this is exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would love to wrestle any of those women. Being on WrestleMania is an achievement in itself, but if I had the luxury to choose.
All right, so those are our Twitter questions, and then we have, let's see, we have a couple more.
All right, let's see. We
Gabby,
had a question come in. Yep, from Iconic Prince, and I feel like I need to call out that Iconic is spelled with the two I's. That might be, just wanted to call out that user. If you were able to wrestle one fictional character from a movie or TV show, etc., who would you want to wrestle and why?
Oh my gosh, that is a tough question.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities.
I know, so many. I'm gonna go with Hermione Granger. Yeah. That's who I'm
I'd watch that fight. I would watch that.
Now that's an answer.
Yeah. Get into her mind and get on her level and in that world, and beat her butt.
Now in that matchup, does she get to use magic? Because I feel like that's
yeah. But I want to use magic too. That's why I want to be in her world.
I like that.
Okay.
So
okay.
we're in that universe, and you also have the powers of witchcraft and wizardry, and so all right, this is like a true this is like a wizard witches battle. I like this.
Can I embarrass myself for a second right now? I've never seen any of the Harry Potter movies. I know. Party foul. I know.
All right.
I've only seen the first two, and I don't remember the second one. But I loved the first one.
I'll get around to it someday. I just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know why. I get the craziest looks when I tell people that. So.
Yeah.
Like booted out of conversations with people. But
we're learning a lot of new things about everybody today, and even tops Bob here, who needs to go watch the movies.
I'll get there.
We still have some time. We have one more question, and then Peyton, we can start talking about, especially if you're a little bit of a fan of Harry Potter. We have also our top properties. We'll talk about fandom in general. But before we get to that, we have one more question, and this is from JBL Cinefan1, and their question is: other than wrestling, well, this was going to be one of our questions. Other than wrestling, do you collect anything or have any hobbies?
I do collect. I've always wanted to collect art, and I just each year I'm slowly adding like little pieces to my little art collection, and I'm actually waiting for a piece to come in now. But other than that, I'm a big collector of white sneakers.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love
Okay.
them. My every time a package arrives at the house, my husband says to me, "It better not be another pair of white sneakers." And most of the time it is.
Now, do you have a favorite? Is there like a favorite brand that you go with, or is it white sneakers in general? What makes one pair of white sneakers stand out from another to you? And I'm sure there's a list, but like what does it for you that makes something stand out? You're like, this is the pair I want.
I mean, if they're white, they're already winning. But I don't know. I feel like they just look so like they just make any outfit like pop. And I don't know. When I look at people, I'm immediately drawn to their shoes straight away. And so I don't know what it is about white sneakers, but I'm like, I just love them. I feel like they go with everything.
Good to know. Good to know. Fans, make note of that. Because if you ever want to shower Peyton with gifts, white sneakers.
Yeah, white sneakers.
Are you really into like the sneakerheadness of white sneakers to the point where are there ever rare releases or limited releases of white sneakers that you've had to go after?
I'm not good at like being up to date with things like that. There was a pair that I was I saw a picture of them and I had no idea what they were called. I don't know names and things like that, but they were actually black and white, and I had to have them. And I could only find them on one website, and they were going to cost an arm and a leg, so I said no. But then I couldn't stop thinking about them, so then I went back to the website, and they went up in price, and I was like, I just have to get them before I lose my mind.
Yeah. I'm not a sneakerhead by any means, but I saw these new Ric Flair, Damian Lillard sneakers that are coming out soon. I don't know when they're out, but it's all blue with like a woo on the bottom of the shoe. I'm like, I gotta have that. I need it.
Yeah.
I'll never
No, you
wear
do
it, but I
need
need
this.
it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Funny enough, there's a pair of sneakers that I was looking at as well, and I actually think they are all or mostly white sneakers. However, when they're in, I believe it's when they're in black light, it's a Nike sneaker, and the Nike logo is like 8-bit. But when they're in black light, it's very like retro 8-bit theme or something across the whole sneaker, so you can't see it unless it's in that special light. But otherwise, they're like all white sneakers. And I probably already missed them, but that's one of those like limited releases that I was gonna try and get, but I have I don't know if they're out yet.
I just don't know
Very
how to
cool.
accessorize with like a all blue sneaker. Like I don't know how to. I'm a guy. I don't know what to wear with that.
Just
Like,
do it. Just whatever feels right.
Rock it. All right.
Yeah.
That's good
Well,
advice.
I have an idea here. I think if there's any brand representatives out there, I think if you want to, maybe you can partner with Peyton and release a special edition white sneaker. I think that's like the perfect opportunity. Just saying. Just want to kind of put that out there.
Yes, thanks, Gabby.
There we go.
Not sure if we have any, sneaker designers watching this, but if you know anybody, chat. Let's make some connections here.
You never know. You never know who's in chat. Now, Peyton, you said you also collect art. Is there a specific kind of art that really kind of speaks to you or that you're interested in?
So I have an obsession with anything tropical, anything beachy, and I love paintings. I feel like some people like photographs or things like that. I really love painting. So any kind of painting of something tropical that just like speaks to me, I love. I have one hanging up in the room next door that I bought when I first moved here, and it was I just love it. I just stare at it sometimes. I have it in my reading room. But yeah, anything tropical and painted.
Well, right before we had we started our session with you, we were fortunate enough to have we had a painter actually who was just on
Ooh.
a Disney master artist by the name of Kevin John, who is specialized in watercolor paintings and has done a bunch of stuff for Disney. I don't and Disney. He's done Star Wars. He's working with us on other properties. So check him out too. You might be interested in some of the
Yeah,
stuff that he's done.
very cool.
He's an artist that has overcome color blindness actually to be
Wow.
this really just incredible master artist in watercolor. I mean, I've never really seen anything like it. So if you're into paintings, definitely
will.
check him out as well.
Thank you.
So
That's crazy.
yeah,
I didn't know he was colorblind.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, he every time we've had him on, he surprises us and our guests with something. And then I think the last time we had him on for DigiCon, he hit us with the fact that he's actually colorblind and then produces these incredible pieces of art. It was really just spectacular.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to get a talent. Jeez, colorblind watercolor painter. I'm way behind.
Well, that's actually an interesting. Since you mentioned that, we kind of talked to Zelina about this too. Peyton, do you have any maybe secret talents or, maybe something else that you spend your time on?
No, I wish I could say yes.
Well, you mentioned earlier you grew up as a dancer. Do you still dance, or is that something that
So I hit some TikTok sometimes. I'm just not. I don't have it anymore. I'm just not what I once was.
But you're a professional TikTok dancer now.
Well, sometimes I do really miss dancing. And actually, a couple years ago, right before I got called up to the main roster, I had some time off, and I said, I'm going to take a dance class. I'm going to find a local one, and I found one, and it said it was open. So I thought that meant open levels. That's what it meant to me, like beginner, intermediate, advanced. I was like, I'm going way back down to beginner. I'm not looking for an advanced class kind of thing. So I get there, and I'm all very excited, and then I realize that it's open age, and I'm the only adult there. It's children, like toddlers almost, and I was so mortified. And I stayed for the whole thing. I was just in shock.
You finished it out. That's good though.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's
awesome.
So sweet, though. I'm glad you stayed at least. I mean, and those kids, they probably had no idea. They'll never know. Maybe when they grow up one day, they'll realize it.
The embarrassing thing was that all their parents stayed to watch them and cheer them along, and then he's me. Oh my gosh, I'm getting anxious remembering.
You were going back to basics. That's all. You were just going. It's like riding a bike.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, that's fine. But you tried something new. That's.
Yeah. I had a question for you. So you're from Australia. We've been stuck in the same place for months now with COVID. You guys were all around the world before this. Is there anywhere you haven't been yet that you would like to go with WWE, like any country or anything like that that's still on your radar?
I don't know if WWE's ever been there, or if I just don't know, but I want to go to Indonesia and wrestle there.
That'd be awesome.
And then the other thing is I know they go there every so often. My favorite place in the world is Hawaii, but I've never got to wrestle there. So, yeah, if I ever got to do that, I would love that. We actually went to Singapore last year, and I had never been there before, and that was just, oh my gosh, I loved it there. Yeah.
I feel like they did an Indonesia thing maybe in the mid-'90s. That for some reason that sticks out in my mind. I remember seeing a picture of Bret Hart somewhere. I don't know, but Singapore, I'd always wanted to go there too. I used to work back with WWE 2K and worked a lot with the Singapore, the Asia team there, and I think we helped sponsor that tour you're talking about actually. So,
really?
Jealous that you were there. I think so. Yeah.
I was a bit shocked at how much I loved it, because I honestly don't really like traveling. Like, I get physically ill when I'm traveling. It's just not the part of the job that I enjoy. I don't think anyone does, but I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed it and loved being there.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get everybody out of the bubble soon, back on the road.
Totally.
Be nice.
So, our guest from earlier, celebrity artist Kevin John, is watching right now. He's watching this interview, and he just texted me and said he would love to send Peyton a tropical painting.
Oh my gosh,
Done
really?
especially by him. So,
Wow.
if you would like Peyton, if you can get in touch with us after the show, we'll have our producer on if you want. I'm happy to arrange that, and if you would like that, Kevin John would love to send
Oh,
you
thank
a
you so
tropical
much.
themed painting.
Amazing.
So
Love it.
so thank you, KJ.
I love it.
Wherever you
See?
were watching.
We didn't make the sneaker connection this time, but we made the painting connection. So yeah.
So yeah, Peyton, check out his stuff after this, and then, like I said, get in touch with me or however, and we'll make this happen for everybody watching. This was not scripted. Wasn't expecting that. Just saw the text now. So
That's awesome.
Thank you, KJ, and then Peyton, thank you so much for joining us for the interview today. It's been really lovely having you on and chatting with us. We appreciate the time.
Oh, thank you so much for having
Thank
me.
you so much.
It's a pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're unfortunately at our limit. We'll be back shortly. Thank you, Peyton, and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
Welcome back, everybody. And thank you again to Peyton for joining us for that interview. And thank you, KJ, for kind of impromptu gifting of a tropical painting. I'm sure she's gonna love that. So people calling out that I was gonna say welcome back, everyone. If you are just joining us, you don't know the deal, but we're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby. If you're not following us already, please do so. This is the DigiCast. This is specifically the DigiCast Deluxe, where we'll be doing our we do celebrity interviews, we do special game segments, and just tons of fun stuff. So this is kind of setting the stage for what DigiCast Deluxe will be. You can tune into our regular episodes every week. We've been on. Sometimes we do more than one a week. Still trying to figure out what our regular schedule is going to be, but for now, we'll be doing this weekly, and then we're going to try and get in some regular, monthly or so DigiCast Deluxes where we try and do something special. And that's what we're here for today.
And if you're not currently in our apps, head into the App Store, head to your Google Play Store, your Apple App Store, search for Tops, install all of our apps, or the ones that speak to you the most, and join our community so that you can start opening packs with us, collecting with us, trading, and then hop in our DigiCast community here on Twitch, where we will talk more about those apps and the things we collect. And speaking of the Tops community, we're still talking about our Tops community, right? We're still talking to Tops. Are we still talking about?
We are. So we're
okay. Just
we're
double checking.
We extended our one segment earlier with KJ just because of how amazing it always is to have him on. So we still want to do our trivia. So we're going to do WWE trivia and a giveaway. Same as we did with Star Wars, but we're going to do that with Bob.
I'm back.
Bob, welcome back.
Thank you. It'll be a little more informal now. I don't have to be all get my question hat on, my interviewer hat on. I want to apologize.
Hey, we can always be informal.
Yeah, I want to apologize to the people in the chat that I'm not bald, because apparently anybody named Bob should be bald. But I'll go with it. Fake Bob is here.
We'll let you work on it.
Sorry to disappoint you, chat.
Yeah, give me like 20 years, and maybe I'll be back bald. I can give you gray. Does that count? I can get a little gray here, but.
Oh wow! I started sprouting my first gray hairs like the week that quarantine started. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's just coincidence. I don't know if it was going to happen anyway, or if it was just like, the world is on fire. Gray.
Yeah, I've been told because I've the red hair, I can get away with blonde, so I'm been going with that for a while. But when it grows in a little bit longer, I look like I'm wearing a powdered wig. But it's all right. As long as it's still there, I don't care what color it is.
Awesome.
All right, so we have. I'm getting our quiz ready now.
Yeah. So while you guys are doing that, I just wanted to call out a couple things for the Slam app. So a couple things we've done this week. We've sent out some avatars, and I know people are constantly asking like, "Oh, put this person in," but I just want to let everybody know it's a slow burn. We see what you're saying. We have everything in the works. We're trying to think of some new cool stuff to get those out to you guys, rather than just throwing them out there to you. Maybe putting them in missions or adding them to something else or crafting or anything like that. But we hear you. I am on the case. I saw some notes in the comments for Sunday Night Heat pack that we released today about why is John Cena in there. So we want to encompass the whole lifetime of Sunday Night Heat, which was about 6 years or so, and John Cena was a mainstay on there in the early parts of his career. So just to answer anybody that was throwing comments there about that. And then I wanted to announce that I mentioned the draft a few times on the interviews with Zelina and Peyton. So the draft will be next Monday on SmackDown, and next Friday on SmackDown, and on Raw on Monday. and we'll be doing some live chatting and giving away cards throughout both shows of superstars that are getting drafted. So we'll have more information on that on Monday, but stay tuned for that next Friday and Monday with the draft.
I love it. And I want to say something to the community. I hope those of you who constantly come into our chat asking for more information about Slam, I hope you're happy because this is for you. We did this for you. So, you're welcome. And we will try to keep doing it because we know it's important and we care about our community. Yeah, so now we're going to do some trivia about Slam.
Let's
so
do it.
Y'all better get it right.
Yeah. Angry Gabby trivia.
I care very aggressively about this community.
She almost
All right,
kissed too
so
much,
we'll be
guys.
doing. We will be doing. Actually, I'll just ask you live, Bob. We're gonna do a giveaway with this, like we did with Star Wars, to the top 5. What are we giving away to the top 5?
Well, because I had stepped away from the computer, I didn't see what you gave away for Star Wars, so I'm gonna throw it back in your court. And what did you guys give away for Star Wars?
We gave away 5,000 crystals or gems per user for the 5 top placements.
I wouldn't be doing my job right if I didn't match that. So let's do the same.
All right,
I'll get yelled at later.
Then you heard it here, everybody.
On a Monday for it.
No, we have Tobin, if you're here and you're watching, remember you approve this. See? Now you're not in trouble.
Very good. Yeah. All bases are. This is recorded though, right? So we.
Yep.
Yes.
And someone's gonna clip it, and someone's gonna,
Perfect.
All right. Don't mind me. I just real quick had to put these on because somebody redeemed some channel points and requested that I put these on. DAC 8075, who I think is actually also a new, I think is a new follower. Maybe I can't remember. I can't remember if you subscribed today or not. But either way, thank you for redeeming your points. I've put on a random set of ears. These show up a little funny because they have green in them, and the green screen chroma key is capturing it. But anyway, here are my ears, and it's hey, we're talking Slam, and I know this for a fact now that Alexa Bliss is a huge Disney fan and is also an ear collector, so it's relevant.
She is.
Just making sure.
I don't know if
it's all
you've fallen up
connected.
with the programming, but she's a bit out of her mind these days. She's gone to the dark side with Bray Wyatt, so we have deranged Alexa Bliss now. Yeah.
Oh no. All right.
It's been great.
Hopefully she finds her way back. All right.
Thank you, That Geek Dusty, for subscribing.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
Mark,
So we are ready for the quiz.
Comments. I'm seeing in the comments. Do people just reply in the comments, or how we work?
No, we're gonna have. So something is going to show up. We're gonna switch over to our quiz mode now. So let's go to quiz mode.
Oh man, I'm big now.
Not Quiznos.
Quiz
mode.
Quiz mode. Jeez, Mark.
I like it.
to sell, since we're now I feel like we actually are officially on the tail end of the mullet, right? Because it's all casual from here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and open up a nice pack of Dunkaroos while we wait. Dunkaroos. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I am a joke, and these are fake Dunkaroos.
I'm seeing someone wants me to fake dab, so I'm gonna fake dab. I don't even know if I do it right, but there's a fake dab.
Thank you, Bob.
All right,
man of the people.
That was much easier.
We are ready.
That was much easier than trying to get Mark to do it. So thank you. I think you're already going to be a big hit with the community just based on that.
I like it.
We are ready to start.
Cool. So am I asking you guys questions? How am I? I'm in the middle now. I see what's going.
You're in the middle, but that's because you're our featured guest right now.
Awesome.
So you're the star. You're center.
Okay.
We're gonna read the questions. You can. I don't know if you can answer along with. I feel like you have too much knowledge here.
I have
But you're
way
gonna
too much.
we're gonna
Yeah.
partake in this. So the first question is: in what city did Zelina Vega grow up? The options are Baltimore, Maryland, Boston, Massachusetts, New York, New York, or Los Angeles, California. So we're
I
gonna
know this one, so I'm not.
we're gonna
I'm
let
not gonna
our
say anything.
to the person that asked for the pager pastel emoji. Yes, yes, it's already in approval.
Now this will be a real test for anybody, for people who actually watched the stream this morning, because there was a topic at one point. So let's see if anybody was listening or paying attention, because they were all watching, right? Of course, they were all watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course they were.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well,
The timer's run out.
before we officially announce it, Bob, why don't you tell us the answer? What was it?
The answer is the beautiful, the city so nice they named it twice, New York, New York.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Home to many of our own here at Tops Digital, but not all of us.
Was to be home to me until this nasty little virus reared its ugly head about 2 days before I started at Tops. So
Jeez.
good timing.
Ruining all
COVID.
our plans.
I know.
Yeah, we have not. I work.
Formally met.
Was working out of New York, and we have not formally met yet. So
yeah.
One day.
One day.
Maybe.
Bear Bear in chat.
Who knows?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Bear says that Bob is like Frank Sinatra.
I'll take it. Old blue eyes. I mean, I'm wearing a lot of blue. I got a blue shirt, a blue background. I just realized I had blue socks on. I don't know what the hell's going on over here, but a lot of blue.
But where are the blue sneakers?
Not here yet. Not here yet.
That's
I could add
funny
in a little
because
green,
you said you
though.
didn't.
My bird.
You said you didn't know what you would match the blue sneakers to, but like clearly.
Clearly, there's a trend.
I clicked the next question by accident, so I'm reading this.
It's fine. Let's go for it.
Question 2, accidentally started that, is who does Zelina Vega credit as one of her biggest WWE inspirations growing up? And it's The Rock, Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, or Trish Stratus are the options.
She also mentioned this earlier as well.
Yeah,
so.
she did. Yeah.
Should I spill the beans?
Let's give them just a few more seconds to answer.
Okay. Oh, okay. They're answering.
And okay, yeah, time's up. All right, what's it gonna be?
It is Mr. 619 himself, Rey Mysterio. And there he is.
Ooh, not a lot of people
Yeah,
got
she
that
talked
one.
a lot. She talked a lot about relating to him. Both being, Latin American and his stature.
And now
I understand why a lot of people said The Rock, but
yeah,
we had a lot of people say The
that was
Rock,
a
and I understand why.
Trick answer.
But
and what's crazy too for Zelina is she's currently on the Raw brand, and Rey Mysterio is also on the Raw brand with his son, and now he has the rest of his family involved in the storylines too. So it's kind of crazy how it's like a family affair. I'm Italian. I use my hands a lot. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place here.
Same.
Yeah. Just flailing about here.
All right. Our next question is, what movie did Zelina Vega recently star in opposite Florence? How do you... Ooh, Florence...
Pugh.
Pow?
Pugh.
Not Pugh.
I can't... can't pronounce... I am the worst at pronouncing people's names.
Mark, reach into your Star Wars heart. It's
so
Pugh.
when we have her on
Pugh.
next time, we will not.
If I reach into my Star Wars heart, then I'm just gonna say pew pew repeatedly.
That's okay.
So I didn't even
Start
get to
saying
read
that.
It's Fighting with My Family, Black Widow, Midsummer, or Little Women.
We talked about this earlier.
We did.
If you were
Yes.
paying attention. Zelina Vega in Little Women would be interesting, though. I would watch that. I mean, that movie's been made so many times. Let's just make a new one with nothing but superstars.
WWE does have a movie studio. They could make this happen. I feel like
I would watch that.
I feel like Little Women is fair game for anybody these days. So
I love it.
And
All right, the right answer?
overwhelmingly, Fighting with My Family is the answer. Most people got it.
They would be
Good
correct.
job, Digi Squad.
All right, our next question.
This is a tougher
what
one,
year
I
did
think.
Zelina Vega get drafted to the SmackDown roster? 2019, 2018, 2017, or 2016?
This one I don't know.
This is a toughie.
All right, real fans in the chat, we're counting on you.
Show yourself.
All right, we have answers loading now. Give it a moment. Bob, would you have known this one off, like, is your knowledge base so good if somebody asked you this just on the street, would you have known this?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Rain Man?
Yes.
I've been compared to that with my insane wrestling knowledge. It's a little crazy.
Wrestling stats. That's kind of awesome. Good to know, though.
Yeah.
The answer is 2018.
Yes. With Andrade, they both came up on SmackDown together, and they recently just broke up on Raw last week. She was his manager with another superstar, so they are going their separate ways.
All right, we're going to our next question, which is, which WWE tag team has Zelina Vega spent the better part of the last year managing? The Viking Raiders, the Hurt Business, the Street Profits, or Andrade and Angel Garza?
I may have given this away
we
when
did not talk about this
up.
one. Oh yeah. Wait. You just did. You just did answer it.
I did.
I almost missed it.
Cast out of the bag.
Say it.
At least half of it.
I'm getting made fun of my pronunciation of words.
Andrade and Angel Garza is the answer. So her and Andrade started out together in NXT, got drafted up to SmackDown, and then they moved over to Raw, where Angel Garza came up as well. He came up kind of around when COVID started, and they became a tag team and kind of wreaked a little bit of havoc on the division the last 7-8 months, and then they just recently went their separate ways, and Zelina's kind of going for the Women's Championship. So nice to see her breaking out of her shell a little bit and not just on the sidelines managing.
Our sixth question now is, which former WWE superstar trained Peyton Royce?
This is a deep one.
Lance Storm, Devon Dudley, or Billy Kidman?
This is a deep one.
Yeah, this is going to be another one. True fans, show yourselves.
Yes.
This is your moment.
This is I need to Google search it type of answer. Should I give it away?
Yeah. Let's tell them.
The answer is...
Yes, go ahead.
The answer is former ECW, WCW, and WWE superstar Lance Storm, who also used to wrestle with Chris Jericho in a tag team when they first came up together. So he's been around a very, very long time. He's held titles in all three of the promotions. And I believe, I don't know if he was working backstage with WWE. I don't know if he's there anymore. I think with COVID and everything, things happened. But as of this past year, he was working backstage with WWE. So a legend.
Awesome. All right. Well, it seems like we did have a few fans in there who knew that. So good job. Good job, everyone.
Nice.
Our next question is, Peyton Royce was born in Sydney, Australia, but moved to what other Australian city at a young age? Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, or Adelaide? I knew this.
Have either of you ever?
Believe it or not.
Have either of you ever been to Australia?
No, but I would love to.
I have not.
Yeah, me neither.
Have you?
No, I'd love to though. I don't know if I can do that flight, but if there's some type of like teleportation thing gets me over there quick, I'm
it's
in.
a long. I mean, from New York, it's a long flight. You have to go. You have to take the 6-hour flight to LA, and then there's an additional 14-hour flight from LA to this. I know it's a 14-hour flight from LA to Melbourne. So
I don't think I could be on a plane for that long.
Where she moved to.
I don't think I could do it.
When I was out in California, I did LA to Germany for an event, and that was 13 hours nonstop. That was a little rough, but that's the farthest I've been.
I mean, an extra hour, you've almost done it.
Yeah. So I guess it's not that. I guess I could do it then. Cool. So Melbourne.
Yeah. And we're kind of split on the answers there.
Who was Peyton Royce's tag team partner in the Iconics? Which the text came through a little bit weird here, but Billie Kay, Naomi, Bailey, or Toni Storm?
All right, we definitely talked about this with Peyton.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. So plus
I've seen a question.
Even if you know like the bare minimum about like the current wrestling, you might know this because I know this.
Yeah.
And I know the bare minimum.
I'm seeing a question from Bear 2019 in the comments. Will there ever be more personalized cards? I would love to do more personalized cards, and that is definitely something we're going to keep looking at. So stay tuned.
Would you like to go ahead and reveal the answer?
Sure. It is Billie Kay, the person she didn't like growing up, but now loves. So.
All right, our next question is, at what event did the Iconics win the WWE Women's Tag Team titles? WrestleMania 35, 36, SummerSlam 2019, or Royal Rumble 2020?
Who knows this? Our quiz is too easy, huh?
Too easy. Don't worry, it gets harder. Once we get to the next round, it's going to get difficult for people. People have to put on their wrestling caps.
Philip68, you're just asking Siri? Oh my god. Does that work? Can you do that? Siri never answers me.
You know what? We're going to try it for the next one, and if it gives it away, it's free.
Oh my gosh.
Got to play smart. I like it.
All right, what is the answer?
WrestleMania 35.
Yep. MetLife Stadium. There we go. They defeated Sasha Banks and Bayley.
Works. Hey Siri. Who did the Iconics defeat at WWE Super Showdown in front of 70,000 hometown fans?
She's gonna be like, I don't know, Google it.
For who's who do the Iconics defeat at WWE Super Showdown in front of 70,000 hometown fans. Check it out.
Oh my god, did she actually answer you?
No. It just Google searched. It did not work.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Siri, you failed. I didn't get to. It's already done, so I didn't get to announce what the actual choices were. But Bob, do you want to go ahead and tell us the answer?
Yeah, the answer is Asuka and Naomi. So Peyton Royce and Billie Kay, they were in their hometown. If you haven't had a chance to check that match out, it's obviously on the WWE Network. But it was pretty cool to see the reaction to them when they came out, and they had all their families there and stuff. So special moment.
Wow, that one stumped a lot of people. See, you said it was too easy.
Yeah.
Look what's happening now.
Yeah, I wonder if we did a battle of Alexa or Siri, who would have the better answers. I'm curious. Or Google Home, or whoever. I don't. There's too many robots that talk to me these days. I don't know who to talk to anymore.
Um, and the next question is: in what year did WWE Sunday Night Heat debut?
This is where they get a little bit
99,
tougher.
97, or 2000?
You've had to be a fan for a while or know the history for these types of questions.
Chat's got jokes, as usual.
Somebody
Alrighty, the timer is up. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and
Let
give
me,
us the answer.
I want to make sure I give 1998. I believe it was August 1998 was the year that it was debuted. I almost forgot that myself.
Yep.
Double checking my work.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Now let's. Got a few more questions here. 4 more, I think, to be exact. Which WWE superstar was a part of the original Sunday Night Heat broadcast team? Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Lita, or Shane McMahon?
This should be an easy one, I think.
All right. Give us. Go ahead and give us the answer.
It is Shane O'Mac, the son of billionaire Vince McMahon. He started off as a commentator on the. He's actually done pretty much every job you could think of in WWE over the years. He's been a referee. He's been a commentator. He's gotten his butt kicked all over the world by people in WWE. Now he runs Raw Underground. So Shane's done it all. Daddy put him to work. That's for damn sure.
All right. Our next question is: what championship changed hands during a special halftime Heat episode that aired during the 1999 Super Bowl? The Intercontinental Championship, Tag Team Championship, WWE Championship, or the Hardcore Championship?
If you haven't had a chance to watch this match during halftime Heat, it is pretty insane. It was an empty arena match, so they just fought all around an empty stadium and beat the hell out of each other. It was pretty crazy.
All right, go ahead and give us the answer.
It was the WWF, now known as the WWE Championship, that was on the line during that match. I think one of the people mentioned in the comments there was a shot at the end of the match of a slow motion fork. They had a camera on a forklift and it was going down onto the superstar. It was pretty cheesy, even for 1999 standards, but still an iconic moment that people remember. So, but yeah, for the WWF Championship. Lots of news asked me if I know how to backflip. I don't at all. I never had that ability. And now that I'm over 30, I don't think it's ever going to happen now.
Aww. No late in life wrestling for you?
No, but you know what? There is a scene in The Office where Creed says he wants to do a cartwheel, and they get him to do it for his New Year's resolution. So maybe I can do that later in life. I'll make that a New Year's resolution, do a backflip, and I'll put it on my list.
All right, 2 more questions here. We have who competed in the halftime Heat championship match? The Rock versus Mankind, Ken Shamrock versus The Rock, Steve Austin versus The Undertaker, or Triple H versus Steve Austin? I feel like these are good. This is real hard now.
Bob Phillip in the chat wants to know if you collect digital or physical cards.
You know, growing up, I was a huge baseball card collector. I actually just found them the other day at my parents' house, which was pretty cool. It was kind of a blast from the past. I was not expecting. I thought mom threw them all out, but found those the other day. I haven't quite gotten too much into the digital card game. I obviously have now because of Slam and working with Topps digital side, but definitely more of a physical guy. That's just what I grew up with, and you know. But now that I found them, I kind of my intrigue has been spiked a lot more. I want to kind of get back into it a little bit, especially
All right,
seeing what some
so
of these cards are
what-
going for online. It's crazy. The answer is Rock versus
Definitely
Mankind.
gets
So
crazy.
Rock was a bad guy at the time. Mankind was, I believe, I think he might have been the champ going into the match. I can't quite remember. But yeah, they fought all over an empty arena. The Rock threw him down the stairs. It was crazy. Mankind is an icon in the hardcore wrestling world and in wrestling in general. And he got the ever-loving crap kicked out of him during that match, but still managed to win. So it was pretty entertaining. Something to watch during halftime that wasn't like the Rolling Stones or somebody on the other, on the Super Bowl itself. So it was pretty cool halftime heat. I see Rock was the champion. Okay, I was wrong.
I have like
Rock
for
versus
some reason that like
Mankind.
stirred memories in me.
I
feel
think
like
it aired on
I actually
It was
think
either.
I
I don't think they were on MTV yet. I want to say. No, it was on USA Network actually.
Alrighty, we got our last question.
We do.
Let's see
Our
who
last
wins this thing.
question is, which cable network did WWE Heat air on from 2000 to 2003? FX, USA, VH1, or MTV? Six more seconds. Final question. Get your points in.
Get them in.
All right.
All
And
right.
the answer is
The answer is a network not typically known for its music anymore, but MTV. They were on there for a few years, but they were on USA Network first from '98 to 2000, then moved over to MTV, where they stayed. And yeah, so they were. I think they were at 10 o'clock at night or something in the U.S. But I see lots of news saying stop with the U.S. centric questions. Next time I come on, I'll have some more global questions for everybody.
awesome. And wow, we had a completely split vote on this one.
Nice.
All right.
How's that work with diamonds?
Well, let's see. What we're gonna do
let's
is we're
see
gonna
what the
see
final
who are the
results
top
are.
5. Yeah, and
Oh, okay.
points.
Well,
Who got the most?
this makes
points?
sense to me. With a name like Iconic Prince taking the very strong lead here.
There we go.
They are in first, and we have a contestant number 8 and a number 46 on here as well. So if you are those contestants, please just shoot a message in. It means you're either not registered, I think, on Twitch, or you're not following us. So 1, please follow us if you're not already. And 2, message us and let us know if you were one of those 2 contestants, and then we'll just check that out. But the top 5 here... Oh, there we go. Their names have loaded.
All right.
So all 5 users have loaded. Congratulations. You will be getting...
Congratulations.
Contact our mod, and you will be getting 5,000 gems in Slam.
Love it.
Congrats,
Go
everybody,
download-
and thank you for
Make
joining
sure.
us. Yes.
Go download the Sunday Night Heat pack in the store right now. We also have the Evolutionary Moments video set that came out yesterday. We have another wave of that coming out next week. So those of you who are looking for certain videos of certain superstars, don't fret. there's more coming. So appreciate you guys working out on the app every day, and we'll try to get you guys all kinds of crazy content. I got a lot of ideas floating in this head here, in this not bald head. There's a lot going on. So stay tuned. And
Thank you so much for.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say thanks so much for joining us, and thanks for the awesome questions. It was really fun talking to you and learning a little bit more from you. So
absolutely, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us, Bob. We'll talk soon. Bye.
See you guys. Bye, everybody.
We'll be right back. You know the drill. Welcome back, everybody. This is the DigiCast Deluxe, the first ever DigiCast Deluxe. And if you're just joining us, which at this point, I hope you're not, because we're almost at the end and you would have missed out on a lot, but you could always go back and watch it. But if you are just joining us, we're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby.
And we have a friend waiting for us in the green room.
We do.
Sorry. So
we do.
Sorry. We've kept him waiting for a while.
We are sorry. But he's a friend that you all love. Because, you all know. You've seen him.
Yes. It's been worth the wait.
Let's not keep him waiting anymore. We'll even do the rest of our little intro thing after, but please, so we can get him in here having some fun with us. Welcome Tops Andy. Back to the DigiCast.
Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Thanks for being
Sorry
so
for the wait.
No worries. I appreciated when I first started at Tops, the Marvel app was not created yet. It was still being built out, and so I was a Slam producer for a while. So that was bringing back some good memories and bringing some wrestling knowledge that I had to get a quick crash course in.
Awesome.
Well,
awesome. Cool. Well,
now
speaking
we have,
of having the knowledge and the trivia,
you're the go-to Marvel expert at Tops. So I put together. I know it's been a hectic couple of days. We're trying to use this new quiz feature, and we didn't really get to sit down for this. So I came up with a Marvel quiz, and it's an MCU trivia quiz.
oh jeez.
I was trying to make
yeah,
sure.
I'm very intrigued by
all
this. This is the first time that I'm getting publicly quizzed on this, so like there's a little bit of pressure.
It goes from easy to hard. It's all MCU related. So those following along, it doesn't go into the comic specifics or anything. It's all MCU. Because I was limited on what I could even look up, and I was like, I gotta fact check. I gotta try and fact check these. So
now hold on. Before we launch into this, though, just a quick reminder to anybody who's watching or maybe has just tuned in. we do have a watch party coming up in Marvel Collect. So this is going to be very on topic, talking about the MCU and doing some trivia. So if you haven't participated in a watch party before, they're tons of fun. You're going to find a lot of content. You're going to have friends to chat with and talk through the movie with. In these very strange times we live in, it's just a lot of fun to get together in the app, in the article, and just kind of chat with each other and talk through the movie.
And look
also
at that.
collect some cool
There's
stuff.
free coins, and there'll be free coins, free avatars, free packs while you're watching the first installment in the... Oh my god, I hope I get this right. Is it called the Infinity Saga, technically, or...
Yeah, the Infinity Saga is technically all of this MCU from Iron Man to Endgame, but we will be, I guess we can say it now because it's about to be out in 15 minutes. We have an Infinity Saga collection dropping at 4:30 p.m. Eastern that will feature art predominantly from Endgame and Infinity War, but it also has these really cool posters that show a character's evolution over the entire time in the MCU. So we're kind of referring this to as like part one of our Infinity Saga watch party, and hopefully we'll be able to follow up with an Endgame watch party pretty shortly. So we're going to do Infinity War tonight. We get to watch the sad part first. You know, everybody kind of knows how this movie ends. Emotionally prepare yourself for it. As a Spider-Man fan, this movie's a little bit traumatic every time, but like we got to be ready for it.
Why? Wait, why? What happens to Spider-Man? What?
Oh, man.
Just kidding.
There's so many memes.
Tune in tonight to find out.
I going into it,
Also,
I was
on,
legitimately not ready when I saw it for the first time.
Yeah.
Listen.
I went with my wife, and she was very confused as to why I was just like sunk into the chair of the movie theater for the last like all of the end credits. I'm just sitting there
that
like stone faced, like. Yeah, I was not. I knew that was. Everybody knew that that's how it was going to end. It was just a matter of like, oh, they made it like
it didn't
really
feel good. It
No,
didn't feel good.
you
I
felt
don't
worse
like
than
what
Tom
they
Holland
did. I don't like the energy that they created for us in the theater. I left in a bad mood. Did not like, but they made it all better eventually.
Yes,
It's
all part of a great 5.5 hour.
Wanted to add again, in case you somehow didn't already realize this, or you've just tuned into this channel and you're trying to figure that out. If you want to join us, you got to get into Marvel Collect. So if you don't already have that app for some reason, head to the App Store, download it, create an account. You can start opening packs and trading with us right now, and then hop back into chat here on Twitch and find some trade partners and friends. So anyway, just want to make sure we establish that. But yeah, are we ready for trivia?
Let's do it.
We are ready for trivia. Let's get this started.
Alrighty. I'm feeling good. I'm not completely nervous. I've got I've got this good energy going. Let's see what happens here.
Well, it starts. I will say it starts off easy, and I think it gets harder as we go. But let's see if that's enough to stump you.
Okay.
All right. So we're pulling this up now. I will. If you don't have this stream up, I'm going to read the questions to you and then give you the options because you won't see it on your like our producer feed thing. All right. Here we go. Oh well, almost. It's setting up. I thought it was just going to go to it, but no.
Oh, Mark Pepperoni.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I've got the stream up now. I'm taking a look at it. I see the quiz kit. I see the rules up there. I like it.
All right. Well, here we go. Starting game, and the first question is: which of the following characters can't pick up Thor's hammer? Loki, Vision, Captain America, or Thor?
That is that's a great question to start off with. You have to have watched a few movies in order to get that one. I very much like that.
So we're gonna give everybody else a minute to answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think one of my favorite things about just in general, like with the hammer stuff, is that I think in the app I remember Gabby was getting a kick out of our set where we had other characters as costumes when Thor is like a pig and Spider-Man's dressed up and is wielding the hammer and stuff. So I've appreciated there's been more than just one or two characters in the movies. They kind of kept up that comic tradition of everybody gets to wield it at some point in time.
All right. So what is your answer?
It's definitely Loki. I just watched Age of Ultron the other night, and so Cap gets it in Endgame, and Thor has it all the time, so that means Loki.
And our viewers overwhelmingly agree. That is indeed the correct answer.
What a bummer. Like, for Loki.
I love it.
Like, I'd be so annoyed.
Our next question is, what kind of animal...
Oh, here we go. What kind of
Sorry,
animal
what kind of animal is goose? A cat, a flurkin, a goose, or a unicorn?
Oh, wait. Is this this is a trick question?
It's not a trick question, per se.
Or we're just looking for, like, the true answer? Like, the truest
well, I mean,
answer?
technically there are 4 different species here. Just so happens that one species looks like another species.
Fine, fine. All right.
Listen, I do appreciate that. Again, this was another thing that from the comics, when I first was reading the Captain Marvel comic and it happened, it's hilarious. It's played as a great comedy bit, and I'm glad that they kept that here.
All right, give it another second, and then we'll get the answers.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm intrigued to see. I see a lot of people saying that they were just trying to figure it out, but if I'm right here, you went. It should be Flurkin, correct? Like that's the alien species that we're dealing with here. Especially has all the tentacles that in the comics can take you into a parallel dimension, and he can basically, or the alien can hold everything. It just looks like a human cat.
So the answer, let's give me one sec here. It is so you're right. However, the quiz has it set up wrong. So everybody answered.
What did you
right?
do?
It actually has the right answer as cat, which is incorrect. It is Flurkin.
Oh, joys.
So for legal reasons, this is a joke. You are right though. It is a Flurkin.
I do
sorry
love that
about
question.
that.
All
right,
good.
our next question. Remember, folks, I was on a tight timeline with this, so sometimes stuff gets messed up. What kind? The next question is, what kind of scientist is Jane Foster?
Ooh.
Geneticist?
So this is a fun one. This is a great MCU versus comics question.
Astrophysicist or organic chemist?
She's a geneticist.
Yeah, this is one where if you read the comics, you're gonna get a little bit confused, and you gotta think back to that first Thor movie, directed by Kenneth Branagh.
We're going with MCU answers.
Yes, we're going MCU answer, which is stated in the first, in the first movie. They make it clear that there's a little bit different than the actual comics, and there's actually a great throwaway joke about how Thor comes out wearing scrubs, and it says Donald Blake on it, the name of her ex-boyfriend. Donald Blake is the alter ego of Thor when he was first created by Stan Lee back in the 60s. But I think if I had to go with an actual... I'm 99% sure it's astrophysicist, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. But not in the comics, right?
No, in the comics, she's a medical doctor.
Yeah, because the whole I've read the comic more recently than I watched the movie, so this question threw me off.
If you're looking for a Jane Foster comic, Jane Foster Valkyrie has been a fantastic story right now. Definitely recommend that.
All right, our next question. is the Tesseract is the blank stone. Reality, time, power, or space?
It's really funny. I remember them not by their actual MCU name or whatever. I have them color coded in my brain from the number of times we've had to do Infinity Stone stuff in app. I'm like, oh yeah, which one's the red one, the orange one, the yellow one?
I'm just trying to remember by like when it comes up and what happens and what they do with it. And now I have a feeling I might be misremembering.
To be fair, the
like
Tesseract is the one
context.
that's kind of a little bit MacGuffin-y, and it just kind of does whatever you need it to do for the specific plot, unlike the rest of them, which are a little bit more clearly defined. Because the Time Stone is around Doctor Strange's neck and is very specific. The Reality Stone is the red stone that we see for a little bit. It's the Ether that goes into Jane Foster in Thor: The Dark World. Power Stone is the purple stone from from Guardians 1. And then the Space Stone is the Tesseract, which technically gives you the ability to manipulate space. You can like teleport and stuff, but there's a lot of other things that Loki uses it for at different periods and points of time during the first Avengers movie, and then as it shows up again over and over.
Well,
Yeah,
that
see,
is correct.
I was thinking
And,
reality because I was thinking they use it to manipulate reality.
Yeah.
I'm not even I'm failing this quiz. I'm not winning this quiz.
I think these
I clearly
are-
need to join the
we're getting
watch
into our
party and watch
intermediary.
these again.
Yes,
The next
very
one is
much
which
so.
famous actor appears as Loki in Thor Ragnarok? Ben Affleck,
Oh.
George Clooney, Matt Damon, or Brad Pitt?
This is fantastic. Well done. What a great question. One of the best cameos in a movie full of amazing cameos. Yeah.
It is such an amazing
I would-
movie.
It is. And I would pay to watch the play that they do for that scene. Like if that was an actual play that was going on with the actual cast that they had for that, 100% I'd watch it. It'd be fantastic. But it's Matt Damon, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct. It is Matt Damon.
Yes. Love it. Oh,
I
I'm
got
glad
one right.
everybody's seen Ragnarok. That makes me happy.
Next question is, where is Captain America from? Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, or Long Island?
Ooh.
Ooh.
All the Brooklyn. This is actually a perfect little teaser moment that I can give for everybody. New York Comic Con was supposed to be next week. There's going to be a virtual version of it. But we decided that we wanted to still celebrate. So we will have on Wednesday a New York Comic Con set dropping featuring characters from all 5 boroughs in New York City. And the cards are actually die cuts made to look like subway passes. So we're really excited about those.
Aww.
Captain America, of course, is in the
That's awesome.
is in the set. We got my Spider-Man in there. It's lots of fun. But Cap is from Brooklyn, specifically Red Hook. And I always laugh when I watch Age of Ultron and he says the line that he can't afford to live in Red Hook anymore. And it's true. Oh, man.
Let's see how many got it right. Most. All right, question number 7. How are T'Challa and Killmonger related? They're not. They're cousins, uncle and nephew, or brothers.
Another solid one. Have to remember how family works. But again, this is just a great movie. I'm really glad we were able to do the Black Panther box last year that had the amazing behind the scenes art, had all the weapons, concept art. One of my favorite sets to put together in general. But I'm gonna wait. I'm watching the stream here. I see people in the chat asking me to dab for some reason. Don't quite get it. But they're definitely cousins, if I am correct, or if I'm remembering correctly.
You are correct.
Yeah. The "Hey Auntie" line that Michael B. Jordan delivers is probably my favorite moment from that movie.
All right, question number 8. Which of these cities does Peter Parker not visit in Spider-Man Far From Home? Prague, Venice, Paris,
London.
or London?
Sorry, I shouldn't. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was a great. Sorry, I really had to think about this one because I'm going through in my head. I'm like, they're all mentioned in the movie. They're all called out for very specific ways. But now that I see the timer is 0, I'm pretty sure it's Paris because they talk about the Eiffel Tower every time. But the opening scene is shot in Venice. It's supposed to be shot in Venice. Prague is where he meets Mysterio for the first time in person. And London is where the final battle happens because the battle is on London Bridge. So that means that they talk about Paris all the time, but they don't actually go to Paris.
Yeah, I did. Lottie, I did the same thing.
Yeah, and somebody actually called it out in the chat. There are 100. Oh, I was gonna say someone called it out in the chat in the Mysterio, in the Mysterio crazy trippy scene where he's messing with Peter's mind. He does show the Eiffel Tower and throws MJ off of the Eiffel Tower in that scene.
That's why I got confused. I was like, I remembered the Eiffel Tower. I was going to say, I remembered a funny quote, Tom Holland in an interview, and I'm going to butcher the quote, but it was something cute about how when filming Homecoming, for him as an actor, he was actually incredibly far from home, but then in Far From Home, he was like, around the corner from his literal home. So just a cute play on words for him as an actor and the character.
Ella, I remember hearing that quote too, and then I think Zendaya was living with him for a little bit. He just had half the cast living in his apartment or something. Which is the fact that TikTok wasn't around at that period of time kind of makes me sad because I think we would have gotten some tremendous content.
Okay. Question number 9. Which of these does Tony Stark not describe himself as? Philanthropist, millionaire, playboy, scientist?
I know you gotta really think back here. I only know this because it's really tricky. There's a set that we're going to have.
Is this like a semantics thing?
Not a semantics. It's just a really cleverly worded, distracting answer. Because the reason I remember this is that we're going to have a set eventually that is a Tony Stark specific set, and there's the theme of the style guide that we pulled from was billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, and so he's a billionaire. He would never ever make sure that you know that he's millionaire, but I think that it's gonna be scientist or millionaire. But I would say that he refers to himself as a billionaire all the time, not a millionaire.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Trick question.
Officially, the answer is scientist.
Does he never actually call himself a scientist in the thing?
Where did this question come from?
Yeah, I think it was a good. It's a good trick, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what.
Because I'm actually now I'm actually going through it. I don't want to swear. I'm going through and he actually never calls himself a scientist, does he? Other people call him smart, and he's a technology person, but he actually never calls himself a scientist. Damn, that was a good question. Damn it, I thought I'd go perfect. Okay, I think that means that I have to dab then if I got a question wrong. So I will. I think that that's how this works. Is that how this actually happens? I don't know.
Sure.
I just know that it's going to exist as a screenshot forever. So I'm just gonna lean into it and let it happen for everybody.
Question 10 is who does not disappear from the snap? Vision, Peter Parker, Scott Lang, Bucky Barnes.
Ooh.
Who does not?
Have to watch tonight to make sure that figure it out. But oh man, we already talked about Peter. Oh shit! No, wait. No. I'm feeling good. Okay, I'm watching the clock run down here. I started second guessing myself again because
this is another trick
I'm remembering.
one, right?
So I thought in my head, I was like Vision, because Vision dies when the stone gets ripped out of his forehead. But in the actual snap thing, you see both of them get snapped away, I'm pretty sure. But Scott Lang actually never disappears in the snap. He's just in the quantum realm, although we just don't know about it until Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah. Yeah, he's stuck elsewhere.
He's literally in whatever the quantum realm is that we'll figure out in Ant-Man 3 when Kang the Conqueror shows up. It's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait.
So give me a moment here.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Sorry, one sec. My thing's not loading.
Go for it.
Uh-oh.
It just means I get to look at the beautiful cards on the bottom of the thing more, and they're some of my favorites. I love that Captain America Reflections card.
If you're just tuning in, go download Marvel Collect now and look for these cards.
Please,
Plus
very much
the
so. I
cards
get
that
excited.
just-
I'm literally. I was gonna say right now, our new collection is available now. So feel free to go in and collect our Infinity Saga set. Gonna open
Here we go.
1,000.
So, I don't know. Check this. The official answer here is actually Vision for what was provided. But I feel like your
Where did you get
reasoning
these?
for Scott Lang
Why did you get
is
these?
too. I feel like your reasoning for Scott Lang is too good.
Yeah, well, because I think it depends on when the question was asked, because I do believe that the official answer that Marvel provided everybody from Infinity War until Ant-Man and the Wasp, Captain Marvel, and Endgame was if you don't know where they are, they got snapped away. But obviously that wasn't the case, and it was quantum realm shenanigans, and Scott, as far as we know, never got snapped away while he was in the quantum realm. He was trapped in there for what felt, I think he says in Endgame, it felt like he was in there for 5 hours, but he was in there for 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
so
he
I
comes
don't know.
back while
Might have
everyone
to-
else is still snapped away.
Yeah.
Spoilers,
Yes, he does.
sorry.
I was gonna say, there's. I really hope people. Listen. I understand people don't like they have their movies spoiled, but these movies have been out for a very long time.
So let's go to the next question, and again, that one I would. Oh, well, let's just go to the next. What kind of scientist is Whiplash? Geneticist, physicist, engineer, or chemist?
No idea.
Oh man, I love that Mickey Rourke was in that movie. It makes me really happy. He's a fantastic actor. Oh man, because he basically builds an arc reactor from scratch, which is one of my favorite tropes. That I think I see the timer's out. I think it's an engineer, but I'm not 100% sure. He might be a physicist, but I'm gonna put my rep on engineer and feel like I'm gonna be wrong.
I said physicist. So let's see.
Physicist is the answer that I have.
Yeah.
We're not saying it's the right answer.
It's tough because I think Fury mentions some like when they're in the donut shop. There's that's when there's the exposition dump of everything that's going on. And to be fair, as somebody has mentioned, Iron Man 2 is a tough movie to sometimes pay 100% attention to the whole way through.
All right, question 12. What flavor of ice cream did Ben and Jerry's name after the Hulk in Avengers Infinity War? Hulk, a Brandon Fudge, I'm always hangry, gobs of gamma, the big guys blend.
Amazing. There is a YouTuber named, it's a YouTube channel called Binging with Babish, and he actually recreates this ice cream flavor from scratch. If you're really in a hankering for some fictional Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
So tell us, what is it?
It is Hunka Hunka Burning Fudge. Still a ridiculous name. I cannot believe that they got that name through.
All right, we got a few more questions.
Let's do it.
Question number 13 is not one of as Guardian friends. Fandral, Volstagg, Hogan, or Selvig?
Oh my gosh. The Warriors 3. Love those. I do remember. I do remember this answer, so I'm gonna hold them. Well, because Sif is technically, Sif is obviously the one that's not on here that everybody knows and remembers. But as I slowly watch this timer go down to 0, Selvig is the name of the professor that is Jane Foster's friend, Eric Selvig. I couldn't remember his first name. It was driving me nuts.
That is correct.
And it looks like
there we go.
Majority of the participants knew that, so good job.
Yep. Next
well
question.
Glad you guys
14.
actually remember the Warriors 3.
This one's ridiculous. How much credit did Tony give Pepper for Stark Tower? 5%, 12%, 1%, or 10%?
Okay. I think. Oh boy, I have two answers in my head. I'm really pushing between 12 and 5%, and I think I'm going to go with 12% because I just feel like I can remember the line of she has some smart aleck remark like back to him later about 12% or something. I think, and 12 just sounds right. I'm not sure, not 100% sure.
12 is right.
Yes. Oh, Joss Whedon dialogue. You stick in my head for no good reason.
And then we have our final question, which I don't particularly nearly as hard as the others. Probably pretty easy for some of our fans here. Which Infinity Stone does Thanos get first? Space, reality, soul, or power?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say this is another one where first like 5 minutes of the movie you gotta be paying attention. But luckily, I think most people were. As I'm just making sure before I start giving away answers here because he's on Thor's ship in order to get the Tesseract, the Space Stone. However, he's destroying the ship with the Power Stone because they blow up Xandar off camera, which actually leads into one of the fun facts that we're going to have. If you participate in the watch party, someone will let you know about this. The original script of Infinity War had Nova as the original herald of Thanos, like, coming into Earth and warning everybody about it. But the screenwriters and the studios felt that introducing a new character in a movie that already had so many characters in it was probably not the right move. So they stuck with the Hulk.
Well, the Power Stone is correct. That is the answer. And I would say apart from there's definitely a couple questions that I had that the answers are. The earlier one with Flurkin was just wrong. You got that right. I just had the wrong thing. There's a couple questions that were questionable. I think we stumped you really at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Whiplash one was the one, and I have not watched Iron Man 2 in a very, very long time. So that one I will fully own. As a unabashed defender of Iron Man 3, I will admit that Iron Man 2 is definitely not the strongest Marvel movie that was ever made.
Our final and overwhelming results for this quiz as far as the points people got. We have our top 5 here, and we'll do the same giveaway we've been doing for the rest.
Congrats, everybody.
So congratulations, everyone.
I was 41 out of 64, so not the worst.
It's not the bottom. I don't know how to do percentiles in my head, so I'm not going to try to.
So congratulations to our winners. Let's see here. Our mod will be taking that down shortly. We'll make sure that it's their prize. This is majorly slowing down my computer for some reason.
got a little bit going on.
Little bit. It's happening. No big deal. All right. So, Andy, thank you so much for. Oh, I'm lagging apparently. Yeah.
You might. I was gonna say you're coming. I got a little bit. I thought it was on my end. To be fair.
Yep. My computer is definitely struggling a little bit. So we'll. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. we're gonna lag. I don't too much. What else we do? Oh, you know what? We'll close this. End game. Not this week.
Yeah, I was going to say, this week is the Infinity War watch party. That'll kick off in an hour and 15 minutes, roughly speaking.
Yeah, why don't you...
All right.
Do you want to recap, Andy, and tell us a bit more about...
Yeah, so we will have our Infinity War watch party, 6 p.m. Eastern, so literally an hour and 14 minutes from now. Jump into the app. We'll be giving away coins and avatars for the watch party exclusively. So everything will be available to claim until roughly 9 p.m. Eastern. And what we will have are, as well, are special bundles for the watch party where we're giving away two avatars as part of the bundle. And we're also going to have a bundle with the Infinity Saga packs that just went live now. So if you're looking potentially to like finish off your Infinity Saga sets, or you kind of want to get started with them, we'll have some great bundles available just during the watch party though. So if you want any of these coins, awards, bundles, you're going to have to pop in to the app during the watch party. Make sure to swing by the article, chat with some people. And also what's really awesome is that Disney Plus literally just launched their group watch feature. So you can have up to 6 different accounts watching the movie at the same time. So if you want to like get some friends in together and say like, hey, I'm going to watch Infinity War for this watch party, you should come watch with me. Disney Plus has this amazing, super easy way that you can send that link out to your friends and you all start watching at the same time. So that feel free to utilize that feature. We're really excited about it as well. So in the future, we might be able to do some kind of watch along with the mods kind of a thing. But that is, I'm going to be testing it out before I can fully commit to anything else.
All right, exciting. So make sure if you're watching now, if you haven't already, go download Marvel. Make sure you get in. Watch parties. I think the watch parties are some of the most exciting events that we get to do. I mean, just the fan interactions, kind of the fun content we get to do, and have that all kind of sync up with the film or show or whatever it is that we're watching for that. So, and Infinity War, I mean, it's one of the best films that has come out in recent history. So to be doing a watch party with Infinity War is very exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a great movie. And like I said, obviously it ends on a little bit of a down note, so we'll be picking everybody up with an Endgame watch party coming soon.
All right. Well, Andy, thank you so much for joining us and spending the time to do the trivia with us and talk about the watch party. And I'm sure we'll have you on again soon. And next time we'll see. Maybe you can do your own. We'll try and put together like another trivia challenge where we can have you vet some of the questions and do some more exciting games.
Oh, for sure. Definitely looking forward to it, and I very much appreciate everybody who's going to tune into the watch party, everybody who's playing Marvel Collect. We really appreciate the love, and we're really glad that you guys are enjoying the content that we're putting out there.
All right, Andy, thank you so much, and everybody watching, we'll be back in a moment talking about GPK and Blockchain. Thanks again, Andy. You know it. Welcome back, everybody. Now, especially if you're just joining us, this is pretty much we're going to the end of the show now. So if you're just joining us, the door is that way. No, I'm just kidding. If you're just joining us, we're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby. We're the DigiCast. DigiCast Deluxe today. And what that means is we're doing special interviews, games, and an extended version of what our usual stream that we do weekly is. So I think at this point, the people that are here are probably our close, dedicated friends and fans. But if you are new, welcome.
Mark, I was looking at your drawing again now that you've posted it on Instagram. I'm sorry, not your drawing, Pedro's drawing. The drawing that you found, that you posted, that you shared.
Yes.
It's just very upsetting. Like, that's the only way I can think of to describe it. I'm not saying it's a bad drawing. Like, it's not a bad painting. It is not a bad work of art, like, objectively. It's just upsetting. It's ruining my day.
It's
oh man.
It's got,
but I can't stop looking at it. The longer I look at it, I mean, it's like staring into the abyss, and the abyss is staring back at me, and I don't know. It's like bringing up some thoughts for me, some feelings. All right, I'm gonna have to stop looking at this and like deal with this later. Yeah.
The longer you spend looking at it, the more your soul belongs to the painting. So, maybe.
Alrighty, hold on a second. Ahsoka Troopers 16 has redeemed some channel points, which means
Give us the bits.
I'm gonna put some ears on. Give us the bits. Give me the bits. All right, so let's try these. This is a different pair that I have not worn yet today. Let's see how I can make these fit. Thank you. Thank you, Ahsoka Troopers, for redeeming those points, those hard-earned channel points. Thanks for hanging out with us. I always love to put on my ears. I'm going to have to get some new ones soon. I'm going to have to build up my collection.
Lottie, I will respond to your tweet. I'm just gonna responding with a picture. Okay. So we.
Speaking of Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of Garbage Pail
Kids.
I was like, what? Do you have some news I don't know about? Speaking of Garbage Pail Kids, we released on the 30th, which was Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. We released our GPK Series 2, which we had 3 tiers of packs. We had a $5, we had a $25, and then we had a $50 pack tier, which was Standard, Mega, and Ultimate. Our Standard and our Ultimate sold out, I think, in something like 30 minutes, and then the next sold out by the rest sold out by the next day tomorrow. So, if you didn't have an opportunity to purchase those, I think what we'll do today is we'll do a giveaway for one. So we'll pick. It's a little more difficult to actually do those giveaways. So we're gonna do we'll do a 3-winner giveaway, which you will get. We're gonna do one of each pack. So you'll get a Standard, you will get a Mega, and you will get an Ultimate. So, $76 worth worth of GPK OS2 cards in packs. So I think we can actually start that now. We can do hashtag GPK. Just wait for our mod to bring it up. We'll start a giveaway while we're talking about Series 2 and what that entailed. And then we're going to go and talk a little bit about the future of GPK and what's to come. So for GPK Series 2, we kind of went above and beyond what we normally do. We had several different new variants, all animated variants. We had a slime. It was slime, gum, VHS, which were the pack exclusives. So each one of those is restricted to a special pack that's only available there. And then we had animated cards. We had an artist come in who hand animated several cards into a collector's edition variant as well, those came out amazing. Gabby, did you get to see those?
I think so. I think I've seen, at least, not through my own collection, but through browsing, what's out there. I've seen them, and yeah, it's very tempted to open some of my other packs, but I'm not doing it.
Speaking of GPK in general, Gabby has quite the luck when it comes to GPK, and didn't know for a long time. Gabby,
no idea.
Why don't you tell people what you got from the first release?
I have. Oh shoot! And I don't have her to show you. So through my own lack of understanding, I had one pack that I opened from Series 1. I bought several packs. I kept most of them unopened, but I had opened one pack, and it was one of the simple, the standard packs. So I opened it, and they were all standard cards pretty much, maybe a few of them with the Prism variant. Like, not great, awesome looking, but nothing, nothing surprising came out of that pack. And then the next time I went to look at them a couple weeks later, I couldn't find my cards anywhere. And I've actually realized recently that I think maybe I had my collection filtered incorrectly, but I couldn't find them. And so I didn't look at my cards for months. This was, back in Series 1. I bought a pack, I opened it on day 1. Now, this past week with Series 2, I went back, I bought some new packs, and I finally found my old ones and started looking at them. And I was looking at one of my cards, and I was like, why does this card have, like, a weird green eyeball on it? And I was looking at it, and, like, the green eyeball, like, right on the front, like, smack on the card, I was like, what is that? And it says Relic, and I'm like, and I turn it over, and it says it's a collectible, like, the variant is collectible. I'm like, what does that mean? And it says it's number 1. So I went and started asking, like, Mark and Alex from the team, and sure enough, it's a pretty rare variant, right?
I mean, it's the first mint of a collector's edition from the first release, which is also the currently the most sought after. So yes, it's probably one of the most most valuable cards you could pull, or at least it's up there on the top list. Shy of maybe one of the Goldens, which wasn't even in the packs. Yeah.
Mint number 1, but this is the part that kills me. This is what gets me, is that card is a Weird Wendy, who is, without a doubt, my favorite GPK, especially from any series, really, but Series 1 GPK, it's a Weird Wendy, just a cute little witch. And I even have my little Weird Wendy, like, little teeny tiny toy that I like to show off. I don't know where I left her somewhere. But it's just, I mean, that's, like, really cool that, my favorite GPK, I would happen to have a very rare collectible variant, number 1. But with that being said, if anybody wants to buy her from me for an insane amount of wax / US dollars, I will gladly. You can have her. Please, someone buy her from me.
I'll trade you Pedro's painting.
Yeah, no. Thank you for the offer, though. Very, very kind. But no, I've got her right now. I'll figure out. We'll figure out what becomes of her. But I did list a couple of my other cards on a few of the different wax marketplaces. Actually, moved a few of them this week. I made some wax back. Got some wax in my wallet now from a few successful sales. So, yeah, it's fun.
All right.
We should do like a how-to video or something at some point. There is a little bit of a learning curve and you're new to it. It really isn't. It isn't so much that it's complicated. It's just different. It's unlike anything we're used to doing. Just collectively as people, this concept of the NFTs and stuff, it is so different that even in its simplicity, it can be pretty confusing. So maybe at some point we can whip together our own how-to.
Bear done. I will make you. I will make sure that Pedro makes you a painting.
Wow.
Once a week. Yeah, done. Deal.
Wow.
Make it happen. Deal.
Philip, the everything about this, the wax, the GPK blockchain NFTs is web based. I don't know if that's the appropriate way to describe it, but that's what it is. It's not a specific application. It's not a phone app. It's not a PC app. It's web based. The concept of this wallet and this currency can kind of exist through any platform that someone develops for it. That's a great way to describe it, but you don't need a specific app
again?
for it. I said to begin with that it's web based. It's not on a specific, like, it's not a specific application on it's not a mobile app. It's not a piece of software. It's web based, and really these NFTs and the thing of the blockchain exists pretty much could pretty much exist or be accessible through anywhere that someone chooses to develop for it. Like if I knew a thing about developing and I wanted to make my own NFT marketplace, I could
indeed
build
make your
one
own. And as a matter of fact, even with that, the NFT like standards, like the collectible standards, and how NFTs interact. We've talked about this a little bit, but GPK typically is on what's called simple assets. And if you were here for DigiCon, you would have seen we did a segment in a partnership with Atomic Hub, which is another standardization. And Atomic Hub is there. So Atomic is its own standard that was created not by the Wax development team, but by a third-party group that wanted to develop a new standard for Wax. And so, like, yes, it's the whole point of blockchain in general is that it's very open. And the whole point is community development and reading chat. You're funny. And yes, for legal reasons, I am a joke. I lost my train of thought, but blockchain is, we talk about it quite a bit. We definitely will do a walkthrough of it at some point. I think that makes a lot of sense, and we'll kind of guide everybody through it. If you go to the site, it is pretty simple though with the interaction. Where the way that we have it set up now is you can just buy it with when it's on sale, you can just buy with a credit card or debit card or whatever, and you'll get your purchase. If you go to a market and transact or trade or sell, you're selling for what's called Wax, which is a cryptocurrency similar to something like Bitcoin. And that's the world of blockchain. That's how it works. Definitely can get as complicated as you want it to get. You can dive into it, and then it just gets deeper and deeper as far as how complex it can be. But the gist of it is, if you're familiar with Bitcoin, it's functions similarly, and then NFTs is kind of like a layer on top of that allows for digital collectibles. Now, Series 2, we had a lot of great content coming out, and something we had done and made sure we included was some original art. So we had original art in OS2, and I'll be calling for a minute, not yet, but we're going to talk about original art moving forward. So we had some original art in OS2, and we have some more art actually from those artists that we did not get to feature in OS2. So one of the things we're working on is a new set, which will be all original art and reimagines of GPK in general. So we'll have Series 1 reimagined, Series 2, probably Series 3, and then we may even have some new characters by those artists as well. So we're still working on that set. This is a very early introduction to what we're planning, but we are planning something, and actually after discussing with KJ, we may try and include his art as well that he just did earlier today. I don't think this one from Pedro will make the cut, but we'll have some art in there, hopefully from KJ as well, potentially, which would be really cool. And then we'll likely do more animated cards again, and we'll have a full original set. And I mean, moving into the future, we're looking at new properties for blockchain and what that's going to mean for Tops. The reactions from fans have been really strong. People, it seems like all of you and those are who involved with blockchain love the releases. I mean, they sell out quick. A lot of trades happen live. Patreon art set. We'll see if that if that day ever comes. So yeah, I mean, I think that about covers it for GPK. We appreciate the great response from fans on OS2. Looking to the future, we have a lot coming forward, and then beyond GPK as well. We are looking to see how we can continue to grow and advance what we are doing in our involvement at Tops in blockchain technology. That is my GPK spiel. But so why don't we take a look quick at some of the original art that will be coming up in that set, because we do have a couple previews, and these are going to be OS2 related, but then we'll have some stuff coming up. Now this is from a really talented artist. His name is Lars, who he was working with us, and unfortunately his stuff couldn't make it into the OS2 set, but this is kind of what triggered the idea for us to do a whole original set. So these are literally the raw pieces, no logos or anything on them yet. And if you collected OS2, you'll know that we had some unbranded. We called them raw that we had in those packs available as well. And just a little bit about Lars, and I'll see if I can post. I actually would like to post his link here. So this is something that Lars gave to me, just since we're highlighting him today. Over the last 20 years, Lars has defined his own genre of photography known as dark pinup, but it's comics that have remained the passion he's called to. So as a teenager, he was deeply inspired by punk designs, Image Comics, Heavy Metal Magazine, Liquid Television, and of course Garbage Pail Kids. Once becoming educated in the revolutionary potential of blockchain technology, specifically NFTs, Lars saw an opportunity to realize a lifelong dream, pursuing illustration as a career. He's currently art director at EOS Detroit. He is also co-creator of the horror anthology graphic novel Copper Coins, which he illustrates and co-writes with Charles Denton. So if you want to check out Lars, I'm going to post his Twitter here. And his art will be featured in this upcoming set. So we'll have some cool stuff from him. We're going to have signature variants for his art. We may have some animated variants, like sketch to final piece. And for those of you who are familiar with how I usually handle art when we do a release, we'll have that kind of collectible experience of art creation where we have the sketch variant, and we kind of build up to the final art piece variant, and then do something fun in between, like I said, having a motion set maybe that transitions from one to the next. You can experience that in one piece of art. So that's what we have looking forward to for GPK. And I think now Gabby, we have some other stuff to talk about with some upcoming watch parties, right?
Yeah. So just a reminder, something we talked about earlier in the week, and it was announced in Disney, the Disney Collect news feed, is that we are doing a watch party tomorrow in Disney, 1 p.m. Eastern. We will be tuning in to watch Hocus Pocus. We do have some cards to give away, some avatars pertaining to the movie or related to the movie. We also have another really cool set that's coming out, not specific to Hocus Pocus, but it is on theme for the month of October and kind of a spooky or villainous theme. So be on the lookout for that tomorrow. We talked a little bit about watch parties earlier. If you've never participated in one, we get together in the app, we tune in to watch the movie at the same time. We all press play at exactly 1 p.m. Eastern or whatever that time is in your zone, and then we just hop in the article and we chat with each other. We talk through it. We make comments. We have fun, and then we kind of open some packs during the movie at different points in time. So that'll be a lot of fun. If you've never watched Hocus Pocus before, it's a really fun movie. It's a fun throwback to the 90s, simpler time. It's, all about, it takes place on Halloween. It's kind of got some spooky characters and themes, but overall it's a classic, I think. So we'll have fun watching that. I personally watch it every year in the month of October, so this will count as my viewing, and I'll get to do it with the community. So I'm excited for that. Hope everyone is excited for my commentary tomorrow from Arriere 101.
So I was just gonna say,
Yes.
speaking of Hocus Pocus, we have a little something special that that will work. So we have a little something special here. Thanks to Tops Gino for getting this set up for us. If you're a fan of Hocus Pocus, then you'll know Kathy Najimy. And we're going to be giving away a Kathy Najimy cameo to somebody here. So
Kathy Najimy
you're
is
gonna...
the amazing actress and comedian who plays Mary in the movie Hocus Pocus. So if you are a fan, I assume you know who she is. And if you've never been on Cameo, it's a really cool platform where you can connect with all kinds of celebrities, talent, people you might know through all kinds of different, whether it's athletes or actors or singers or just, famous internet people. And you can request a special cameo from them. A birthday shout out, a fun greeting. You want them to say one of their famous lines. And, we were trying to figure out how to do some kind of partnership, maybe to get her to do some kind of generic shout out for us. And then we realized it would probably be a lot more fun to have her do a shout out to one of you. So we will pick a winner, and then we will go ahead and we will request that cameo on your behalf. Let us know, whoever wins, we'll reach out to you. We'll get your information and then get that cameo out to you. So if you want to get a fun, special, personalized message from Kathy Najimy, voice of Mary in Hocus Pocus, and so many other, famous roles, we can go ahead and do that giveaway. You want to set that up?
Yep. So that's being set up right now. There it is. It's live. So hashtag Kathy. And to the one question I see here asking about Squadrons content, working on it. We also would love to do some Squadrons content.
I want to also point out, if you haven't been in Disney Collect today, we did start a new set today, and they are these amazing Nightmare Before Christmas posters. We released our first today. I know people ask for Night Before Christmas content all the time, but kind of feels like October is an appropriate time to release it. I am one of those people who requests Nightmare Before Christmas stuff all the time because that is one of my all-time favorites. So I'm excited about that. If you haven't been in already, if you're not currently in Disney Collect for whatever reason, you're new to the channel here and you're not sure what we do, go download Disney Collect. Go ahead and sign in, and one of the first sets you can start collecting today is that Nightmare Before Christmas poster set. Start today. We will be releasing one every day for the next 2 days. Is it? Hold on. Is it a daily? I just realized it. I might have misspoken. I know it's once. I don't remember the cadence of it. If it's starting today for the next. Well, I know that poster number 1 is available today. So if you want to start with number 1, hop into the app and open those packs. Awesome. See some people saying that they've already got theirs today. I actually have not gotten mine yet because I've been here streaming all day. Wait, Chris is talking to me. Chris, are you watching me? You watching me screw things up?
Oh, Chris is watching. Calling you out on your knowledge here.
Oh no, he's messaging me about something else. Good. Glad he's not watching.
Oh.
So anyway, yeah. So then tomorrow we'll be doing our. I'll maybe open up a few later and see if I accept some trades. Maybe when we wrap up this segment, I'll go open some packs and let you all send me some trades. So don't miss that. Don't miss the watch party tomorrow. Even if you can't watch with us, definitely hop into the app so you can at least get those really awesome cards and check out the new set that comes out tomorrow. Cool. So as we're gathering some more winners for this Kathy Najimy cameo giveaway, we can also talk about our next. It's true. We can talk about another watch party, Marvel. And Marvel Today. If you tuned in recently, you missed our segment with Andy earlier, but we talked about how Marvel will be doing their watch party today at 6 p.m. Eastern for Avengers Infinity War. And they will be doing a follow-up watch party again next week to watch the other part of that Infinity Saga. We'll be watching Endgame next week, but today at 6 p.m. when we wrap this up, head into Marvel, collect free coins, all kinds of awesome content, and chat along with the community while they watch Avengers Endgame. Now I know that we will be tuning in on Disney Plus, but I feel like I have to say this in case it's not obvious. If you own it on DVD or some other platform, you can, you're in your own home, figure out how you watch it. But obviously, if you have Disney Plus, we're going to tune in at the same time. We would love for you to join us on Disney Plus, especially because Disney Plus just launched this new feature where you can watch along with friends. I believe it's up to 6 people who can kind of hop in with you. So if you have maybe your own close friends and family that you want to join you while you're doing the watch party, invite them to do that on Disney Plus. It's really cool. All right. And then we do have one other watch party happening this weekend. For our fans of The Walking Dead, something exciting is happening tomorrow.
And
that
as we wrap up, that is the Walking Dead. That's going to be for the premiere of the highly anticipated new show, The Walking Dead World Beyond. Watch the first episode, chat with fans and the card trader team in the comments, and open free packs. If you cannot watch live, though, don't worry. The packs will be free and available for 48 hours with diamond and pack giveaways happening through Tuesday. Now, we also, courtesy of Martin on the Walking Dead team, will have a giveaway for everybody here. We're going to be doing 5 users, and we'll have 5 winners that get 1,000 diamonds and a special pack with Season 10 collection cards, which will be available when the release goes live at 10 a.m. on Sunday. We also, which we might be showing off some of the cards from this as well. Let's see. We'll have cards from the long-awaited finale of The Walking Dead Season 10 with the Season 10 collection, which has base cards, motion cards, signatures, and more from favorite moments and season 10 characters, and then we'll have the watch party cards that we just spoke about. So as soon as this giveaway is done, we're gonna do a Walking Dead giveaway. Do we have? Oh, we did have our winner. Congratulations. Now, again, if you're just joining us, please make sure you follow. You can, if you're enjoying what you're watching, this is our DigiCast Deluxe, but every week Gabby and I get on and we do an episode where we cover the properties and content that we're releasing throughout all of our apps. And then we talk about what's going on currently, what's coming out soon. We have some fun. We started with the trivia game, which has so far gone pretty well. And then we also are planning these DigiCast Deluxe events, which are kind of an enhanced version of that. And if you were here during DigiCon, that's our like big event for the year, which we hope we will also have again next year. One, I see people asking for Star Wars giveaways. Let's see where we end up on time. Maybe we can do a Star Wars giveaway. If we don't have the time for it, though, then you'll just have to come back because we do Star Wars giveaways all the time. Somebody
we had a pretty
soundboard.
packed day.
Yes, we did. We could do a quick recap too while we're waiting on things to get set up for the Walking Dead giveaway, which will have 5 winners. We started the day off. We had our kickoff segment. We then got to sit down and interview Zelina Vega with Tops Bob on the call. Shortly after that, we ended up getting on a call with Ashley Eckstein and got to talk for a while about everything Clone Wars to what she has going on in her universe and the event that she's doing next week, which is the Butterfly Walk for mental health, which you can find. What do we say? You can find information about that on I'll post it here. It's on oursleeves.org. You can find the information for that there. And as Ashley said, you're encouraged to participate in some way. You don't have to spend money. If you don't want to, you can. I think the donation is $35, which gets you something, but you in no way have to. Just go out there, be a voice for it, and participate in any way that you can. We then jumped into our segment with Kevin John. We got to talk about, I always love our segments with everybody, but listening to Kevin John talk about art and the properties that he loves is always really exciting for me, and we got to hear about some of his fandom, what he loves about the various properties that we get to work with, and then everybody got to see another challenge between him and Pedro Pastel, and that was, we ended up going over, so we had to reschedule on the spot our WWE trivia, so we could talk to Peyton Royce. We got to spend some time with her talking about the questions that you guys all sent in and about her, what she collects, which she's art and white sneakers. Kevin John offered to send her a painting, so we'll make sure that we get to her. Peyton, if you are watching, we will get that to you. We got to then do our WWE trivia, so a little bit different than what the schedule shows here, with Tops Bob. Then jump into, we just had our trivia before with Andy, and talked about GPK Series 2, and here we are. We're in our closing show segment, finishing up, talking about watch parties, doing a few last-minute giveaways. And for Walking Dead, we'll have, right now we're doing that giveaway. It's going to be 5 users who will receive 1,000 diamonds plus a special pack with Season 10 collection cards. Our mod helping us right now will make sure that if you're a winner in this giveaway, your names will be given over. They'll get to Martin, and he can make sure that he sets up the giveaway for the 1,000 diamonds and the special pack.
Speaking speaking of our mod, I wanted to say something real quick that all day I kind of kept saying, like, hey, if we get a second, I'm just going to remember to say this. And we've just been so back-to-back busy all day, but I can't let the day wrap up without giving a huge shout-out to our mod, who is, you know, like Mark and I, you know, has their day job here at Tops Digital, but also has taken extra time out of their personal life to come join us today on this DigiCast Deluxe, and is just kind of working overtime in the chat, has been moderating, has been keeping the hype train. We didn't actually do a hype train today, oh my god, but has been keeping the metaphorical hype train going, has been managing giveaways, did a bunch of troubleshooting earlier when we got some reports from the community that some stuff was maybe going on in some of the apps, and they've been doing like double duty multitasking, talking to our dev team to try to get that resolved. So thank you so much, Tops Mod. I just wanted to give you the shout out, make sure the community understands just how much he's doing for us. So thank you.
We literally could not do without you. And for legal reasons, that is not a joke. We could not. We absolutely could not. We absolutely could not do without you. So
recording this for the record, it is literally impossible to do this without that extra manpower. So,
and also thank you today for the return of our. Thank you for the return of our. Producer Josh, couldn't do without you either. Need you here today for this, the big events. We've missed you. trying to juggle things on our regular show. You know, it gets tough. But you know, it takes a lot of effort to make sure that these interviews get set up, go smoothly. You know, there's always technical difficulties, and we experience technical difficulties now. So if it was just Gabby and I running the show, we'd probably still be trying to get Zelina Vega on the call 6 hours later. More? How many hours are we in? I don't even know.
More. I mean, we'd have her on the call, but the audio would be upside down, and the video would be inverted, and you know, my dog would be barking.
The audio would be upside down.
Would be falling. Yep. It would be playing backwards, like one of those, like, you know, creepy records with like a spooky message in it. If you play the DigiCast backwards, it syncs up perfectly with. Sorry.
I'm almost not thrilled that you pointed this out. Josh has pointed out that we are now on over 7 hours straight. And
because it's an average work day for us.
Sure, because I don't plan very well
on a Saturday.
On a Saturday. I was still working, like, while we had our short actual 30-minute break. I was still working on some art things plus the trivia because. So, again, I apologize if some of the Marvel trivia was a little bit off. I can only fact-check so much because I finished that trivia setup about 30 seconds before we went live with it. I imported those questions into our trivia system. So my very exciting lunch today was, in fact, Dunkaroos. So...
Mark, you gotta plan ahead, and you gotta get somebody. You gotta get a helper to go get your food for you, and then just like put it in front of you and say, "Eat."
I try.
Just drink water today, Mark. You drink enough water.
Well, I mean, I've had this coffee.
That's okay. We're gonna have to start setting reminders for people to stay hydrated. That might be a channel point thing. Redeem channel points. Mark has to drink water, actual water, not.
We're gonna.
Not coffee.
I'm such a mess that in order for me to properly take care of myself, we're gonna set channel points for you guys to remind me to eat, to drink water, to sleep. That's to eat Totino's pizza rolls. That one will be super cheap. That's actually just one. That is 1 point per Totino's pizza roll.
And on that note, if we're giving the thank yous and the commentary that I love to add, this is Gabby's unofficial special segment. So it's the feel good corner. As thanks to the community, thanks to all of you. There are so many of you in the chat who we know. We know you by name, by Twitch name at least, and most of you also by in-game name, as we've come to know you. We appreciate you so much, our subscribers, our followers. We couldn't do it without you, and those of you that also make the communities so fun and have also set up your own trading communities elsewhere. Thanks for kind of keeping things going and active. Obviously, there wouldn't be apps and there wouldn't be this DigiCast without you. So thank you all for your participation.
And on top of that, from where we were, I mean, although now time is flying by. I was going to say we've only recently really started the DigiCast, but Gabby, now it's been a couple months, right? When did we?
It has been multiple months. It hasn't been 3 weeks, which is what it feels like. It's been multiple months.
It has been multiple months, and everybody. We are not at the end of the DigiCast for good. This is just the DigiCast Deluxe, which is an extended episode. We will be back next week. We have not successfully kept to a time, and I don't think there's actually been a time yet, except for these, in which we've been on time. But we will always announce. We are. And we'll always announce when we're going live.
We really should have just called all of the DigiCast, we should have called this a beta. Really, in retrospect, hindsight, things become more clear. Really, we should have been calling all of this DigiCast beta, because we are still kind of in the process of figuring out what we're doing when we're doing our streams. But that's kind of what it is. We're still kind of finding our groove. So we haven't settled on a specific day or time yet, but we are making the effort to try to stream at least once a week. And in those streams, talk about, coverage from our apps. Probably not each of them. Surprisingly, as we have learned, it's kind of tough to talk about 8 apps and content in all of them and it not take 8 hours. But we try to week to week cover some news from.
I was just saying, we usually plan, Gabby and I will sit down and we'll say, all right, we're going to do, I think we've given up. There was a time where we were like, okay, it'll be about 30 to 45 minutes per episode. We gave up on that months ago. Then we started saying, well, an hour to an hour and a half seems perfectly reasonable. And I think for the most part, we're lucky if we get if we end at 2 to 2.5 hours, that's been short for us. So we're still very much learning. Do we, Ahsoka Trooper? Do we have enough time? Let's. I think we're gonna get ready to wrap up, but while we're wrapping up, since we keep getting asked for it, sure, let's do a quick Star Wars giveaway. 3. We're gonna do 3 winners so that our incredible mod doesn't just get super overwhelmed by the amount of winners we're picking. We'll do 3, 5,000 each. Crystals. Done deal. There's your Star Wars giveaway. If you don't win today, though, just jump in. We end up doing these kinds of giveaways all the time.
All the time. In app too, just hang out. Just be part of the community and you will get something at some point. Or you'll be one of those people that wins every single week because somehow you're very lucky, and I hope you're playing the lottery or something, because really with that kind of luck.
And then let's see here. I'm making sure I'm understanding something in chat here. Oh. Yeah, do we have a date for the Why do you get that?
I'm sorry. It's just there's something about like the lights, like having like 50,000 lights like
Well,
2 feet away from your
I
face
found these, so
into
I'm
your eyeballs all
pop
day.
these on.
It's exhausting. It is draining. The talking and the chatting, I feel like I could do that all day. It's having the light in my face is I think what bums me out.
So, Gabby, have we picked a date yet for? Do we know when we're doing our next DigiCast? I feel like we should let people know. We have them all here.
Mark, you realize that if we pick a date, like we have to stick to it. If we pick a time,
I keep trying. That's what I'm trying to do, though. I'm trying to pick a date that we can't back out of, because inevitably what'll happen is we'll then say, well, we're doing it on this day, and then we're gonna end up rescheduling it and doing it on a Saturday. And I gotta be honest, we can't keep committing every Saturday.
Never again. Never again.
I need a little bit of time. I gotta like at some point do laundry. I only have so many of these top shirts.
Let me see. So I am looking at my schedule for the week, and oh boy, yeah, I've got predictably I've got a free block of time on Friday afternoon. It's my first free block of time this week.
Is that at the end of your day?
Sorry, I feel like I sound like a jerk. I don't know.
Is that at the end of your day on Friday, in case we go into a unavoidably long episode? Or are we going to be cutting into your meetings?
Yeah, no. Right. That's what I'm saying. Is like I found a block of time that is like should the unthinkable happen and we go long. Yeah, Friday afternoon works.
Yeah, the unthinkable.
The unimaginable.
The unpredictable.
Yeah.
So what is the time? See, everybody, we're scheduling live to make sure that we can tell you when it is. What is that time?
I want to tell you something. Okay, so normally I wouldn't share something like this because like TMI, who cares? But I feel like I need to say this before we schedule this live. I've been having like a little tooth problem, like a little tooth hurty. It's a joke. 30. It's been actually happening for like years, and I've just been ignoring it. And a couple months ago, I went to see like 3 different like mouth doctor people, and they told me the tooth just it's gotta go. It's no good. It's no good.
Did you say years?
And I said, okay. Yeah, I mean that's probably how long it's been bothering me. But I just kept on trucking. And then this summer I finally went to see the doctors about it, and multiple opinions from multiple doctors said, sorry.
Time to lose the tooth?
Well, the reason I said mouth doctors is because I went to see multiples and they were not all dentists. They were in different specialties, and rather than listing all of them, I figured I would generalize. Sorry, that was rude.
Hey, an oral surgeon.
No offense to mouth doctors everywhere. Yes, and neither is a periodontist nor an endodontist or whatever else. I'm sure there's others out there.
All the dentists.
I'm rambling. All I'm saying is, when they told me a couple months ago, like, it's gotta go, I guess schedule that at your own leisure. Whenever you feel like it, I don't know, call us up and we'll yank it out. And I said, okay. I said, all right, I'll do that. I haven't done it yet. I figured I would just deal with it. You know, future Gabby would deal with that, and I think the future is catching up to me. Long story
So,
short, let's
you
plan for Friday. But I don't know. I gotta call the
okay?
dentist on Monday.
What is
I
what is
might
our
not
timing?
have a working mouth.
What is our
Thanks.
tentative
Now I've
timing?
invited all of you, the Digi Squad community, into my personal life, and now you are all aware of my dental woes. I'll try to find out on Monday. All right, how about that? How about we schedule something based on what information I learn on Monday?
All right, so we're tentative Friday.
Tentative for Friday. When we decide on an actual date, we'll put it on the DigiCast calendar. We'll tweet about it.
We will do that.
We'll let you know ahead of time. I am very awkward. I'm an awkward sausage. So are you trying to call me an awkward sausage? Welcome to the DigiCast with Lil Pony, Pepperoni, and Awkward Sausage. Coming at you live from
Little Tony Pepperoni.
From across the eastern seaboard. North to south.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, Lottie. When we figure it out, we will put the official calendar. We will put the official date on the Twitch page.
Yes, Lottie.
Yeah.
Pepperoni.
Oh my God, we
is
got to
fine
get
with
out of here
sausage.
because we have to get out of here because it's time for the watch party. That is an excellent point. Thank you for that reminder.
Oh, when does that start?
It
What time is
was
Where are we?
Lil Tony Pepperoni. Please, whoever came up with that, like, please tell me that's like it was that. Please tell me that was original and that we're not like stealing that from somewhere because I love it and it's my favorite thing in the whole world now. So I need to know. All right. Well,
I
I'm
see
hoping
somebody
that
asking
Lil
what my
Tony Pepperoni is not a copyright infringement.
My favorite ring pop out of that bag is actually not even a sour one. It's the Blueberry Blast Tongue Painters. I'm not the biggest fan of sour ring pops. I like Sour Patch Kids, and I guess I like the sour ring pop. I guess I'm just not usually a fan of sour in general. So I gravitate towards the tongue painter one. Plus, it makes your tongue blue.
I love sour. I love like whatever the sour powder is. Like, can you just buy that? Can you buy the sour powder like just by like the pound? I love it. Maybe that's why I have teeth problems.
Oh, we make some of it. Like,
I will like buy the sour
Skittles?
Skittles.
Like where?
Just for the sour.
We make sour stuff though.
And
Can somebody send us sour candy?
Okay, I'm gonna Monday morning. I'm emailing someone from the candy division and just send me a bag of sour powder, please.
From the candy division, just email our CEO directly and be like, "Hey, give me the candy."
Email sourdepartment@tops.com. That's not a real email. Don't email that. It's citric acid. Oh, I can just buy citric acid. That's great. I love it.
I feel like though if it's acid, that's probably really not good for your teeth.
Yeah, no, that's why I said I just like have discovered.
Yeah, there's no way.
I eat like a whole lime for lunch every day. That's okay. We absolutely need to end this. The people.
Yep, that's
people
a good
working
question,
for us
by the way,
would
Lottie.
like to go
I
home. If that sounds like a really fun idea, we'd probably have to get that approved. But I like that idea. We'll follow up.
Well,
all
right.
God.
I think
Azrael, that sounds amazing. I want to go to there.
Oh,
Any Disney news, Natasha Gamer, we have a watch party tomorrow at 1 p.m. We have a new box dropping that is related to October and Halloween. Don't miss that. Come check out the app. We do have to wrap up now so that we can release our friends who are working with us, and so we can also go catch that Marvel watch party. Thank you all for hanging out with us today. A lot of you were here all day with us. That's incredible. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you to all our new followers and our new subscribers. We appreciate you all. Congrats to all the winners. Stay hydrated. Go drink water. Don't forget to eat like Mark. Mark, go eat.
I will go eat.
Get enough rest.
And again,
be kind to each other. Stay safe.
I hear the music. It's time. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for joining us. This was the first ever DigiCast Deluxe. We're your hosts. I'm Mark. This is Gabby. We will see you next week.